All right. Morning. How's everybody doing? Okay. Who do we have? We have we. Not sure who this person's talking to. Hey, we. You have burdens? Well, do unburden yourself. This is important. Blue Nose. Good morning. Nova Scotia citizen. Sorry, I need my glasses. Alex, good morning. Good morning. Green bastard, good morning. Jamie, good to see you here. Working today, says Green. All right, well, do work safely, and glad you can check in periodically. Good stuff. Okay, and we've got Julia here, Glow Watcher. We've got Christine. Christine liked the video that I did earlier. I guess it would have been this morning. Your guys' time. Sorry. Probably makes it loud thump, doesn't it? Yes, Morrison's message last night. We talked about that. Bit strange. Morrison on the Morrison on the Colchester radio, 12:18 a.m. on the 18th. Very odd from his vehicle radio. What's going on? Anybody wants to know more about that? Well, we can talk about it at lunch. Today is going to be interesting day because, well, we've already been warned in advance. The Zoom meeting with lots of breaks. I liked how that was like prefaced. There will be lots of breaks. Lots of breaks coming your way. The MCC told you so yesterday. Yeah, okay. Chris, family members are protesting. Great. Good luck to you all. Please stay safe. Kelly, good morning. Good to have family in here. Hope you guys are doing well. Nikki, we've got Cheryl and Nosy Scotian. Just watching the video last night. Any thoughts? Please leave them in the comments or, bring them up here. I'm curious today as to anybody going to talk about the flashing lights and the support being sent from Portapic over to flashing lights where Jordan seems to be sent. And then Al sending people over there seems kind of... don't want to make any accusations. Is he helping his son? Any dad would. He's worried, maybe. Okay. Lots of buzz about Truro. Zad can't make, but we'll be sharing pictures and video. Okay, you can't make it, but you'll have pictures and video. Hopefully, I guess somebody's sending you those. Great, Morrison. It was total accident. Honestly, it was just 2 lines. What is that? Just so that everybody knows. I put the links and everything in last night's channel, or last night's video, sorry. 14:01 and 2 lines, which I believe page 43 on the Colchester logs. The links are in that video last night. Chiang, Ken, Caper, Morrison didn't make much sense. I don't understand. Looking for some answers. Just like the lunchtime, the stuff that was going on with 6 bodies on the 18th. 3:35. Can't come up with an answer. Still haven't heard one. Let's see. Is there any comments? 30. I'll just quickly go to those. Make sure we've got this lined up. Yeah, aren't the audios on? Okay, so we have comments from Blue Nose. There are 3 in there, but only... No, there's 2. Thing about the radios doesn't make sense that he takes radio as there weren't that many left, and there are 2 traveling together. Tells me the radios are kept at the station, most likely for charging. Yes, this is true. I believe the radio is at the station, and it's the personal radio from Enfield. So is he in Enfield? Is he in Portapique? Don't know what's going on. He was in their same car. You were not the only one who missed it. Okay, well, good. Thank you. I'm glad other people. Too bad I missed them. That somebody else had saw that it was in. He was on there that night. Okay. Agree with Chad Morrison. Pretty hanky. Hello, Kelly. Good morning, Pioneer. I took one down. It was a mess. I deleted it. Okay. Good morning, oh dear. Oh dear had with coffee and was joining last night. I was like, oh, I'm going to put this up. And she's like, you need to put coffee on. I'm like, okay. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Kelly agrees with Ken about the hanky stuff over. I don't know. It seems very strange. Never were told anything about Mr. Morrison, and why was he not asked? Why were you on the channel? Were you there? Strange. We've got MH. Good morning. Got my signs out in hand. Are you at the protest, NS? People who have stuff, I'm hoping that we can get that. What are we talking about here? John Ferguson. Oh, John Ferguson's in. Will assume duties in June. So has the ship been flying without a commander, or has the commander always been there? John Ferguson taking over tentatively, looks like interim. This will be your new head. Wonder if Lee's going to go down and hang out with Brian Brennan, sorry. My apologies. He moves on from Nova Scotia. Very high. Contract policing, which of course is going to be a major issue. Is the contract going to even stay? Who knows? So if there are new pictures and stuff from the protest and things, we can go through those at lunch. I'm going to try and live stream some of it. It says Nova Scotia 44.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn off your electronic devices or turn them to silent mode, please.
Does that apply to the Zoom? Because if you're there, you don't need the Zoom, right? You could go in person. Maybe some of the lawyers that have decided to stay will actually ask and put on the record, because it makes a lot of sense, of course, to have, in a court case to go away. I hope that's on the families. The families requested that rather than lawyers making that move, because it seems very strange. I would never do that in a court case if. No. That would seem very odd. Your Honor, I don't like the way things are going, so I just am not going to go to court. Or do you object and say, Your Honor, there seems to be a problem, like it on the record? Just my thinking. Thank you. Yes. good. Going to try and live stream. Think the drinking thing had a lot to do with this. Has 7 a.m. brisk walk with dogs. Good stuff for Julia. Timekeeper. Julia's had a walk. All right, good stuff. And Nova Scotia Born is in here. Starts at 10. The protest. Okay, excellent. They all look the same. Sorry, who looks all the same? I'm missing something. Oh, the signs? There's also one for Tara. Thank you to whoever made the signs for Tara. Appreciate it. It's not all. It's everybody on the same page. Tara's on the same page, then we're all on the same page, right? But I think her lawsuit, if she gets one going, will go very far. Cindy, good morning. Truth and all, and is Kelly? Who else going to the protest? Special prayers. Yes, absolutely.
Good morning.
Protect.
The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Special prayers for all the protesters, all the family.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As we do every day, please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Our job is to find out what happened, look at how and why it happened, and use everything we learned to help make our communities safer. Through our work so far, we've uncovered new information and shared a large volume of information with the public through witnesses, documents, reports, and source materials. While we have come a long way in this inquiry, we still have more work to do and much more to learn. We continue to hear from witnesses and ask difficult questions. We will not allow accommodations to prevent the Commission from gathering necessary information. On the contrary, witness accommodations, when granted, will help us gather necessary information and be able to share it with the public. Yesterday, we heard from a senior RCMP officer, and today we will hear from another senior officer. This important testimony builds on last week's work, where we also heard from a number of officers involved in making command decisions on April 18th and 19th. And as we have said, we expect to hear from more RCMP officers and other witnesses in the weeks and months ahead. As we have said, the Commission is not a criminal or civil court. It is our responsibility as your commissioners to do our work in a way that is respectful, humane, and gets the best information to inform change, to help us keep people safer in the future. Today, we continue our work by hearing from Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, who, like all witnesses we have heard so far, will be asked questions developed by Commission Counsel in the public's interest. The Commission Counsel are impartial and tasked with vigorously seeking the truth. Later today, we will hear participant submissions on foundational documents that were presented during the week of May 16th and on critical incident planning, preparation, response, and decision-making. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Roger Burrell to proceed with our witness. Thank you, Mr. Burrell.
If I may, Commissioners, before we proceed with the witness, there is one small matter of housekeeping to attend to, and that is I wish to introduce into evidence a report that was created by the investigative staff of the Mass Casualty Commission. It is a supplemental report, COM number 0058 252. The title of the document and the subject of the document is Further Investigative Analysis of RCMP Involvement in the Portapique Community on April 19th. And I understand that the registrar is in a position to exhibit that now.
It's Exhibit 1624.
That being the case, Commissioners, we will be able to proceed with the calling of the witness as the accommodations have arranged. The witness is to be reaching us through Zoom. This is a new experience for me. I suspect it is for the witness as well, so I hope the commissioners can bear with us as we proceed through what may be technological glitches. I hope not. So I will proceed. You are retired Staff Sergeant Alan Carroll, is that correct?
That is correct.
You can hear me all right, retired Staff Sergeant?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I understand that you have expressed a willingness to be sworn in your testimony today. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You have a Bible there with you, Staff Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, the registrar, who will be out of sight for you, is going to address you with respect to that undertaking.
Okay.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Thank you.
So for the record, Staff Sergeant, would you prefer me to call you Staff Sergeant, retired Staff Sergeant? How would you wish to be addressed?
I'll leave that up to you.
All right.
Staff Sergeant's great.
Very good. Your last name is spelled C-A-R-R-O-L-L?
That is correct.
All right. So I propose to engage in a discussion with you using the foundational document as a guidepost or as a guide. The foundational document is entitled RCMP Command Post Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions that I understand you've had a chance to review previously. Am I correct there, Staff Sergeant?
I haven't reviewed the foundational
Oh,
document.
forgive me. Have you had a chance to become at all familiar with some of the materials therein?
Not other than my statement to the commission investigators.
Okay.
And my own notes. That's all I've reviewed.
All right, very good. Listen, I want to make it clear to you, Staff Sergeant, that the process today is designed to obtain information for the commissioners so they can carry on their work. If you need a break, you need some time, please indicate that to me, at which time I will seek permission from the commissioners who are within my eyesight here at this point. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So I propose to go over some introductory material so we can find out who exactly retired Staff Sergeant Alan Carroll is. I understand that you retired November 7th, 2020. Is that correct?
That is my official retirement date, yes.
Right on. And you had 40 years of service with the RCMP, Staff Sergeant?
That is correct.
I understand that in May of 1980, you enrolled in the RCMP and undertook the 6-month field training requirement at the Rimouski detachment of the RCMP. Is that right?
I enrolled in May of 1980. I went to Montreal on a 3-month language training course. I then went to, in September of 1980, I went to the RCMP Training Academy in Depot, graduating in March of 1981, at which time I was transferred to a Rimouski detachment in Quebec for my 6-month field training.
Okay, so I got it kind of generally right, but you've specifically clarified that. Thank you very much. Am I right to say that in 1981 to 1986, you were then moved and or posted to the Quebec City detachment? Is that right?
That is correct.
And I understand that you undertook general duty obligations and also were involved in the General Investigative GIS section.
We were involved in Quebec and Ontario. It's all plain coal, so we did the general investigative section, which wouldn't involve normal criminal offenses. There are other investigations, federal statutes.
I understand.
I did about 3 years on Quebec City drug section.
Right. 1986 to 1992, I understand that you were posted to the Ottawa district. Is that right?
It is correct. I went to the headquarters in Ottawa.
Were you engaged at some time in the Prime Minister's protective team?
Yes, I was involved in VIP duties for dignitaries and ambassadors in the local area. And when the Prime Minister's Protective Detail was formed, I was one of the initial members.
Thank you. Am I correct to say that between 1992 and 1995, you were transferred to the Cheticamp detachment in the Inverness district in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia?
That is correct. I arrived there in December of 1992 and left in August of 1995.
And your duties there generally, please, Staff Sergeant?
General duty policing was a small 3-man detachment. For about 10 months, we were 2 members, so we did all the policing of that area.
I understand. 1995 to 2003, you were posted to the, I want to see if I get this correct, the Truro drug section, is that right?
Yes, when my time was up in Cheticamp, I was offered a transfer to Truro. I thought it was going to Bible Hill, but it ended up being Truro drug section.
Okay, you were there for 8 years and your responsibilities generally were?
We took care of northern Nova Scotia, northern mainland Nova Scotia, from Antigonish to Enfield to Amherst to Cumberland County. We did drug investigations at all levels in that area.
Thank you. Between 2003 and 2003, you were promoted to corporal. Does that sound correct, Staff Sergeant?
Yes, in March of 2003, I was promoted and went to the Metro Integrated Intelligence Unit in Halifax. I was involved mostly in investigating outlaw motorcycle gang activity.
Okay, and that was in Halifax District?
That was in Halifax and headquarters in Halifax.
Thank you. And I understand that you were promoted to sergeant in 2006?
In 2006, yes, I left the integrated unit for a period of time, went to a little specialized unit, a pilot project. At the conclusion of that pilot project experience, I was promoted to sergeant in charge of the integrated intelligence unit.
Okay.
And returning to Halifax.
Thank you. Am I correct to say that between 2011 and 2014, you were posted to the Amherst detachment operating as the Cumberland District Ops NCO? Is that right?
Basically, yes, I was transferred in I believe it was April of 2011. I went to Cumberland as the Ops NCO, and for a period of time, the staff sergeant in charge of the Cumberland District was off duty sick, and I assumed the roles of district commander for approximately a 13-month period.
Thank you.
He returned, and I stayed as the Ops NCO until 2014.
Okay. I understand you received a promotion to staff sergeant at some time, and I'm not entirely clear when that was.
The staff sergeant in charge of Cumberland retired. When he retired, after all the job competition and promotion went through, I ended up was given the promotion in charge of Cumberland District.
And then you were the district commander in Cumberland District from 2014 to 2016?
That is correct.
And did you have the rank of staff sergeant at that time?
Yes, I did. 2014, I was promoted to staff sergeant. And
great. 2016, I understand you were transferred to the Colchester District as the commander there. Is that right?
yes, I think in August of 2016, I arrived in Cumberland District and Colchester County as the district commander.
So you retired from the RCMP as the Colchester District Commander, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so in April of 2020, you carried out the role of Colchester District Commander. Am I right there, Staff Sergeant?
Yeah, yes, I was.
Okay, very good. I understand that you have some other specialized skills as well within the RCMP. In particular, since 1995, you've been involved in the crisis negotiator team. Can you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, actually, I was trained as a crisis negotiator in 1986 as a result of the attack on the Turkish embassy in Ottawa. There were a number of us trained for that purpose. And in my role, when I transferred to Ottawa, I was part of a group that was there to respond should the need arise.
Right.
I did training in Ottawa with different ERT teams and the CERT team at the time.
Right.
When I transferred down to Nova Scotia, I maintained that activity primarily when I came to Truro in 1995. 97, I joined the team, and I've been involved in crisis negotiation ever since.
I understand that in 2012 or thereabouts, you were the H Division coordinator of the crisis negotiation team?
Yes, I'm forget what year exactly. I believe it was around 2012. The previous head of the team, he retired, and I assumed the responsibility as district coordinator for the crisis negotiators.
Okay. And just before we move off the crisis negotiation team topic, I understand in April of 2020, there were 10 crisis negotiators that were trained and available in the province of Nova Scotia?
I believe we had a team of 10.
Yeah, and you were coordinating them at that time.
That is correct.
Can you tell me about availability or on-call of the crisis negotiating team in terms of ability and responsiveness to a critical incident?
There were two of us, myself, and I had a second in command, Staff Sergeant Royce McRae. And we would go month on, month off as being on call. And if there were a situation requiring a crisis negotiator, if it arose within the province, anywhere in the province, we would be contacted usually by the operational command center. They would call us and advise a negotiator was needed or that earth was being stood up, and the on-call negotiator would be called, and depending on where it was, he would either go out or appoint or locate two other negotiators who could respond to the call.
In April of 2020, were you yourself on this monthly on-call roster, or was it someone else?
I believe I was on call.
Okay. And what about Royce McRae?
Royce would have been, he would have been just off duty.
Okay. All right. We talked about the crisis negotiation team and that you had been trained since the 1986. Would there be recertification or continuing education involved with that
yes.
particular skill? And could you comment on that for us, please, Staff Sergeant?
Yes, we were certified. I think it was on a 5-year rotation. We went to Ottawa, the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, and did a recertification training. In between that, there were other practical scenarios that we did with our teams. We had some in Jade and New Brunswick. We liaised with the team in New Brunswick and did some training with them, as well as the team in Prince Edward Island.
Okay.
In recent years, we would get together for a national get together of negotiators out in Regina at the RCB Training Academy in Regina, and we would go over best practices, current situations, negotiating tactics and techniques, and that would serve as an ongoing training for our functionality.
Okay. With respect to that, I assume that there is some interaction or engagement with critical incident training. Are you able to comment upon that, Staff Sergeant?
We don't, I guess when it comes into a scenario, with your scenario, we'd have the whole package together, and we tried to do it once a year. We do it in either Aldershot was one of the places we usually did it. We use their facility, and we'd run a full-blown scenario, whereas the ERT team, crisis negotiators, and critical incident would be involved.
Okay. Can you tell me then about IARD training that you may have had, immediate action, rapid deployment? Any comment in that regard?
I've had IARD training a number of years ago. I forget when it was. It was that post 2011, or I was in Cumberland County when I had it. We trained actually at the old elementary school in Salmon River here in the Truro area.
Okay.
And so I went through an IARD training at least once, maybe twice. I can't quite remember.
Right. And can you tell me then about any training you would have had specifically in critical incident response?
I had one 3-day course in Debert, probably in 2012, maybe 2013, about the initial critical incident response.
Okay, thank you. Now, you are familiar, obviously, from your position and your engagement with the RCMP about the incident involving the shooter in Moncton in 2014. And I'm wondering if you can comment about any training response changes or engagement that supervisors in your position would have had with respect to a response to that incident.
In 2014, I was in Cumberland, that incident, and those requests came in through the OCC.
Yeah, I want to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. I don't mean with particular response to the event while you're in
Okay.
Cumberland. I mean with respect to training and involvement in terms of a response by the RCMP for supervisors on an active shooter situation.
Training, there was obviously more carbine training. Carbine rollout was accelerated. We had carbines in Cumberland County, but like I said, the program was accelerated and carbines were made available and training for all members. As for the supervisors, I can't, nothing comes to mind about some.
I will ask you specifically about whether you can comment on a program or training or courses entitled or along the title of Initial Critical Incident Response Program. That would have been post-Moncton 2014. Anything you can say about that?
That was the training I was referring to when I mentioned prior.
Okay. And just finalizing this this round or area of questioning, supervisory role that you would have had in Cumberland and Colchester, can you say whether there was anything specialized towards the supervisory role for an active shooter situation that you were exposed to in your positions there?
Not that I was exposed to.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you some further questions about your training and your exposure at the RCMP. In particular, are you able to comment on any specific training you might have had with respect to the kids program, which we've been exploring here over the past number of weeks, i.e. that is the computer integrated information and dispatching system? Would you have had exposure to training in that regard?
I was never trained on kids. I know its existence. I know it's there, but I don't know how to use it.
I understand. Would you be in a supervisory position, been aware of any training programs for those under your charge at that time with respect to the kids programming?
No, I can't. I don't know if the team leaders had kids training. I think the admin assistants were,
Sure.
And dispatchers obviously were on kids, but yeah, and the admin assistants were, but
Yeah,
the members themselves are not involved in the dispatching.
I understand. And I want to be fair to you. Just wondering if there's any protocols or designs or programming with respect to assisting supervisors in being able to train those under their charge with respect to the kids program.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, tell me about the CAD logging system. Or similarly, I'll ask you, is there any training program for supervisors to assist those under their charge with respect to the CAD logging system?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I know members log in. As the login comes, you're on their mobile workstation. They come on shift and
Right.
they log in. So
Very good.
all the members are trained to do that.
Right. And I'm going to ask you a final question in this area with respect to the mobile workstation that you just touched on, the MWS, and its functionality. Would supervisors be trained in that mobile workstation's functionality?
Yeah. In the frontline supervisors, they were all very adept with it. The ops NCOs had a good working knowledge of it. I struggled with it personally.
Yeah, I understand, and we'll get to that a little later. With respect to the commanding role that you would have had in both Cumberland and Colchester, would you have had some insight in terms of what training would be available to those working under your charge for the MWS?
I think for the MWS and members, there was, I don't think there was a specific training course that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Members would be taught by people initially learned it, and you'd come onto the shift, or somebody come out of Metro or someplace and transferred to the area that didn't use the MWS. That would be taught a hands-on teaching of how to log on the MWS and how to operate it.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer. Let me ask you, as a supervisor, both in Cumberland and Colchester County, did you have any occasion or concern with respect to any of the training of people under your charge with respect to those three areas that I've discussed, kids, CAD, and MWS?
No, they didn't seem to. It seemed to be
Okay.
working well.
Very good. I'm going to continue on with a few more questions on training before we get into some more specific questions. In particular, in your supervisory role in Cumberland and Colchester County, would you be aware of something called next of kin protocols?
We did next of kin notifications, the specific protocols, and I read them over. I'm sure there's something in policy, but I personally didn't read them over.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. I'm going to ask you a few questions with respect to April 18th and 19th, 2020, with respect to the structure of command in Northeast Nova, because it's been a struggle for me, I must admit, try to have people and their role with respect to the structure of command. But am I correct to say, and I think we've determined, that you were the Colchester District Commander in charge of Bible Hill, Tatamagouche, and Stewiacke detachments? Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And Staff Sergeant Addie McCollum, you're familiar with him?
Yes.
And am I right to say that he was the District Advisory Non-Commissioned Officer, the DANCO, one of two for Northeast Nova, who oversees or oversaw 6 counties in Northeast Nova? Does that sound right to you, Staff Sergeant?
That was his role at the time. Addie was a district commander of Pictou County, and because of a vacancy at the DANCO level, or an upper level, Addie assumed the role of DANCO.
Okay. And you're familiar with Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday, and he was the acting operations officer for Northeast Nova in April of 2020.
Yes, I'm very familiar with Steve. We have a long history together, and he was one of my negotiators.
Okay. And finally, you're familiar with Superintendent Archie Thompson?
Yes, Archie.
He was the district policing officer for Northeast Nova in April of 2020?
Yes, he was. Archie had transferred in at, I forget exactly when he came in from posting in Newfoundland.
Okay. So in terms of hierarchical structure, if I can put it crassly that way, can you tell us who has the responsibility from the highest to the lowest amongst the four of those people named, or is it possible even to do that?
Well, Archie would be the district policing officer who's in charge of the district. Under Archie was the operations inspector, or operations officer, who would take any big files. He would be out there working or taking care of it and guiding, directing. Then the 2 DANCOs would come out and take over their roles, and they would provide direct guidance and assistance to each of their respective the north and south areas of the district of Northeast Nova.
And then you would be the next in line in terms of.
And then what each of the DANCOs, the DANCO in North and our area in this area of Northeast Nova, he would provide guidance to all the staff sergeants and ranking people in his 6 or 7 areas. 2 sergeants in Millbrook and Indian Brook, staff sergeant in Enfield, Pictou, Cumberland, Colchester. We would report up and to the Northeast Nova, to our DANCO.
Okay, very good. So on April 18th and 19th, when you were engaged in your responsibilities as the commander for the Cumberland District, am I right to say that you were present at both the detachment and at the command post over some periods of time during the incident?
I'll just make one correction. You said Cumberland District, I'm Colchester District.
Forgive me, that's what I meant.
No problem. Yeah, I know what you meant, but just to clear.
Of course.
Yeah. Yes, I would have been at the detachment and out at the command post.
Staff Sergeant Halliday was as well?
Yes.
Staff Sergeant McCallum was as well?
Yes.
And Superintendent Thompson, was he there?
No.
No. And did you yourself have a working knowledge of where Superintendent Thompson was?
Actually, I didn't.
Okay. And that was the responsibility of somebody else on your team in terms of connection to to Superintendent Thompson?
out of either an occasion if Superintendent Thompson were away on vacation or out of the province, staff Halliday would assume that role.
Okay, and I
And
guess
he
what
would be
I'm asking you in a roundabout, uncomfortable way is, any idea why Superintendent Thompson was not at the command post and or at the detachment on April 18th and 19th? Do you have any insight for us or not?
No, I don't.
Okay, very good. All right, what I do propose at this stage, Staff Sergeant, is to move now to the actual incident and your involvement in it. And I'm going to use, as indicated, the document as a guidepost. I'm going to ask the registrar, Madam Registrar, to take us to page 39, paragraphs 91 and 92. And this will provide us some insight, Staff Sergeant, into what it is I'm proposing to ask you. Paragraph 91 has been raised before you and before the parties here in the proceedings, indicates that at 10:35, the OCC dispatcher, Jen McCollum, called Staff Sergeant Carroll to advise him of a situation in Portapique. I understand that you were at home at that time?
I'm trying to enlarge that.
Oh, please take your time to ensure you've got a chance to look at it. First line, 10:35:28, OCC dispatch supervisor Jen McCollum called Staff Sergeant Carroll to advise him of the situation in Portapique. Staff Sergeant Carroll informed Ms. McCollum that he was aware of the situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was home or I was probably still at home at that time.
I understand that at that time you had no prior knowledge of the incident?
No, actually, prior to that, I was at home on Saturday night watching a hockey game. My son, who was a member in Cumberland County, he called me quickly and advised, and just said, "Dad, there's something going on in Cumberland. In Colchester, we're all responding to a shooting incident."
I see.
Yeah.
So your son's name, just for the record, is Jordan or Constable Jordan Carroll. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. So you first received that information from your son, Jordan, with respect to something going on.
Yeah, something going on there. He didn't have a lot of details. He was just responding with the other Cumberland members to back up Colchester members.
You had additional contact with members of your team?
Shortly after, very shortly after I hung up the phone from Jordan, I received a call from Sergeant Andy O'Brien, who advised of the same thing. I believe he had been called by Stuart Basselt, who was the team leader that night.
Okay.
And advised something's going on and the county, we have a shooting. We're responding to a shooting situation. They didn't know much about it.
Staff's, forgive me, go ahead.
No,
All right. Sergeant Andy O'Brien was your ops NCO for Colchester District, am I right?
Yes, he was.
Right. So I can understand how it was that he would be informing you as the district commander what was going on. Yeah. I'm a little interested in how Jordan's line of hierarchy would be involved. Why was it that he's contacting you?
He just knew it's my son. He knew I was in charge of the district. He said, "Hey, Dad, you probably want to know about this."
Okay. So
that was all. Just
that sounds more of a personal engagement as opposed to a professional line of response. Would that be an accurate characterization of it, Staff Sergeant?
It wouldn't be a professional line. It was personally, he knows I'm in charge of the district. He knows I'm involved in operations. I don't want to know what's going on in my district.
Okay.
So he was ahead of the game. Actually, Stuart calling Andy was quite quickly. OCC usually would have called either myself. I would have gotten a call from the risk manager, or Sergeant O'Brien would have gotten a call from the risk manager saying something's going on. You got to know about it.
Yeah, I understand that you spoke with Jen McCollum, the dispatch supervisor. Does that sound correct?
Yes, I did receive a call from Jen. I received a call. I spoke to Jen a couple of times that evening. The initial call you're referring to at 10:35. I can't recall if that was at my house or if I was still at home, or if I was at the office. I know there were a couple of calls in there, I believe.
Okay, let's move to paragraph 92 then, Staff Sergeant, just moving along here in terms of the chronology. According to Staff Sergeant Carroll, Sergeant O'Brien advised that he had consumed a couple glasses of wine and would therefore be unable to attend the office. Staff Sergeant Carroll advised that he would gear up and attend the office. Staff Sergeant Carroll was en route to the Bible Hill detachment at the time that he was contacted by Jen McCullum, which is referred to earlier in the paragraph 91. Can you make any comment with respect to that, Staff Sergeant?
Yeah, that would have been the second phone call when second phone call from Andy. The first call was just saying, we have a situation. Stuart told me we have a situation up in Portapic. There's been some shooting. And then at that time, the second call, Andy had more information to provide me that there was somebody had been shot on a deck, on somebody's deck, I believe. He knew more, and those situations more serious. Yeah, at that time, he advised me that I thought he said a couple of glasses of wine. He had a couple of drinks that night, and he felt uncomfortable going to these, totally not intoxicated, but going to a scene of that magnitude. He didn't want anybody smelling the alcohol off his breath, and he didn't want that to become an issue.
Okay, and did that present a problem for you at all, Staff Sergeant, at this point?
Not overly. Andy was very, very calm, cool, collected, and there was no issues with what he was telling me. And I just said, okay, I'll go out and I'll try to respond.
Okay, and what did you discern then at that point, from your point of view, about what the role of Sergeant O'Brien would be given his disclosure of consumption of a few glasses of wine?
That he wouldn't be taking any command decisions. He wouldn't be being actively. He wouldn't be out in uniform. He wouldn't be out on scene.
Okay. Did you provide any directive in your role as commander to Andy O'Brien with respect to his involvement or his participation in this in this event or this call?
No, not that I recall. I just said, okay, Andy, you can't come out. I'll go out.
Okay. And I know this is a hypothetical question, and as a result, feel comfortable to say you're not comfortable responding. But if Andy O'Brien had been able to go out, what would have been your role at that point? Would you have gone out?
Based on what situation we're dealing with, I would have said yes, I would have gone in.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I understand that you then, and this is an expression that I've learned from my involvement in this file, geared up. Does that mean anything to you?
I was putting my uniform on, getting my equipment on.
Okay.
I dressed at home, drove to the office, and I do not store firearms at my house. All my hard body armor, my pistol, my services, my duty belt is at the office. So I had to go to the office to get that on.
All right. And did that take you long to go from your residence to the office?
It's probably about a 10 minutes at max to drive from one to the other.
And what type of information would you have been either receiving or monitoring during that call, or sorry, during that traverse to the office?
Well, I'd be in a private vehicle, so it'd be whatever I had on this, whatever I was getting on my cell phone. So there's no radio communication.
All right, very good.
Prior to leaving home, I was contacted when I was trying to get changed to go into the office. I was called by Jeff West.
Okay.
Jeff West told me that your team had been stood up. There was an incident going on in Portapic, and that he didn't have many details either. It was just in its infancy of what's going on, but they were on their way. He asked me to secure two negotiators, to join the critical incident package. I said, okay, Jeff, I'll take care of it. I'll get back to you. So at that time, I called Royce McRae, gave Royce a quick heads up of what I knew, which was very little at that time. And he proceeded to call another negotiator, called me back. And then I told Jeff, I called him back. I called Jeff back and said, we have two negotiators, they'll meet you on scene.
Okay. Now that's something that I should explore a little bit more with you. It sounds to me at this stage that the CIC, Staff Sergeant West, was engaging you in your role as the the crisis negotiating team coordinator. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, that is correct. A little bit of both. Jeff and I have done a number of instances together, and he knew I was in charge in Cumberland and Colchester, so he was calling initially to secure the negotiators, but also I'm the district commander and letting me know what's going on as well.
Okay. So at that stage, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you were almost wearing two hats as you were engaging in this incident, the crisis negotiating team coordinator and also the Colchester district commander.
It was a very short period of time wearing two hats. Once I turned it over to Royce, that I walked away from the negotiating stuff. I think the whole evening I might have seen Royce maybe 2 or 3 times, but in very short periods of time.
Okay. All right. In terms of your anticipation, when you're on your way to the detachment to gear up, what is it that you're expecting to see or do when you arrive at the detachment?
I expected to grab a vehicle and head out to the scene.
Okay. And head out to the scene at that point. I'm under the impression that there was no command post at that point, that the critical incident commander had just been stood up, that the critical incident package had just been either engaged or soon to be engaged. Heading out to the scene at that point would have served what purpose, Staff Sergeant? Are you able to say?
Just to be out to give some supervision, some guidance, some help to the members on scene.
Okay. All right. So you attended to the detachment, and I understand that you had a conversation with Jen McCollum again. Am I right?
Yeah, there was it's at the 10:35 conversation. I can't recall if that's when she called, if I was still at home at that time, or if I had moved on to the detachment. There were, I believe it. Jen's notes to be more detailed than mine.
Sure. Well, maybe what I'll do, forgive me, I interrupted you, Staff Sergeant Carroll, but I'm going to direct your attention to paragraph 97 in the document that we've been using as a guidepost. And it says, it's at page 41. This will just assist us in terms of locating times and places. 97 indicates at 10:42:38, Staff Sergeant Carroll received a call from Jen McCollum informing him that Staff Sergeant Learning in Cumberland County was requested a count of Colchester RCMP cars to ensure none were missing. So I'm of the view that this paragraph gives us a sense that you received a second call or an additional call from Jen McCollum with respect to a particular topic, that is the count of Colchester police cars. Do you recall that?
I don't recall Jen making that request.
Okay, maybe then you can tell us what you recall for purposes of clarifying the record.
I remember that request being a request like that being made from, I thought it was from Staff Halliday at some point in time.
Okay.
Around that same time, I just don't know exactly when the time frame was.
Okay.
But I don't remember that coming from Greg Learning.
Right, but do you recall a Jen McCollum engagement?
No, not for that, I don't.
Okay. The issue of the Colchester cars, I want to just explore that a little bit. It looks like at least some request was made to you to discern Colchester cars or availability or whether they're accounted for. What would be the process, Staff Sergeant, for you going about doing that? And was there a protocol for this? And can you give us some insight in that regard, what you did?
No, there isn't a protocol that I know of, and I didn't fully understand what was being requested of me.
Yeah.
I thought my understanding they were looking for where my cars are responding to the scene. That was my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And so, no, I knew we had a bunch of cars in the parking lot. Did I go check and see where every one of our vehicles was? No, I did not.
Do you recall at any time indicating that Colchester vehicles were accounted for to anybody?
They accounted for with the four Colchester vehicles we had on scene at Portapic.
Yeah.
I may have responded, yeah, they're down there. I knew 4 cars were down there, and that was the extent of it.
I see. And that would be on the basis of your knowledge from what source?
Or knowing that they all went down individually.
Yeah. Would there have been a technological or computerized way for you to make a follow-up or check with respect to the accounting for vehicles at that time?
There would have been not maybe through the OCC knowing where they were, but vehicles would have logged out whatever shift went off, what vehicles were where. There would have been a couple of on-call members that would have taken cars home with them that night.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at here, Staff Sergeant, is if there was an early concern in this event to account for RCMP vehicles both in Colchester and Cumberland districts, what role would the district commander have had in terms of trying to ascertain whether those vehicles were all able to be accounted for?
Physically, what the, if there's a vehicle, if there's a board saying where the cars are, some of the cars may have been in a garage under repairs.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at what were out of service.
Right. And at that time, when this information is being discussed, are you in a position to feel comfortable with respect to accounting for the presence of all the vehicles within Colchester District?
I did not realize that was the request that was being made.
I see. Okay. Okay. So with respect to the request that was being made, what was your understanding?
To account for the vehicles that were on shift that night that were out there.
I see. I see. So to account for the 4 that you were aware were responding to Portapique, but you weren't aware that there was anything broader than that with respect to any other vehicles.
I didn't realize that was the nature of the request that I was getting.
Okay. Very good. Let's move on then, if we can, to your role with respect to containment efforts, because I understand you partook in some role early on in April 18th with respect to containment at the Portapique scene. Is that correct?
Yes, I had some involvement.
Okay, very good. Then what I propose to do is I want to play for you a very brief transmission from Constable Vicky Culford with respect to some information that she had. Madam Registrar, this is the Colchester radio transcript, and it's accompanying audio. I'm just going to play this for you, Staff Sergeant, and ask you to make some comments on what you know, if anything, about this.
Millbrook, if you guys want to have a look at the map, we're being told there's a road, kind of a road that someone could come out before here, if they know the roads at all.
So, Staff Sergeant, you're familiar with that voice, and who?
Yeah, I recognize the voice, yes.
Okay, and it has been presented throughout these proceedings as being the voice of Constable Vicky Culford. Do you have any difficulty with that?
No.
No. And it's at 10:48:41, some very significant information with respect to access and egress into and out of Portapique. Are you able to tell us whether you heard that information?
I just heard it now. This is the first time I've heard that transcript or that recording. I never heard that before.
Okay. So I guess what I will ask you, is there any reason perhaps why it is that the district commander didn't hear this information at this early stage in the proceeding? Can you give us some insight into that?
Not in a room where there's a radio, where, like I said, I was at the office gearing up,
Mhm.
And there's no radio in that room. It could have been just I was walking from point A to point B in the office. In my office, I could have been on the phone. I could have been on the phone speaking with, there was phone calls coming in. If I were doing that, I would have missed that conversation coming through by Vicky.
I see. But that conversation then, or forgive me, that transmission as it goes out at 10:48:41, there would be other people other than the district commander that would be in a position to hear that. Am I right?
I would have to assume so, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Given the fact that this is the first time you've heard this today, does this strike you as being important information that might have been useful in terms of your role and your engagement on April 18th?
It sure would have.
Okay, we'll move on then to continue and discuss further containment efforts. I'm going to direct you to the Colchester transcript involving transmissions at around 11 p.m. on April 18th. And we're going to play the accompanying audio therein.
Staff Carroll on the air now.
Jordan, what's your status? I'm still hiking on 2.
5 Houses Road. I'm in the ditch across from the road, away from my flashing PC.
Copy that.
Folks, has been any gunshots being fired in the last little while?
It's really hard telling if it's gunshots or if it's explosions from the house fires.
10-4, Stewart. Let's not get any blue on blue situations down there, guys. Know where each other are. I know Aaron and Adam, you guys are on foot somewhere, aren't you?
Merchant Patton and myself all on foot at the house that we were just talking to the kids on 911 at.
Okay, 10-4. Vicky, you're stationary with somebody else at the end of a certain road, I hear?
Yeah, 10-4.
Okay, 10-4. I'm a little bit concerned about that other vehicle just sitting there. We didn't have a vehicle leave, but I'm concerned about a vehicle sitting there at 5 Islands Road just with his headlights on. And we've got this single member out there dealing with that.
So let's, why don't you come up here, we'll keep moving up here where the light came from.
Staff Carroll from Reno, 1 Bravo 2 is moving in there. He should join up with 29 Bravo 1. Looking at the map, I think if that's our suspect, he looped around to try to come out there, but Jordan's in his way.
Okay, well, let's get some backup up there if we can, guys.
So Staff Sergeant Carroll, I'm trying to get a sense of what's going on here in the sense that, and this is reflected, commissioners, also within the document at paragraph 120. But I'm getting the sense that 11 o'clock, 11:00:08, you're actively engaging in containment efforts. Would that be a right sense on my part?
That was yes, partially is the right sense. What happened was if you were back prior to that, I'm at the office. I'm still trying to get ready to leave the office and doing answering phone calls. I'm in my office. All right. I hear Constable Carroll. He reaches out 2 or 3 times to the OCC and there's no answer. It's dead airspace.
Mm-hmm.
So I got on the air and said, okay, I answered because, okay, somebody's going to answer. He's asking. And I said, okay, what's going on? And so he fills me in on that. And we come in and then it's checking out who's got positions and checking where some of the other guys are. At the same time, that's obviously it sounds like Patton and Merchant and Bissell are mobile on foot inside as well.
Right. I'm trying
So
to.
at that time, I knew the other cars were coming in from Colchester or from Cumberland.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 Bravo 2, I believe that was Jeff Campbell. I recognized the voice. He was coming down. So we're just getting a backup for basically a backup at 5 Islands Road for Constable Carroll to see what they're dealing with there.
Okay. I'm trying to get a sense of particular roles at this early stage in the proceedings, because we've had a lot of information about what the risk manager's role is to be doing at this stage, perhaps identified as an ad hoc critical incident commander. And I'd like your comments with respect to his role versus what you were doing at 11:00:08 in terms of containment. Would this not be a better role for the risk manager, given his early exposure to this process, to be setting up containment for members around the scene?
Yes, it would have been. Did I overstep my role? Yes, I did. But when a member's on the air calling for something and nobody's answering,
Mhm.
that's when I jumped in. I
Okay.
think it would have been remiss of me if any of the members had called out for something and nobody answered. I would have jumped in as well.
Sure. And the concern, of course, and perhaps this is a direct question to you, that'd be very interesting in your response, is that when the member was speaking and getting no response, that member in particular was your son, Jordan. Is that right?
It was my son Jordan, but it's of no relevance.
That's important to me. I'd like to know about the relevance of the relationship with respect to your role at that time.
I answered his call. If any of the members had answered the same thing, I would have responded as well. What do you need?
Okay.
So it just so happened he was one that arrived at Five Islands Road, and I responded to his request for backup, as the other guys were. Anybody else would have done the same thing.
Okay. As you look back on the manner in which your engagement with the containment process, was this the best way to deal with the containment process given the risk manager's role in this location, or sorry, in this situation?
I wouldn't have changed what I did in that specific situation. However, further on down, when there was some, I'm not going to say confusion or who was trying to figure out, Sergeant O'Brien came out, was on the air, and I didn't know he'd come on the air. That's when I came out and said, Brian Rayhill is going to position all the guys because he has the map, overall map, and the GPS stuff. He can see where the cars are coming in from, and he can see where it's best to place them. So we did move over to that
Right.
very short time after that, I believe.
Yes, and you've anticipated my next question in the sense that at 11:00:08 hours, when you're conducting or engaging in placement containment, you wouldn't have access to the kids system in terms of where vehicles are particularly situated at that time, would you?
I knew where Five Islands Road is.
Right.
I knew where the Cumberland cars were coming in from.
Right.
They're either coming the long way through Parsboro, or they're coming over Lynn Mountain Road.
Yeah.
So they would be coming, their first point of where they'd be coming to would be Five Islands Road. Five houses, okay, Five
Right.
Houses Road.
Right.
So they have to drive right by that. And the question was with Jeff Campbell, he was the first one after Constable Carroll, so he'd be his first backup.
I guess what I'm going to ask you again, Staff Sergeant, is that would you have had access real time to the placement of those members in the containment structure when you were involved at 11:00:08 hours in placing or engaging these members in their containment?
First of all, the Cumberland guys hadn't arrived yet. They were still en route.
Okay.
Constable Carroll was the first member arriving. Constable Colford was at the top of Portafic Beach Road. Then the other Campbell came, and then Dow, Boleyn, and Cheeseman are also followed in short order from Cumberland, and they were placed at the either at Five Houses Road and the Bayview Road, I think it is where they ended up taking a secondary point.
Given the role of the risk manager prior to your involvement on the air, can you make any comment about whether there might have been a perceived confusion with respect to hierarchy or who was actually in charge at that point?
I didn't think so. Most of the members, if I identify myself on the air, they knew who I was. They knew who the risk manager was.
Right. But given the circumstances from your point of view, and this will be my final questions in this area, who actually was in charge of containment and placement of officers in a containment situation?
Not being on scene made it hard to do the exact placement, which is hence the reason we had Rayhill made the directive that Sergeant Staff Rayhill would take over placement of members till the command structure got on scene, and then we would be looking at it more closely.
Okay, so I'll be a little bit more direct with you. At 11:00:08, were you in charge of containment, or was Rayhill in charge of containment, or were both of you in charge of containment in some undescribed or to be described manner?
I'd say it was like we're working together.
Okay. Are you able to give us a comment at 11:00:08 whether your situational awareness would have been as good as Risk Manager Rayhill, not as good as Risk Manager Rayhill, or about the same? Can you comment on that?
He would have had more knowledge of the overall events of the evening. He would have been on the air and heard the transcriptions or heard the radio transmissions. As for where the members were coming in from Cumberland down through Highway 2 and down to Portapic Beach, down through Five Houses Road and that, I would probably, Brian, to be going by the maps, I'm going by having driven and having been there.
Am I correct to say then that you had not been exposed at the office at that time or the detachment to any form of mapping as you were conversing at 1108 and just relying on your familiarity with the geography of the area?
No, I'm trying to remember when Staff McCallum showed up at the office, and we did look at maps of the area. And I believe Staff McCallum was there prior to 1108, and we're looking at maps. There's some Google Earth maps we looked at of the area, and some hard copy maps we looked at of the area.
Okay. Are you able to say whether you referenced or made reference to those maps as you were conducting the 1108 conversation with the members? Do you recall?
And again, I'll speak to local knowledge. I'd seen that. I had seen the layout of the roads, where the roads were.
Mm-hmm.
I knew where Bayview was. I knew where Five Houses Road was. Yeah. And so, yeah, had I seen them on an aerial map? Yeah, I believe I had. Had I seen them on a ground map? I would have seen them. And having driven there and driven through there on numerous occasions, I would have had a good idea where they were.
Okay. So with respect to Bayview, when you say Bayview, where's that located?
That's in between Portapic Beach Road and Five Houses Road.
Okay. And if I said to you Bayshore Road, would you know where that is?
As far as Bayshore Road is probably what I said, Bayview.
Okay, very good. All right, let's continue on and Staff Sergeant, I'm going to ask the registrar to bring up page 62, paragraph 133 on a separate topic of interest that I think to the Commission. I'll allow you to have a minute to look at it. And for purposes of orienting the issue, it appears that various staff sergeants were of the view that the OCC had a technological capability to contact residents in a particular area through a reverse 911 call system and warn residents to shelter in place. I want to ask you about your knowledge of the reverse 911 system in terms of communications with residents and the public. Are you able to comment on your knowledge about a reverse 911 call system?
That's an ad hoc way of describing it. You know, in my conversation with Jen McCallum was, okay, we have people, we know there's houses in the area. We don't know who exactly, excuse me.
Certainly.
We don't know what house is occupied. Some of them are summer residents, I believe, down there. Actually, 911 has a list of phone numbers for all houses. It's my belief, all places, and they can identify who the owner of the property is. It's not something police can go and do it for investigative purposes. You can't use that to help you get a search warrant. Okay, go to the 911 system and find out if Mr. Roger Burrow lives at X address. You can't do that. But I looked in a situation being exigent circumstances. If there's a way to circumvent the protocols and usage parameters, if we could just find the numbers, make phone calls to each of those houses. If we can just advise them what's going on for their own protection. That's what that was about.
Okay, so when the expression is used, reverse 911 call system, I'm left with potentially an impression that there was a system to be engaged in this type of situation. Is that the wrong impression to have?
I believe it is the wrong impression. It's just a way of working with trying to find phone numbers for people.
Okay. Had you ever engaged this type of process before in your experience as the
No,
District Commander? Okay,
no, no.
okay.
This whole process I've never known before.
No, I understand, and that's perfectly fair. I guess my question is to you, is this a good way to respond to the concerns that residents may have had by this reverse call system, 911 call system? Did you view it as effective and useful, and would you do it again?
If it gave me a method, gave me a means of contacting people directly in the area via phone call that I could reach them,
Yeah.
yes, I'd use it again. If I had the option, I would do that if I could.
Can you give us an assessment of how effective it actually was from your point of view, this reverse 911 call system?
I really don't know it. I don't know if Jen followed up on, and shortly after that, I didn't have any more contact with Jen for the remainder of the evening.
Okay, so there was no follow-up from your point of view with respect to how that 911 reverse call system worked?
Yeah, I don't know if she's able to do it. I was left with the impression that she was going to give it a try to see what she could get.
Okay.
I don't know.
You'd be familiar as the commander at Colchester District with the Strategic Communications Unit at Halifax Division, or actually HDIV?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you tell
yes.
us what your understanding of the Strategic Communications Unit is, please, Staff Sergeant?
We use their unit in Halifax. We refer to them as HDIV comms,
Okay,
and they get all messaging out for us that we need to get out to the public through they're the ones that have access to the different Twitter, Facebook, social media accounts. They're the ones that liaise with the media on a regular basis. They have all these contacts and fan outs systems they use. Most cases, when a serious incident arrives, the OCC, the strategic comms get advised immediately of something going on. And I'd also asked Jen earlier at one of our conversations if she could engage HDIV comms and get any messaging out there that we could to advise people what we had going on here.
okay. So given the circumstances that you had requested the reverse 911 call system being involved, did you make any follow-up with respect to the engagement of Stratcoms or HDIV comms being involved to assist this process?
I assumed it was automatic that they'd be engaged with.
Okay, and you assumed it would be automatic on the basis of how would it be triggered or engaged?
Well, right away, messaging goes out. OCC would send a message out to HDIV Stratcoms. There would be one of the HDIV com members would be on call for the weekend, and anything that had to get out would go through that person.
Okay, and once again, just for clarity, would you have made a specific directive in that regard?
I made a request to Jen that she contact, that she make sure that HDIV comms was engaged.
Any follow-up on your part, Staff Sergeant, with respect to the request to Jen?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. We'll move on then to paragraph 135 of the foundational document. It's a brief paragraph and it wraps up the reverse 911 system information.
Okay.
In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, OCC Commander Glenn Byrne indicated that the OCC's 911 system does not have a reverse system per se. Rather, we look at maps, we look at addresses, we query our records management system, and we find phone numbers. Is that your understanding now of the reverse 911 system? Is that in accordance with Commander Byrne?
I can't refute, I can't deny what he said. Glenn is going to be more knowledgeable than me. Glenn, when I was speaking with Jen, it seemed like it was possible to look. I didn't know that all they did was find the addresses off the 911. I thought there'd be more information on there.
Okay. All right, let's move. Sorry.
No, so if it was my understanding from the early days of 911 that all the information would be housed in that database, and that they could access it, and I looked at this as being an exigent circumstance, and us do whatever we could to use it to get the information.
It's an interesting, your use of the expression exigent circumstances for purposes of obtaining information about residents in the community. Was there any other exigent circumstance resources or activities on your part that you thought might be assisting in getting information to the residents in that community?
I said the HDF columns getting the, was my anticipation that all the warnings would go out by social media. It would go to the radio stations. It'd be a broadcast on the radio stations. The local, that was my assumption of what would be coming through from HDF columns, and they get that out there.
Are you, this is perhaps a personal question, are you a user or familiar with social media, Twitter, Facebook?
A little bit.
Are you a user?
I use Facebook. I don't use Twitter.
Do you follow the RCMP-NS Twitter account?
I follow the RCMP Nova Scotia on Facebook. I don't do Twitter very well.
All right. Well, I understand that. Okay. Very good. Madam Registrar, I'd like to now move to the Mass Casualty Commission interview of Staff Sergeant Carroll of November 10th, 2021. And Staff Sergeant Carroll, I'm going to direct you to a portion at page 25. In particular, with respect to this issue in terms of getting in touch with people and social media. And at the 9:33 mark, you indicated the following at page 25. Steve was doing calls with, I'm sure he was calling on the line with senior management out of Halifax and doing the chain of command. I know I had spoken with Jen McCollum and I had said, we've got to get something out there through our media communications, through our, I'm out of HDIV comms. They're our, not out, media people. Get in touch with them so they can get something out by their, in my mind, their normal channels, which is their social media, which would be Facebook, would be Twitter, whatever, however they're advising. Get that type of advisory out. And I asked Jen if she could look after that. Is that what you were referring to earlier when you were speaking of your communication with Jen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you provide us any further information as to whether you engaged in follow-up with Jen or any other functionary with respect to Facebook, Twitter, and other social media communications?
No, I didn't follow up.
Okay. All right. I think that closes the book on that particular area. I'm now going to move on to questions about mapping, Chief Commissioners. Chief Commissioner, this might be 20 minutes or so. I'm prepared to proceed at your direction.
How are you doing, Staff Sergeant Carroll? You want to continue for another 20 minutes and break then, or you'd like to break now?
I think I'm okay.
Great.
Right.
Then I'll proceed then. Thank you, Staff Sergeant. We'll move now to the issue of mapping. And I'm going to refer you again to the Mass Casualty Commission interview that you provided on November 10th at page 20. And in particular, at the top third, the Danco at page 20, just scroll, more up if you would, please, Madam Registrar. Great. Here we are. So right at the top, it goes to the expression about the Danco in the middle of that paragraph. The Danco, District Advisory Officer, District Advisory NCO. So he's involved in that capacity. Let me just step back a bit. I want to start at the expression, Staff Halliday was in an acting role higher up the chain as the commander, and Addie McCollum had taken over as the Danco, the District Advisory NCO. So he's involved in that capacity. So Addie's coming over, Addie's in, we chat. There's more radio contact, talking with more, getting a game plan together, looking at where we're going to, just what's going on. We still have a lot of information about the shooter, about how many people are dead and that type of stuff. That's all coming in. And then when Addie was trying, like Addie had previously been stationed in Bible Hill and he had a good knowledge of the area. He lives in Bible Hill. So we're talking, getting our maps out. Addie's on the computer he's accessing the area, looking at I don't know if you want to call it Google Earth. We have access to something called pictometry, or I think that's the way you say it. It was something new that came out. I didn't know how to use it. I hadn't been trained in it, but Addie was pulling up maps and looking at the area. We looked at the roads. We had a hard map. We took it off the wall, looked at that. We're seeing, I remember Addie showing, he said, okay, this big field over there, we're not seeing any roads. There's no roads in that area. So it looks like a blueberry field or something like that. You can see the roads going down to port, down to the beach. I know the roads now. I didn't know the names of the Portapique Beach Road, Ferris Lane, and Orchard Beach Road. So I want to ask you some questions, Staff Sergeant, about a few things that were raised in that short passage. In particular, I understand that you're engaged with Staff Sergeant McCollum for purposes of determining, mapping, and getting a sense of the geography, topography of the area. Is that right?
Addie had come back. I didn't know Addie was coming to the office. Somehow either called me, he ended up at the back door of Bible Hill Detachment. He didn't have a key to get in. And somehow he communicated, whether it could have been by radio, and said, hey, is anybody at the office? Can you let me in? I'm at the back door. So that's where I went to meet Addie. He had immediately come in and he logged on the computer, and we we're going over the situation. He pulled up, I guess it would have been Google Earth of the Google Earth overhead imagery of the area, showed the road, showed the fields, showed the general area.
So to help me a little bit on that, Staff Sergeant, don't mean to interrupt, but how does he access that? In what manner does he access that particular tool?
He goes on one of the computers and one of the workstations, and he accessed it.
Okay. And what were you doing when Staff Sergeant McCollum was accessing this tool?
I was in the office. I was answering some calls. He interrupted whatever I was doing, trying to gear up, trying to get ready to get out.
Okay.
And,
now, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
Would you have had the opportunity or the ability to access the tool or the function that Staff Sergeant McCollum did?
I probably could have if I had worked at it. Addie was much better on the computer than I am, and he just sat down and started pulling up images and looking at things. So I just stayed with him, and he showed me the maps he was pulling up, and we knew the area. He knew the areas as well as I did. Okay, so tell me then about pictometry, which was referenced in the pack in the excerpt that I just referred to. Yeah, pictometry is I know they have it in the OCC. I know members can access it. I'm not familiar with its workings, but it's good imagery of what the area we're dealing with. And like I say, I know in the OCC, there's 3 screens where they can call it up and they get great images of roadways, of areas, so on and so forth. Would the district detachment at Bible Hill have access to that pictometry program? I believe we did. Okay, when you say I believe, I get a sense of some hesitancy in that regard. I've never used it, and I don't know if the guys used it all that much. There was some training going on about it, and I just don't. It was something that was new. And when you say new, can you give us a sense of how new, approximate, how new that might have been? Any idea? I've been gone now for almost 2 years, and I don't know, maybe a year, maybe a year and a half. I can't say. I understand. And would the district commander have been part of that particular training regime or regimen? I didn't get trained on it. I think there's an access, you go into it, and it's kind of like Google Earth. You get into it and you play with it and you learn how to use it. We heard yesterday about the use of a username and a password for purposes of access to it. Did you have a username or a password to access pictometry? Not to my recollection. Okay. And can you give us some insight why the detachment commander may not have had the training or the ability to access the pictometry program in April of 2020? April of 2020, I was I was, for all intents and purposes, 1 month away from my retirement.
Mhm.
So I didn't take on a lot of new stuff at that time.
I understand that. Would you have been in a position to assign or provide direction to somebody at Colchester District Detachments to be responsible for accessing pictometry and or providing guidance and training for access to pictometry?
Would I have been in a position to assign somebody? Is
Yeah,
that what you're asking?
what did you do about making sure that personnel knew how to access pictometry as the commander?
I think I really don't know how it was rolled out. Nobody was assigned to do it that I'm aware of. I think the street crime unit and some of the JIS members may have used it more than others, but I don't know if the general membership were using it on a regular basis.
Okay. The document that I just referred earlier to has attributed a comment to you that I read. I don't know if you want to call it Google Earth. That too is a tool that would be useful in mapping. What did you mean? I don't know if you want to call it Google Earth.
I guess Google Maps, Google Earth, whatever. I guess there's different programs you can look at.
Mhm.
I call it Google Earth sometimes, but I know there's Google Maps out there as well.
Okay. And would you have had a functional working capacity with Google Earth or Google Maps?
I can access them. Am I comfortable with them? Not a great amount. I can play around with it.
Yeah.
In this situation, Addy was on the map. He had called it up. He was working with it actively. So I didn't bother trying to get on. I'm over his shoulder looking up. He's showing me on the map.
Okay, I understand. With respect to the Google Maps tool or function, are you able to tell us what kind of view it was? Animated view, standard view, topographical view, satellite view? Do you have any insight for us in terms of what it was you were looking at?
Well, it wasn't topographical that I recall.
Mhm.
It was, could you call it satellite? It showed very clearly fields. It showed the roadways. It showed, that's the best I can call it.
I understand. We haven't heard from Staff Sergeant McCollum yet, but we will eventually. And I recall from some of his information or material that he may have indicated that he had a concern over the tool, Google Earth, actually creating roads where there were no roads. Do you have any comment on that?
No, I don't.
Okay, then let me ask you more specifically about the Blueberry Road. What can you tell us about your information that you had learned while you and Staff Sergeant McCallum accessed the maps about the Blueberry Road? Did you know anything about it?
No, Addy, we looked at the overhead, the view we had of that side of the, so that would be the east side of the of Portapic Beach area. Looked at the overhead, what we're seeing from the Google imagery, whatever it was with satellite. And I don't know what Addy was on. Looking at that, and we're not seeing any roadways.
Yeah.
It looks like just a big field, just a big open field. All it looks like. Well, like I said, we're not seeing a roadway, and we're not seeing the egress point in that area.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable then with your inquiries, mapping inquiries with respect to access and egress into that area, determining routes in and out? Did you feel that you had done that properly?
I feel we had worked, we had looked at what we had to look at. It showed nothing that we could determine wasn't an active roadway. At the same time, the images from the OCC would have been, I believe, pictometry, and relying on them seeing if any roadways are there and if there's any other egress point.
Okay, all right. I had made mention earlier to Staff Sergeant McCollum's comments on this. I think I should take you to that specifically. In particular, paragraph 159 on page 71 of the foundational document. is a portion of a quote from Staff Sergeant McCollum's interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. And I'm going to ask if the Madam Registrar can bring up paragraph 159, and I'm going to read a small excerpt from the quotation and ask you to comment. It starts in the about 1/3 down the quote. It says, and this is Staff Sergeant McCollum talking, "So I get Google Earth fired up. It's okay, but it's not very good. It's making roads where there's no roads. I can tell like it's got layers on it. It's not what I want to see. So I start trying to go and find pictometry, which each detachment's supposed to have. I couldn't find it, and Al didn't know where it was either at that time either. I couldn't find it, which is an extremely good satellite imaging that is up to date as opposed to something what it looked like 8 years ago. I couldn't find that. So I ended up pulling a map off the wall. We put it on the table and start hand drawing on it so that we could be around it, as in Staff Sergeant Carroll and myself. Staff Sergeant Halliday wasn't there yet. And I also pulled out an atlas, road atlas. So I was looking at 4 different maps trying to get a lay of the land. So with respect to that, Staff Sergeant Carroll, you've told us about pictometry and you've told us about Google Map. Can you tell us about the map off the wall?
The map off, well, we had several maps of the area that were just basic road maps of in Colchester County. It was for members coming in that were on the way to the back door where members would go get in their police cars. And if they get a call to a certain area and they just come take a quick look on, okay, here's what I'm looking at. Here's the roadways, and just give them a quick idea before they got out on the road.
Okay.
It was a tool for the members to use to see different roads in the area, different side roads, main roads, back roads, secondary roads.
Yeah. And is this the map that was taken off the wall?
Yes.
All right. Give us some descriptor of the map. How big is it? How old is it? Are you able to give us a sense of that, Staff Sergeant?
It's probably, I want to say 3 by 3 anyway. It's a good sized map.
3 feet by 3 feet?
3 feet by 3 feet.
Yes, thank you.
And it just shows that was a section of the county. We had one specifically for Stewiacke area and one for Tattamubush area, I believe.
Okay.
I think there are 3 maps on the wall on the way out.
Okay, and just to make sure, 3 maps on the wall on the way out, one of the Stewiacke area and one of the Tattamubush area, and the third map?
One of this area, one of the shore area, or this area going up.
Okay, and what was it titled, just so I don't mix it up in the future?
I have no idea what it was cited.
Okay.
It was.
Can you give us a description or an understanding of how dated that map may have been, whether it was there when you came or whether you attained it later? I don't want to suggest.
I think it was attained after I got there.
Okay, and do you know where it was attained from?
It was a production. I don't know if it's a provincial map. I don't know if it came through. I don't know where it came from.
Okay, all right. Are you able to make any comment with respect to the accuracy of that map and the detail of that map?
It was a good map. There's no issues with it. I don't think it was a topographical map. I don't think it showed elevations. It just showed basic roadways.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going down Highway 2, and it shows the roads off of Highway 2, the main roads off of Highway 2.
Okay. Did it show railway markings or trail markings or bridge markings, river markings, things of that nature in a normal topographical or geographical map?
I believe it did. I can't say.
Okay. The excerpt that I read to you indicated that there was some handwriting or some hand markings that were placed on it. Do you recall that?
We took the map down and was coming to the boardroom. We didn't have a map in our boardroom.
I see.
So when Steve Halliday, my office is small. So it says, okay, let's go to the boardroom, set up in the boardroom. We'll talk to Steve. We'll have had a big map. We put this 3 by 3 map on the boardroom table. And we started looking at it, said, okay, here's the geographic area we're dealing with. Here are the roads. And then we looked at the other map, you just knew this was basically the area we're dealing with.
Okay. Did you at that time or thereafter have any concern with respect to the accuracy of the mapping that you were looking at?
No, I didn't know there was a concern with it.
Okay. Then just continuing on this, there is discussion in the excerpt that I read to you from Staff Sergeant McCallum about use of an atlas. Does that ring a bell to you?
I think he pulled it out in the boardroom when he had all the map on the table, and it was probably more refined or specific to that area.
Do you have any?
I-
Sorry, I interrupted you again, and I didn't mean to.
No.
Did you have any recall of the use of an atlas?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right. So from your point of view, the working tool with respect to mapping was the 3x3 map off the wall of that area.
Well, it was one of them, and then we looked at the Google Earth maps that we had showing the roadways of the day that he had pulled up. He had pulled up on one of the office computers.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, I am now prepared to move on from this issue to the next issue, which will be a discussion about command and who is in command at different stages of the event. I'm prepared to proceed. It's 11 o'clock. Your calls, Commissioners.
Well, we should take a break. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Carroll. We'll break now for 15 minutes, and you can, if you don't mind, you can obviously take a break as well, but we'll report back in 15 minutes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Fifteen 15 minutes? Start timer. I don't think it's going to be 15 minutes. I'll tell you that much. Wow. Zoom call. How far away does he live? Why the Zoom call? I saw some comment that he's elderly. Fine. I'm sure that, like Tara said, they provide taxis and stuff. We do. We pay for it all. Sure. Could have paid for a taxi. I'm more than happy to. Appeared in person. Questions? So obviously, you know, what I've been mentioning about the last night, I mentioned it, right? So I was like, I hope they better ask about this one today. You know, you diverted resources from Portapique, where there are 4 children in danger. You knew it. Your own members were in danger, and all the residents of Portapique. And I know that he's a father, and I get it. But his son is trained. He's trained. He understands this. That's part of the job. And his son is well trained. Has a gun. Has hard body armor on it. And it was an active scene. There were definitely things going off. Some members' notes indicate that there were shots being fired at the police. So why was there resources devoted to flashing lights where his son was? Seems interesting. I'm wondering if there was a looming code of conduct, and that's why there was an early retirement. Or, well, I'm sure it's not an early retirement. He's run out. How well does he know Terry Brown? He and Terry Brown went up to Moncton together. I don't mean to come down hard on these guys, but like seriously, there is a way to do things. And if things were not done on the up and up, okay, so what about the chain? What about the chain? Al Carroll saw the chain on the blueberry field the next day. It's in his interview. And it was up. So think about the logic on that one. A criminal with RCMP pursuing him, right? shots going off, all kinds of things. There are officers all over the place. Let's forget about the dips in the road. Oh, we didn't see it. He's obviously driving all over the place. Okay. What kind of criminal do you think would drive down to the end of the road where there isn't a rope? There was a chain, according to this man. Drive through, take the chain down, drive through, get out, put his car into park. This is stuff like country stuff, fences. Put it into park. If you're solo at Crackolo, that's the way you got to do it. You can't just sit there and put your foot on the brake. You got to put it in park, get out of your car while there's RCMP running around everywhere, or, well, a few of them, as they say, to go and put a chain back up. Bang! Derp. Doesn't make any sense. The drinking. Listen, if things went wrong, just say it and, move along. Glad to see. I'm not going to be a toot horn, but I have been saying protest out there for a long time. Out front. Good. Now the media is paying attention. Let's look at some pictures. There's video. Here's Charlene. Great. Breaks my heart. We didn't know there was a blueberry field. We have paper maps. Paper maps on walls. He was in intelligence formerly. He certainly knows all the tech goo. Who's in here who knows tech goo that RCMP use? Todd certainly does. They got all kinds, man. You don't think that they probably had like a big LCD screen on the wall? It's got everything real time. We know where everybody's cars are, blah, 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 blah. He's asking about the accounting of cars right there at the beginning. Why do you think they were accounting for cars? Because 1012? 1012? Dave Lilly? Where was the mention of Dave Lilly? Did he know anything about Dave Lilly? What about, now we've got, because of this thing stumbled into last night. Hello? We've got Morrison on their radio in the evening, morning, early morning. What is his knowledge of that? Does he know? Shouldn't it be asked whether Mr. Morrison was in Portapique that night? Was he on the radio? What was going on? Why was he on the radio? Under 6 hours before his start shift down in Enfield, he's got it's really like clear that it's him. He's got his personal radio there, Enfield P12. His personal radio is logged on there, as well as his car radio, 15 Bravo 06. The one that got shot up. Want to ask some important questions? Do you want to pull a Gately and retire when there's a code of conduct heading your way, just so you can go over to, where did he go? Brian Gately. Anybody familiar with that story? He went over to CFSEU. This is in the Lower Mainland. Oh, God. Talked about this one before. If Blueberry Field was an illegal homemade, handmade road, it would have never shown up on city planning map. No, it was registered, supposedly a registered fire easement. With I actually have a picture somewhere. And it's on the county map. It's a registered fire easement, an escape road. So they all know about it with their LCD screens on the wall, paper maps aside. It's even on the paper map because I've seen it. And I have a picture. I should dig it up and see where it is. If he was in intelligence, He's not sued. Okay, my intention is not to bash this man, but my intention is to ask the truthful, like the questions that solicit the truth. Excuse me. And if the lawyers can't stand up and publicly object in the MCC on the record so we can watch, not in the media, on the record. So you have three people, Kim Stanton, Mr. McDonald, Judge McDonald, and Leanne Fitch with her RCMP ties all over the place. Familial, working with them, basically integrated out of Fredericton. Who replaced her? Person who was in charge during Moncton of the RCMP became chief of Fredericton. Seems a bit of an odd move. She who steps down after there's lots of problems with officers. Hunker down. This is why you do not have family members working together. I get it. It's his son. And I get it that I'm not a dad, so I don't know. But I can only imagine, right? But the thing was, you did know about 4 children. You signed up for a job. This is, I don't know what generation he's into, but for sure we're talking about 2, right? Father, son. His son is, I believe, Ert. Is that correct? Or Ert, I think. Certainly trained. He's armed, well armed, and he had some flashing lights. He had a lot of officers who were under threat in Port Pick that night, like that moment. Because even though they're being really hazy about it, exchange of gunfire, there's notes that indicate that officers were being shot at that evening. So, are you going to take resources away from rescuing children, from residents of Portapique, all these people who you absolutely 100% know are in danger? Children who are hunkering down. Where's that? Hunker down. You know? This is your job. This is what you signed up for. To protect the public. I don't have, I don't have hatred for this man. I don't have hatred for other people. But I just find it's not proper, and you have to be able to say that. I'm a dad. I wanted to protect my son. I did something that I probably shouldn't have done. The whole thing is just a farce. Let's look at some of these photos. So great. Love that. Nikki Lewis, thank you. Thank God the media is fucking, you got to kick their ass. We've been kicking their ass for 2 years. They're running all kinds of cover. There are about 12 people. What kind of disgusting language is that? Including Charlene Bagley. Who cares if there's 12? 1? There's a family member there asking for justice. This is what they do. Disgusting. And I hope anybody who's in that Truro area gets down there. Get a placard out. Let's see. Them's is some nice sweatshirts I'm seeing there. Look familiar. Do we have it signed in there for Tara? I hope there is something. They probably edited that out, sitting there as they count. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like the COVID thing. There was thousands of people protesting. They're like, there's a couple, 2, 3. Bullshit. 4 to pick. Protect the public. It's I can't read that. Something traumatic. The families. God damn right this whole thing is. Horrible. The whole goddamn experience. You want to call this trauma informed? I'll give you fucking informed. You're traumatizing them. You're traumatizing this country. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know who I'm talking to, too, because you're listening. You have been the whole time. So start listening. Let's get some signs down there for Tara because she's not being formally recognized. They don't want her to be recognized because they're scared to death of her because she's going to sue on her own too. And she sues. She's not going to settle. She won't settle. That's why it's really important. Not just because she's my friend. That's not it. I don't care. Any family member in this story. And I think family members who are in here know that. I'm going to stand up for every one of them. I have been the whole time. Day one. Well, what is it? The 20th. Why? Wonder what it's slow in forming because you didn't check. Ashley got some videos on Facebook. Let's get a time out there. Where are we at on their breaking here? Somebody want to send me stuff on the Facebooks? You can. Okay, I got this thing here. All right, that's about you guys' new officer down there. Maybe, saying where in the hell is Bergerman right now? Is she really in retirement? Where is she at? Let's see here. This brings me back to the protest. Do you remember when the 23? There we go. Thank God. I'll show this here. Tara is family also. This inquiry is traumatizing the families involved. Nova Scotia is watching. This is abhorrent. Yes. Welcome, welcome. They've been enjoying the show the whole time. I'm going to love the A-tip, which they'll vary.
Excuse me, everyone. The
How much you been
proceedings will
watching?
resume in 2 minutes.
All records on this channel, all records to do with Paul Ragona, my name, just because I'm called Seamus Gorman. That's my family name. So what about it? Let's see all the records. Let's see all the records about Tara. Let's see all the records about all the families. Let's see all the records of how much you've been pissing around in everybody's technology. Get out of here. I bet you there's people honking and shit. The media is fucking editing that out. I want to show you one or two. just like the show and tell, just like they were doing for Harry. We want to have the traffic lights working so that we can break it up, so that then when it shows on optics on TV, you only see, 10 cars and then the light turns red. And then they're sitting down the road and they're like, see, there's only 10 people. Bullshit, there was a big line. There was huge. That's why the RCMP didn't want to do it. Had no problem doing it for themselves. No problem. Right away. Not even informing families. Not even going in houses. Going to have a huge, gigantic fucking parade. Not that I'm saying that they don't deserve to be acknowledged, but if you have to be protecting the public to be doing that, credit. Where are we at? Hoofbeats. That's still going. Yeah, still. Okay, so didn't cut into it. I don't want to do that. Oh, I paused it. Can I be invited in? And this is why it cannot stop. The more these documents happen, the more that these people have to sit up there because they're on the record.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll get Staff Sergeant Carroll back with us. He's with everybody else except me. Oh, there he is. Great. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Carroll. We have concluded our discussion about mapping, and I want to move on to, at this point, about issues of command and some of the concerns I had raised earlier with respect to clarity of command. I'm going to ask the Registrar, Madam Registrar, to bring up paragraph 167 at page 74 of the foundational document. And this, Staff Sergeant, is an excerpt of a transmission from Constable Bill Neal, who I believe you'd be familiar with as a member from Pictou who was responding to the complaint that night. At 167, the foundational document indicates at 11:45:29 p.m. on April 18th, Constable Bill Neal inquired about who had command of RCMP operations in Portapic. He sought guidance from the risk manager on what members at the head of Portapic Beach Road and Highway 2 should be doing. 11:45:29, I don't know who's got command. 11:45:35, Staff Sergeant Carroll. Staff Rehill has command, folks. Staff Rehill has command. Now, what I'd like to ask you, Staff Sergeant, is at 11:45 p.m., the matter has been on for some period of time, an hour and a half, perhaps more. I'm curious as to why there appears to be this ambiguity about command at this point. Do you have any comment on that, given the fact it was Constable Neal that was discussing it, but you were the one that responded? Can you give us some insight about the clarity of command situation?
I don't recall that that comment from Neil happening. I thought we made it clear. I thought it was earlier that we made it clear that that Staff Rehill was taking charge and placing people and telling people what to do until such point in time as the command group was out at the fire hall.
Right. And it's clear that the command group you're referring to, McCallum, Halliday, and Carroll, were not at the command post at this point.
No, that is correct.
Right. So I guess my next question for you would be, given your lack of recall, but review of paragraph 167, how is it that Staff Sergeant Carroll would be responding to this lack of clarity as opposed to Risk Manager Rehill actually undertaking the responsibility of clarifying a lack of clarity? Are you able to tell us?
Is there a paragraph popping up there? I missed what you were saying.
No, same paragraph,
Same paragraph.
167. We've got Staff Sergeant Carroll responding, and I'm asking you, why isn't Rehill, the risk manager, who is ostensibly in charge at this time, responding? Because you're not even at the command post.
No, I probably jumped the gun and answered before Brian had a chance to.
Okay. Was that a problem in your view in terms of jumping the gun before Brian had a chance to?
It wasn't in my view. Maybe it was for somebody else.
Okay. I guess what I'm leading my questions to is, given the fact that you responded and now you've indicated jump the gun, I was wondering whether it's presumptive that the district commander responds in this type of situation for clarity, or should it have been the risk manager? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how much of a delay was in that when Constable Neal asked his question or was expressing his concern. At the same time, the OCC is a busy place to work in, and if that was a quick answer to Bill without Brian having to stop what he was doing to answer to make the answer, then that's why I would have jumped in.
All right. Continuing on, Madam Registrar, page 86, paragraph 185. And this is moving on narratively, Staff Sergeant. Paragraph 185 says at 12:04, Staff Sergeant Carroll called OCC Dispatch Supervisor Jen McCullough seeking an update with respect to RCMP members present in and around Portapic. Ms. McCullum provided him with names, RCMP crucial call signs, and positions of all responding to members at that time. Now, this would have been while you were at the detachment, am I correct, Staff Sergeant?
Yes, that is correct.
And am I correct to say from our earlier discussions that containment was primarily the responsibility of Risk Manager Rahill?
Yes, it was, but it was his responsibility. I'm trying to, as a district commander and as the other command team, trying to find out what we have on place, where resources are, and where they're situated.
Yeah, I guess as the district commander, is this a good use of your resources and or time, given the fact that there had been somebody already assigned to it and has the responsibility for primary containment?
I was just asking, I wasn't placing people anywhere, or we weren't. This was for our knowledge of the command group of Halliday, McCallum, myself.
Right.
These are who we have. There's where they're at. I don't think it was a waste of time by any means. It was just clarifying. Here's where we're at. We're in the boardroom. We're discussing. This is where members are. And that's
Sure.
Just knowing who's out there.
Trying to get a sense of maybe eliminating or identifying redundancies in the police response in this regard. And I'm of the thinking that perhaps, given the fact that Staff Sergeant Rehill was assigned to containment at that point, that it may not have been a useful use of your time, your experience, and your resources to sort of duplicate that. Would that be a proper statement or an improper statement?
I don't think it's a valid statement.
Okay.
You'd still have to know whether when Rahill is no longer in, as if we go down and take over, and we go to the scene once the command post is set up, etc.
Mhm.
We have to know who's out there. So that information is going to be passed on by Rahill. I was getting it ahead of time.
Would that information have been available independently through technology, the kids program in particular?
Yes.
Yeah.
It could have been accessed through kids through the GPS mapping system.
Okay.
Correct.
And was kids, and forgive me, I may have asked you this before, but kids available to you at the detachment at that point?
I'm not familiar with it. I couldn't use it.
I see. Okay. Very good. Let's move on then to next topic about the IARD team and the contact team that where you were involved with. That is, you were familiar, of course, with those officers that responded down to Portapic. No doubt about that. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. At paragraph 143 of the foundational document, there's reference to a discussion about a second IARD team. Paragraph 133, if we could bring that up, please, at page 65. At 11:21:03, Constable Grun again called the risk manager, indicating that another team of RCMP members could be sent into Portapic. Sergeant O'Brien answered Constable Grund and instructed him to hold off due to concerns about potential blue on blue. 11:21:03, Constable Grund, risk manager, just checking. I know we have one team up there of 3. I think we have another 3 back here. We can send another team up that way. 11:21:18, Sergeant O'Brien. Hold off on the second team. I only want one team in there if we can avoid having anybody else in the crossfire. At paragraph 144, in the midst of the first quote at the tail end, Sergeant O'Brien indicates that I followed this up with a call to Staff Sergeant Carroll to confirm my thought process and assure that he was aware of movement member on site. So were you familiar with the fact that there was a request for a second IR team coming from members at the scene at Portapique Beach Road?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And if there was, would you have had a position with respect to the movement of a second IR team into Portapique Beach Road?
I would have been concerned with it for the Bagoo situation. It's the darkness down there. There's no street lights. Members trying to identify each other. It'd be a scary situation.
So Sergeant O'Brien indicated at 11:21:18, hold off on the second team. I only want one team if they're in there, if we can avoid having anybody else in the crossfire. Was he directed to say that by you, Staff Sergeant
No,
Carroll?
no.
All right, well then let me ask you the follow-up question in that regard. Given your knowledge of Sergeant O'Brien's situation, what leadership role was he playing or command role was he playing at this time?
That Andy was just helping us out, is monitoring, is passing on information as need be to the rest of us, to myself, and I think he was liaising with the members on scene.
I'm getting a sense from his direction there that he may have been doing more than helping out. He would have been providing direction to members at the scene with respect to what they could do and what they couldn't do.
Yeah, he was very concerned about the Bagoo situation at that time, and that's something Sergeant Rahill would have been. I could have easily come from Sergeant Rahill.
Right.
That interaction from the comment from Constable Grund, I was not aware of that.
Right. But with respect to clarity of command, going back to questions that I had raised earlier with you on a couple of occasions, this looks like a third voice of direction that's being induced or involved in this matter, Sergeant O'Brien. Is that a problem for you, Staff Sergeant?
Sergeant O'Brien is very concerned about the members' well-being, and he was just pointing out the perils and maybe the dangers of having a second IR team in there because of the real potential, serious potential for a blue situation.
Yes, I understand that answer with respect to his concern. I guess what I'm concerned about and inquiring about is, was that a proper role for Sergeant O'Brien, given the importance of command structure at that time?
It may have been a breach of command structure.
What do you mean by that, Staff Sergeant?
Well, it was like say, should Andy have made that decision? He should have run it up the chain, run it up to the other people, either through Rahill or see if the command group under Staff West coming in, is that something that was prior to Staff West arriving? Okay, I assume. All right. Is that something that we would have looked at? Whether it's Halliday, McCallum, myself, discuss this. Do we bring a team in? That would have been a better forum. Andy probably should have floated it up to push that up the line to see if there was another decision before he went back and made a categoric decision. Okay. Given that fact that there may have been a breach of command structure or protocol in that regard, was there anything done in terms of clarifying command roles at that point, Staff Sergeant? No, I don't. Not that I'm aware of. I thought we had already done that earlier, and not knowing that Andy had made that direction out there. Okay. Looking back in terms of the passage of 2 years and the manner in which the command structure activated and decisions were made, do you have any concerns about what I might
colloquially describe as too many cooks in the kitchen?
I think everybody was working together towards the same objective, and all are well-meaning. Sergeant O'Brien's comments were well-meaning, and for the looking at the best interests of the members there. Much to the same as you can relate my comments when I jumped on the air to respond to the member who was asking for help, not getting a response, who just happened to be my son. It wouldn't have mattered, as I said before, it wouldn't have mattered if it was my son or not. I would have had the same response to any of the members out there who, if you asked 2 or 3 times on the air, you're saying something and nobody's answering you. In full respect of the OCC being busy,
right,
I was in the position to respond, which I did. And I believe Andy was in the same vein. I don't think he wanted, I think he was trying to prevent people just going down, taking 3 people and on Constable Grunn's recommendation and just, okay, let's go in there. So he was preventing that from happening.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And the question that I had put to you specifically was that expression, too many cooks in the kitchen. I don't know if you are able to respond to that expression or prefer not to, but I think it's fair that I put it to you again for clarification.
Yeah, it's better to have one cook, one chief cook in the kitchen. There's no, that's for sure. Are there times when somebody else can help out? There sure.
Yeah. And following up on that question, would you view that as something that could be improved in the future in terms of command structure in response to this type of critical incident?
I think in trying to answer that question and realistically at any incident, there is so much happening at any given time to both like Staff Halliday, if you say whoever's in command, he's dealing with a number of issues. For all of a sudden him to have to respond to every little thing, bang, 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 it becomes hard to do. And it might have taken some time to do that. Yeah, in a perfect world, one person you can direct everything, but this is not a perfect situation. And this is a bizarre situation, to say the least.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on from that then. The Mass Casualty Commission interview of Staff Sergeant Carroll, page 24. The last paragraph indicates, I initially didn't realize that Andy was on board, and he kind of surprised me when he came on the air. And he had been in contact with Staff Rehill. I want to ask you about that. How is it under these circumstances that the commander can be surprised by his 2IC being on the air under those circumstances?
I didn't realize when I had gone out and Andy, this goes way back. At the second call from Andy, when he said he wasn't coming out.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to be involved in the situation. I thought he was staying at home. I didn't realize that he had a portable radio and was able to engage. I was not aware of that. And so then when he came on the air, and that was in a different context, when I said to, just for everybody, I think he was starting to place people at checkpoints or containment points. I said, wait, that's Rehill doing that. We have this in mind and this, and no, we got to do that. So that's when I got initially and said, Brian Rehill is in charge.
Right.
I thought he's doing that. So that's what surprised me. And
Sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay, good. Given the concerns with respect to alcohol consumption, can you say whether there was any response from the commanders or the commanding team directly to Andy O'Brien in terms of his involvement in this?
I would have known I was talking to Andy afterwards. And we just said, no, we probably said we haven't. But there's no, I didn't, if he's helping out another set of ears on what's going on, I wasn't concerned about that. I had no concern about Andy's, he had a couple of drinks and I was not concerned about his ability to function.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on from that. I think we've covered that. I want to ask you questions about Comfort Center and your involvement with respect to that. At page 92, paragraph 197, there's a reference in the foundational document to Stuart Basalt, Constable Basalt, advised dispatch that some of the residents leaving Portapic did not know where to go. Staff Sergeant Carroll replied that RCMP would try to set up an evacuation center at the Great Village Fire Hall. At 12:22:40, Staff Carroll says, Stuart, we'll try to hook up with a Great Village Fire Department and have those people move to that location. My questions for you with respect to that passage is, at 12:22 a.m., the incident has been going on for 2 hours and a bit. Were you tasked with respect to the engagement of the comfort station?
No, not to my knowledge. Just we're looking at bringing them out someplace. I think after I looked at I thought they were going to the, not Great Village, but the Bass River Fire Hall. I think that was being looked at as well.
Okay.
Because there was too many people at Great Village.
Right. And I'm trying to get a sense that when there is an incident on this scale, what type of priority is provided by the command team with respect to the provision, setup of a comfort center or a comfort station for evacuees or people in that community?
Try to get a place where they can come and get together. So there was discussion about it, and I said, I know one lady did come to the Great Village Fire Hall, and I think others were directed to try to be moved out to the Bass River, but nobody actually showed up.
Okay. In terms of my question, though, about prioritization of a comfort center, are you able to have any comment as a district commander involved in this type of critical incident?
It's something that needed. You have to have a place for these people to go to.
And we do know that at 8:30 a.m. or thereabouts, the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall or Fire Brigade was actually booted up and ready to go as a comfort center. At 12:20 or thereabout, it doesn't look like there was any refined or specific effort to have that comfort station put together. Am I correct in that regard, or am I overstating it?
No, I'd say you're probably correct. We're still dealing with, we're still trying to deal with what's going on. And did that get overlooked at some point in time? It possibly was. Should it have been a priority? Yes, it should have been.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable in your role as one of the three command decision makers, Halliday, Carroll, and McCollum, about the manner in which the comfort station's situation was dealt with?
I didn't give it any more consideration at that time.
Okay, very good. Moving on then to the command post. I understand you did attend at the command post at around 2 a.m. Does that sound right, Staff Sergeant Carroll?
I think it was before that.
Okay. Okay.
I'd say before that. I met Staff West there at some point. I think it was around 1 o'clock, 1:15 maybe.
Okay. I'm looking again at the foundational document, in particular paragraph 265, and let's go to that if we could, Madam Registrar, just for purposes of seeing whether this clarifies things. 265, Staff Sergeant McCollum arrived at the command post in Great Village at approximately 2 a.m. Shortly thereafter, 2:02 a.m., Staff Sergeant Carroll broadcast that he was at the command post in Great Village. Now, I would be interested in your comment on that 2:02 a.m. That would have been material that staff would have put together for the foundational document, derived from the materials. Did you have a difficulty with that time?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I thought it was earlier.
Okay.
Staff McCallum, he departed Bible Hill before me, so he would have been earlier, and I guess I was behind it.
Okay. So 2:02 is 3 hours, 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours after the incident had commenced. Are you able to give us any commentary as to why that may be that the command team attended 4 hours after the incident commenced?
When by the time I got to the Bible Hill detachment, dealt with Addie McCallum, and we're looking at the mappings and trying to determine where we're going. Waited for Staff Halliday to show up. We did some planning with Staff Halliday, and then we made our way out to Great Village.
Yeah. Did you discern or determine if there was any unnecessary delays, or is that just the way it was?
Time seemed to just everything just sped up or slowed down, whichever way you want to look at it. There was always a phone call here, a phone call there, distracting. Then at the time we're getting ready to leave, Basselt and them, Basselt and the three others, the three others with Bill Neal as well. They went mobile. They were dealing with the kids down in. They were looking for what they believed going towards a shooting, an active shooter. And so didn't want to be away from the radio while they were active. So that delayed moving out.
I see.
And they're so listening to that. I just didn't want to be driving and while they're going into what was a very very scary situation for them.
And what role perhaps would you be playing by listening to them into that very scary situation?
Hopefully provide if they need a guidance. I'm not going to get on the air and tell them to move left, move right. They're the ones that have current IR training. They know what they're dealing with. And the last thing they need is me in their ear telling them to do this, that, or another thing. But just if we provide any guidance to hear what they're saying. Also, I don't know if all of the four of them were wearing earpieces. And the last thing you want is a radio broadcast coming over the air saying to alert somebody to their presence.
I see. Okay.
So that delayed departure from Bible Hill just to see what's going on. Then they're back with the kids, and they're back in the house with the kids, and there's other noise going on in the kids are hearing noises. We call the IR team back. They go back to the house to make sure the kids are safe, and there's
All right. I'm getting a sense then of why the timing, as you've described, was as it was. But I want to ask you another question on that in terms of, given the fact that you had information, you had technology, you had functionality at the Bible Hill detachment, why is it that you even decided to go to the command post, and why would it be necessary for three senior NCOs to go to the command post under these circumstances?
Yes, it's easier if you separate historically we set up a command post in all the critical incidents. There's a command post set up as in proximity to the location where the situation is taking place. It's convenient to have everybody together in the same place so they can make those decisions. They can easily reach out to each other. They can have contact with the people on the ground. The incident commander it doesn't have to reach out and phone everybody. Or the critical incident commander, he has his people nearby that he can get the information from. It's all fed into the same area. You could set it up a long distance apart. Sometimes in some areas, cell service and radio service is not 100%. So as coaching, and there are dead spots out in that area where you're not going to get good radio communication. So being there, we're able to cover that off.
In terms of access to the technological advantages at the command post compared to Bible Hill, are you able to comment? Which is better? Where was the technological advance?
Actually, when the air team moves in, when they bring all their technology and their package comes in with their the response team, they bring with them a radio tech to do the rec. They bring with their own antenna to set up a mobile repeater so the radios work better. So communications, they also bring in the computer techs. They set up, I think it's the ATAC system where they're tracking their route members and they're GPSing. It's the big overhead map. They can see in real time what is happening and where everything is going on.
Okay.
So
Are you able to comment then in terms of advantage or disadvantage technologically from the command post point of view to the Bible Hill detachment? Are you able?
well, I think with that, with all the stuff they have there,
Okay.
we can piggyback on it, and we're seeing that. Rather, if we stayed at Bible Hill, we would not be seeing that.
Okay. You used the expression earlier about historically, we have used command posts close to the scene. Do you have any point of view of that now, given your experience, whether that's a good use of resources and time to have all members and all command parties attend at the command post, even though you did it historically? Things change. Do you think that's a good idea still?
I still think it's a good idea. I still support that.
All right, very good. When you attend at the Great Village Fire Hall command post, I'm trying to get a sense of what responsibilities Staff Sergeant Carroll would have undertaken at that point. Can you enlighten me?
Actually, they were different. I liaised a lot with the local firemen to give us access to certain rooms, to get other places where we could have a break-off room where an investigative team could function out of, either move vehicles out of the garage so we could use their service bays, liaise with the firemen for other information. We liaise with them to get their contact numbers where we could provide food for the members, get food for the members.
Right.
Get food and water, and that's going to be needed. At the same time, I was looking at the position of our checkpoints, of our containment team, for that sense, where they were, and I guess I was liaising with them and keeping track of that and feeding that back up to the command center, the command triangle.
Yes, very good. I was going to refer you to paragraph 265, the last sentence of that in the foundational document. If we could have that, it's at page 129. We just had a look at it, Madam Registrar. At paragraph 265, the last sentence says, the role of Staff Sergeants McCallum and Carroll at the time was to assist Staff Sergeant Halliday in the deployment of uniformed resources, including monitoring and evaluating perimeter containment. Is that an accurate statement, Staff Sergeant Carroll?
Yes, that's part of it.
Yeah. And I guess, once again, I'm trying to discern roles. Isn't this the role of the risk manager for purposes of managing the deployment of uniformed resources?
Once the other resources are on scene, then the risk manager could take a step back, and he's got other responsibilities throughout the province. So he would kind of take a step back, and the on-scene people would take over and look after what's on the ground.
So is it your view then that once the command team of the three non-commissioned officers we discussed, they arrive at the command post, that the role of the risk manager recedes? Is that what my understanding is?
I think that'd be a yes. I think that's accurate.
Okay. All right. All right. In terms of your role with respect to containment, did you take that over, or was that McCallum? Was that McCallum and you and Holiday? How did that go about?
I just kind of took over just I advised Steve where it was while we had a position, and kept it updated.
Okay. Then I'll direct your attention to your interview to the Mass Casualty Commission on page 28, where there is reference to this role that you undertook. The bottom of page 28 at the 1953 minute mark, you say the following. well working. Once we get into the command post, the scribe, actually Rob Lewis was the scribe. He drew a map up. He was drawing a map up, sketched a map, and we pirated his map. And I think Steve kept it. And we used that to keep track of where the resources were around the perimeter, around what we had for containment. And I was keeping that map updated, who we had on site and who we had on duty at what given time. So my question to you on this is that we're talking now about another hand-drawn map?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, can you give us your understanding or knowledge of the Blueberry Road situation? Did you have any awareness of that at this point?
The hand-drawn map was Rob Lewis was the sergeant. He was a scribe for Jeff West. And he sat down and off the maps they had on the wall are the maps that they were bringing up from on the CIC team, I'm going to say the deployment team. He had a hand-drawn map that showed basically the grid we're covering off of. So I said, hey, Rob, that's exactly what I have, what we need. It's better than what we have. And because we didn't take that big 3x3 foot map down with us. This was a drawing, not to scale. It showed all the roads. It showed where we're Portafic Beach Road and Orchard Beach Road, and showed the area. And so we looked at that and said, okay, our members, just to give a snapshot, an overhead snapshot, a quick reference on the table to staff holidays. Here's where our members are placed. Right. We have 2 people here, 2 people here, 3 or 4 people here, 3 or 4 people here, and a couple others elsewhere. So that's what that map was used for.
Right. But would you have had access to pictometry at that point, given the fact that there was some technological expertise there?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure it was. They didn't think of this map fit the bill for us what we needed. We didn't need big specifics on that. The Blueberry Field Road, the field was there. The road never came into knowledge at that point in time.
I guess my question would be, the road never came into knowledge at that stage because perhaps you were using an antiquated hand-drawn map, and that if you had some technological assist, you might have been able to see that. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that isn't.
Okay.
Pictometry, the ERT team they were looking at that, and they were not picking that out. We didn't get that from their maps. The map that we had was just a drawing of the map of any map. We could have taken that map we took from the 3x3 foot map. We could have put that out in and said the same thing, put marks where the members are. This was a good representation. Okay. At that time, we did not know that there's another egress route.
Okay. We had the opportunity to have a number of exhibits introduced recently of hand-drawn maps that were actually provided to us with the assistance of some of the participants. Exhibit 1462 and Exhibit 1463. I'm going to ask you to comment on whether this is the hand-drawn map or whether you have any knowledge. So I'm going to ask the registrar to bring up Exhibit 1462, and that's before you now, Staff Sergeant Carroll. Do you recognize Exhibit 1462?
I'm trying to
take your time.
Yep. I'm just trying to.
Yep, please take your time.
I'm just trying to enlarge it. That's all. Yeah, I just wish I get a large copy of it. I'm pretty sure I do recognize that, and that I think it does look like my writing's on it.
Okay, can we make it a little larger, Madam Registrar? Are you comfortable?
Yeah. That's the I don't know where that map came from and how it was presented, but that was obviously printed off of something.
Right. Is that the hand-drawn map that you pirated from Sergeant Lewis?
No, that map isn't. This is not, that's not a hand-drawn map. That, I don't know where that came into play or how we ended up getting that. But I took the information off of Sergeant Lewis's map and would have transposed it onto this map.
Okay, and is that in your handwriting, Exhibit 1462?
There, yes, I believe.
And the purpose of that map, again, just for clarity?
Just for a quick reference to Staff Halliday and those in the command post, sitting at the table and say, okay, here is the overall area
All right.
that we're looking at. This is where our containment teams are placed at this point in time. These are the resources we have, and these are the like the south and then being in the critical zone.
Okay, so just for clarity, this is an additional map to the hand-drawn map that you pirated from Sergeant Lewis?
Yeah, yes, it would be.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at Exhibit 1463, please, Madam Registrar. This is another hand-drawn map that was, we received some assistance from the participants in terms of its existence.
The map you just showed me wasn't a hand-drawn map.
No.
That's,
No, that's,
no.
you're quite correct. 1463 that I'm showing you now, have you any comment on that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that without it
Yep.
being large. That's
Yep.
that's the map that Constable Sergeant Lewis prepared, and as a working map for keeping track of who was at the checkpoint or where we're doing our checkpoints or members are stationed. So that's that was that one.
Okay, so just for determining and finalizing this, 1463 that you're seeing now is the hand-drawn map that was pirated from Sergeant Lewis. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think
This is
we've,
this one. This one here. That's the hand-drawn one.
this is the hand-drawn one.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay. Let's continue on then with respect to your responsibilities at the command post. You had said that you were doing perimeter work and containment assignment. And you involved yourself, I believe, at some point with the GIS, Constables Brown and Constables Melanson, and
Yes.
engaged some instructions with Sergeant O'Brien to get some rest. Are you able to comment on that, please?
Engage some, yeah, we called out Melanson and Brown for
Yeah.
the GIS team to be extra bodies, to do footwork, to do backgrounds, to do gather more information as we needed.
Was that you doing that, or was that assigned to some other member and you were aware of the officer's involvement or the member's involvement?
No, I called them out.
Okay.
I called Brown and Melanson out, and then we looked at one of the tasks I gave them. We looked at the toll plaza, all the highways in Nova Scotia. They have cameras on them, and I want to see as a possible investigative tool. Can you find out if those toll plazas, if that's recorded or not?
Mm-hmm. And the purpose?
But just to see, we had a few vehicles. Identified to Wortman, and just in case we'd see one of those going through one of the cameras.
All right.
It was a long shot, but it was a hope.
Okay.
You do. They also went to the toll plaza. I think there was a possible vehicle, related vehicle that went through the toll plaza, and I believe Brown and Melanson went up to the toll plaza and reviewed their video.
All right, great. I understand as well that at some time you were involved in the debriefing process around 3:30 a.m. of the contact or the IR team. Am I right there?
Yeah. Yes, that was after the ERT was able to get the TAV in. They removed the children. I don't know if they removed the children at the same time as Mr. Ellison finally came out to the ERT team after number of tries.
Right.
And so yeah, then Stuart and Adam and Aaron, we debriefed in a room off the main command post.
Right.
That was around 3:30 plus.
And the purpose of that debriefing, and this may be obvious, but just for clarification, was what?
To see how they were. They were in an incredible stressful situation, dealing with what they dealt with, what they were faced with, and to just to a bit of a comfort with them at the same time, and also getting whatever information we could from them that would help with the rest of the investigation, rest of the situation.
And I understand at this stage, Staff Sergeant, that you obtained some new information with respect to Andrew McDonald, who had been a shooting
Yeah.
victim many hours earlier. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. As part of our debriefing process, and we're just talking over from their arrival to go walking down. They said, and just out of the blue, I think Patton brought it up. They talked about this Andrew McDonald, and he said, yeah, he had been shot. And I was kind of, what? He had been shot. He said, yeah, I had triaged him. I helped him out. I think he cut his, I think he had a shot in the arm or something, and he cut his sleeve off and did some preliminary medical treatment before passing him over to the EMTs. And then when he was doing that, I said, yeah. And when I was taking it off, this slug fell out. It was a piece of brass, copper, whatever it was. It was the actual bullet. He said, here it is. It fell out. And he reached in his pocket and pulled it out and showed it to us. And that's the first I'd ever heard of McDonald, of this situation, of this incident.
Now, we know in retrospect, looking back, that Mr. McDonald would have been the victim of a shooting sometime around 10:26, 10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
the night before. We're talking the passage now of 4 hours, Staff Sergeant Carroll. Are you able to provide any insight how this fundamentally important piece of information with respect to identification of the perpetrator himself and his vehicle could not be known to the command decision makers until 3:30 in the morning?
I can't explain, and I can't explain how it never got up. It didn't come from the OCC. We were never advised of it. Stuart, Aaron, and Adam, they were heavily engaged in what they were doing. I could see that, and not feeding that up, and just not thinking of it. Mr. McDonald was removed from the scene. He was taken to the hospital. And Staff Halliday had no knowledge of it either. None of us had any knowledge of it, and I can't explain why.
You have become aware thereafter that there was a broadcast in which there was some information in that regard. Do you know anything about that with respect to Andrew McDonald? No? Do you know anything about a broadcast prior to 3:30 about information coming from Andrew McDonald?
No.
Okay. Did you know anything about a 911 call or have the ability to access a 911 call information from Kate or Andrew McDonald from 10:26 the night before?
Didn't access it. Didn't look for it. Didn't know it existed.
Okay.
When we were briefed by the OCC of what had happened, that connection wasn't made. Didn't come to us.
Thank you. So I'm correct to say that around 7:18 or thereafter, you became aware of information coming from Lisa Banfield. Sound
Yes.
right? Okay, and that information had some impact upon you in terms of what it was you felt was going on and what it was happening in terms of the movement and or activity of the perpetrator?
We knew that there was a marked police car involved, and that was totally something we didn't know.
Okay, and what type of response generally? I know there was a great deal of response, but once you got that information from Lisa Banfield, what did the command structure do?
When that information came in, I was outside the command post. Lisa Banfield had arrived in an ambulance, and other police that were arriving. Constable Brown had been in the ambulance talking to her. He gave some information to Constable Melanson. Constable Melanson came up to me, told me about the information. I said, look, I'm not going to try to take all what you're telling me. Go up to the command post, speak to Staff Halliday, and give him this information. This is very important to know. And I don't want to have it third-hand information go tell them directly.
Okay.
So Councilman Watson went up and spoke with Halliday, spoke in the command post. I assume Southwest was there at the same time. I can't be certain.
Okay, let's move then to page 212, paragraph 437, Madam Registrar. And if we can, paragraph 437 indicates that Risk Manager Briers called Staff Sergeant Carroll to ask about a report out of Halifax that the perpetrator possessed a fully marked RCMP vehicle. Staff Sergeant Carroll advised the perpetrator apparently had a fully marked police vehicle, but it sounded like it was burned in Portapique. I think we have a copy of the audio of that. 729.
Hello.
Hi, Al, Bruce.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, Bruce, how's it going?
Listen, I just got a call from CPIC Halifax and Wayne Sutherland from Halifax. But they've just put a broadcast out that he's in a marked unit, one of our marked units, 28 Bravo 11, and to be on the lookout for in a uniform. Now, I ran 28 Bravo 11. We don't have a car like that, Al.
No.
I've asked Wayne to get that information where they came from because I have no idea where that came from.
Okay, he has a police car that's actually a car at Taurus is decked out. Looks like the real Neo deal.
Okay, but that's burned out though. I just heard. Is it on the?
Yeah, that's burned out. That's burned out. Is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay, and that 28 Bravo 11, we don't have that car on our system, so.
No, 28 is Oxford, and they only have up to 4, up to 3.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to pass it on. So you have a marked, like a decked out unit at that site and it's burned out?
That's what Jimmy Mills was calling, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard that, okay.
What it is.
Okay.
But he had 3 Taurus to begin with. He had another one that.
Yeah, well, we just ran him on agenda. He has 8 vehicles lined. I'm going to send that to you in a second once I get them all, so.
Nick Dorrington stopped him a couple months ago, about 2 months ago, and he was driving a Ford Taurus that still had the markings on it.
Did you guys have a picture of him, Al?
Yes.
Okay, you have a picture, all right.
Yeah, we had his DL picture.
Okay, and I'll send you another picture, you, Halliday, and McCallum, just to see if it's maybe more recent. It must be from Facebook or something.
Could be, yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right, but I just wanted to confirm that because they're broadcasting that, and I said, Wayne, find out where that's from because I don't know of any vehicle to that effect. So.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right, bud. Thanks.
We'll talk at you.
Okay, bye.
So Staff Sergeant, at that stage, you're having a conversation with Risk Manager Briers, and I assume that there's a great deal of information coming into the command post and to the various commanders at that point. Is that right?
Yes, there was.
Yeah. So what is the engagement with the Risk Manager Briers at this stage? And what is it that you're learning and what is it that you're positing or providing to him and for what purpose?
At that time, Bruce called and advised what was coming out of Halifax. I wasn't aware of all that information coming out of Halifax. I know that we had some burned out vehicles in the Portapique area, burned out Taurus. And the ERT team was dispatched to go down and confirm that if any of these Tauruses were fully marked or fit the description of a fully marked vehicle.
Right.
So they were dispatched just to confirm that.
Risk Manager Briers is contacting you, but the information that you had from Lisa Banfield, you moved immediately up the line. That is, go directly to the CIC Staff Sergeant
Yes.
West. This information that's coming from Risk Manager Briers deals with a identifier number and information with respect to that vehicle. Did you pass that on and along up the line to the Staff Sergeant?
Bruce had sent that up the line to as well, I believe, in his what you're saying. He's sending it up to Halliday and west, I believe. I'm not sure.
So what did you do with respect to this information that you received from the risk manager?
I didn't do anything directly. I believe I was, I don't know when I received, I don't know where I was when I received that, but I think it would have gone back up to the command post. And I would have been a discussion point up there. I can't remember.
In terms of that conversation, did you view your role more as providing information to the risk manager or receiving information of substance from the risk manager?
6 of one, half and this is the other.
Okay.
Yes, we received information from Bruce about the car. We knew about a bunch of other vehicles. Addie had done the search and found a whole bunch of vehicles, and we knew of that there was one Taurus still in Halifax. We knew that there were 2 burned out in Portapic. So it's kind of exchanging that Bruce may or may not have known some of that when he called.
Okay.
So there was an exchange of information.
I guess the reason I'm asking that question is, once again, I had asked you earlier about too many cooks in the kitchen. Seems like there's a lot of people with a lot of pieces of information and that may not have got to the right location for purposes of acting upon. Is that a fair assessment or an unfair assessment?
I can't answer that. I thought the information was passed up from the OCC to the command post, and that could be, I would have to think that type of information would go directly to CIC as well.
Let me ask you additionally, with this information about the fact that there was a fully marked vehicle emerging from a number of sources, would there have been made any effort made on your part for purposes of public communication, revisiting the issue of Jen McCullum that you had earlier in the incident?
No, there wasn't at that point. I know Bruce Bryers did call after at some point in time. There was contact between myself and Bruce about similar broadcast to Halifax or something. Right. That car thing, I believe, did go out to the membership, the members on scene. So right. Members were aware of that.
In terms of provision of information to the public at this time, post 7/29, was there any direction, suggestion, or otherwise from you that this information should be disseminated to the public as soon as possible?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reference then exactly what you made comment about. Paragraph 506 at page 239 is a conversation that you had with Staff Sergeant Bryers at around 9:57 or 9:0057 a.m. This is a telephone call you had with Staff Sergeant Bryers in which there was an inquiry about an infield member regarding a media release.
Hello. Hi, Al. It's Bruce again. Sorry. I don't. Who else should I bother there, Al? I tried McCallum, but he wouldn't answer this time. So.
He's still going to find on his phone for the beside me.
Listen, I came from one of the members out in Enfield. I don't know whether there's any consideration about doing a media release about this vehicle potentially out in the go, so that.
Yeah, that's been discussed here, and I think they're looking at it.
Okay.
I'll run it by later. I'll whatever I have to. I'll bring it up to the surface again.
Okay.
So, Staff Sergeant, you'll see there's a request there from the risk manager at the time with respect to doing a media release about the vehicle from 9 o'clock. Your response was, I'll run it by later on. Whenever I'll bring it up to them again. Can you comment on that for us, please, Staff Sergeant, about the dynamic there and what you mean about running it up and, I'll run it by later.
I was running it up to command at the command post, and just to discuss whether I know there's been some discussion about it, and whether we can and it's not my decision to release it.
Yeah. Can you tell us what sort of discussion had been undertaken at that point with respect to media release and information about that vehicle?
Looking at, I think there's some concern about whether he would have access to social media and hear that, and he'd know what we're looking for, or just give him the advantage over our pursuit, our efforts to find the vehicle.
Did you partake in that conversation with the other command deciders?
I was part of that, I believe. Yeah, I believe I did.
Did you have any concerns with respect to the release of information about the vehicle and the vehicle identifiers?
I know it was being discussed and whether it was going to be released. I didn't know exactly when it was going to be released, but the impression was that it'll be released at some point in time when we have to. We'll just give it a few minutes, give it a little bit of a while, and we'll look at it.
Okay. Do you have any explanation as to why there may have been a delay with respect to the release of that information about the marked police vehicle, 28B11?
No.
Okay. Madam Registrar, no, Tori, paragraph 509 of page 242. No. Paragraph 508 is the excerpt I'm looking for, Madam Registrar. And I'm going to read this carefully to you, Staff Sergeant, because I think it's important for your response. 508 says, as discussed in the RCMP Public Communications April 18, 19, 2020 foundational document, at 9:08, Staff Sergeant Carroll sent an email to Risk Manager Briers in relation to the media release inquiry made by Constable Stevenson about the perpetrator's fully marked replica RCMP cruiser. Staff Sergeant Carroll's email said that a decision had been made not to release the information about the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser to the media. It stated, thought was given to release a boat vehicle, but decision was made not to. RM Briers replied back to Staff Sergeant Carroll 7 minutes later saying, very good, kind of figured they may not want to release. Are you able to make any comment, Staff Sergeant Carroll, with respect to the decision not to release and how that was indicated to Risk Manager Briers?
That I know I reached out to Staff Halliday via phone, and that was the end result of the discussion that it's not going to be released at this point in time.
Whose decision?
And I just had to,
Whose decision was it, Staff Sergeant Carroll?
that it was a collective decision. Was Halliday and myself, whether it was Halliday was speaking to somebody else. The rationale that I provided was it going to create havoc, create concern, create a lost opportunity to find this car? Then it's going to be revisited shortly, and obviously it was revisited very quickly because I think the broadcast was sent out. There was some delay in me getting back to Bruce Briers because I believe I tried to call him on the phone, and this was an email I sent to him while driving out to Portapic.
So when I asked you the question, whose decision was it made, you said it was collective. Who's the collective involved in that, making that decision?
I know Halliday and I talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Staff Halliday and myself spoke about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who else Staff Halliday may have spoken with prior to or at that time. So I can't answer.
With respect to the earlier discussion that we had, you said that you had to run it up the chain, that type of request. When you run it up the chain, what do you mean by that, and who are you running it to?
I'm running it up Staff Halliday.
Okay. So when you ran it up the chain, did you get a decision?
The decision was we're not going to release it at this point in time.
Okay. And was Staff Halliday part of that decision-making process?
We were on the phone together.
Okay. Paragraph 509 of the document, Staff Sergeant.
But,
509 says Staff Sergeant Halliday was asked about the email between Briers and Carroll in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. He stated that it was absolutely inaccurate to say that the request to release the vehicle description had been denied. Staff Sergeant Halliday stated that there was no point ever, at any point, did I have any conversation with anyone who denied any release of the information. Do you have any comment on that, Staff Sergeant Carroll?
I'm gonna say is that I discussed with Staff Halliday, and the release was not going to happen at that time, but it was going to be looked at later on. It was going to be still subject to discussion, still subject to, is it going to happen? It's going to happen.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to move on to another topic. And this is a topic that is covered at paragraph 551 at page 257 of the document. Paragraph 551 says, between 9:47 and 9:50 a.m. on April 19th, Sergeant O'Brien arrived at the command post. Staff Sergeant Carroll tasked O'Brien with control of the scene in Portapique. Do you recall that tasking process, and can you provide for us information with respect to the scene containment, control, and management at Portapique at around this time?
Yeah, that was at the time, right around that time, we're doing our transition. I was breaking off. I was done. We were transitioning the command post to a second team, new CIC, new incident, new Halliday was being replaced. So Inspector Bell was coming in from Halifax. He was taking over Staff Halliday's role. So we're taking on to a day shift. We've been going for a lot of hours, and it was time to do a rotation. So yeah, Andy was taking over what the functions I was doing, and looking at getting more resources in to replace resources as need be. That didn't materialize because things kind of went dynamic right away, and the rest of it happened.
And this is the 9:42:30 call that you're referring to with respect to the shooting at Wentworth.
Yes, it would have been that the J Division ERT team, New Brunswick, the ERT team from New Brunswick was coming. They were going to transition and replace. I was outside the command post making arrangements for a place where they could bring their vehicles in, speaking with the on-site security, and then the call came in from the person on the highway. Initially, it was a pedestrian vehicle accident, and quickly changed to there was a marked police car in the fray, and there was shooting. Somebody had been shot.
Right, and we've heard much information from other witnesses with respect to the mobilization to that call and how it was diverted to another residence in the Glenholm area. But I want to ask you about your involvement in Portapique. You did not respond to the Glenholm Wentworth call.
No, we didn't. And then all of a sudden, at the same time coming in, you have, there's a house on fire in Hunter Road. And so I was, oh my God, is this related? And it turned out, yeah, obviously it was. So I go back up to the command post, and all this is coming in at the same time. And I speak with Staff Halliday. And I said, okay, because vehicles were moving, they were taking off, your team was taking, and other members were going. I said to Steve, I said, okay, Andy and I will go to Portapique, and we will set up and maintain the scene at Portapique until it gets turned over to major crime.
Okay, that's what I want to ask you about. So in terms of your role and Andy, Sergeant O'Brien's role, you attended at that location. Can you tell me with who and how and what was set up and what was done generally? And then I'll ask you some more specifics. Who went?
I'm just, the members were already there quite close. They were, we had 3 checkpoints that were there. There was one right at the end of Portapique Road, so they were still there. We brought when Andy and I got there, we brought all the other members in from the ones at 5 Houses Road, Bay Shore, and another one just farther down. I don't know the exact coordinates of that one. We brought them all in, said, okay, we released 2 of them. 2 of them went down to help out. So we had Dorrington, we had Lafferty, and the other members helping us out were the Cumberland members.
Right.
I forget which ones. I think Matthews was there, Galbraith, Boleyn. No, Boleyn may have been earlier. But anyway, they stayed out. We made sure we blocked the entrances off at the upper end. At the entrance of Portapique Beach Road, didn't let people have access. Constable Lafferty went in and he parked his police car. There were two bodies on the side of the road. And, Staff McCallum had gotten coverage for those bodies earlier, so expecting helicopter flyovers, they wouldn't be visible. So Lafferty was taking care of that. Constable Dorrington was inside and O'Brien and myself, I drove around a little bit and then signed up and just maintained the area. We ran into one resident of the area. We talked to him for a period of time. Bjorn, I forget his last name, but his neighbor's house had been burned, and unfortunately, there were two people deceased.
So when you return to that scene, or attend at that scene is probably a better expression, what is your goal? What is it that you're doing? What's being decided?
We're just maintaining the scene until it can be turned over to a major crime comes in and they start doing the processing of the scene.
Would there be an effort to canvass the area at this stage?
We didn't think of it at that time.
Okay. And looking back on that, I just want to ask you about whether that would have been a decision of some substance not to canvass. And I'm asking you why that wasn't done.
We're still, it wasn't, and we were still in, everything was still active, where they're chasing down Mr. Wortman. They're chasing him down, trying to find that. We just didn't consider going in and doing a door-to-door at that time. The properties we looked at, I think there were four houses, 5 houses that were burned. My recollection.
You would be aware that obtaining information with respect to potential witnesses might be of some importance for subsequent investigation?
Yes, at that stage of the investigation, everything was still in a dynamic situation. We weren't thinking of going beyond that, and that was being left over to the major crime contingent when they came in.
You would have known there, obviously, that there were a number of deceased that have been discovered. You made reference to them. Were there any efforts to canvass the area, the community, for potentially other deceased?
No.
Okay, and are you able to say why that may or may not have been?
No, we just, I can't. I stayed there for a short period, a couple of hours, and then I departed.
Okay.
I guess there's so much going on in the whole, whether you get Wentworth, Hunter Road, DeBert, and then so on. Everything was still fluid, and we just never got to that stage of doing things.
You know where Cobequid Court was?
It's down at the bottom, yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a recollection of being at Cobequid Court at any time during your time in the scene containment or management?
I remember driving Cobequid Court. I believe it was that day. I know I was down another day with Staff Halliday. Mm-hmm. But over to the east side, I remember driving down there. That was heading towards the blueberry field where the egress was, and driving down there, I see, basically a chain. I believe it's a chain, or I think it was a chain barrier or a wire barrier across the top of a couple of fence posts, with providing access to the blueberry field.
Okay, and are you able to estimate or give us some sense of what time that would have been when you made that observation?
between 10 and 12. I believe I probably left Portapic Beach Road area around 12. So yeah, between 10 and 12 is when I drove down.
And when you made that observation, was it of any significance to you, given your knowledge of the area at that point?
At that point, I looked in, okay, here's a road into the blueberry field that we hadn't found before. And there looked to be a roadway in the blueberry field.
Now, that's a description of what you saw on the east side of Cobequid Court. Did you attend at the western side of Cobequid Court, the other end?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Would
I
you
don't
be
recall going down.
Would you be familiar with the residences of 46 Cobequid Court and 41 Cobequid Court? Would you be able to place them geographically in the area?
I am now because subsequent to the discoveries there.
Yeah.
At that time, I would have driven down. I would have seen some houses, but that was it. I didn't take any civic numbers, etc. No knowledge of that.
Okay. With respect to crime scene management and containment, would you yourself have received any specialized training with respect to that topic in terms of your involvement? Sorry? No. Thank you. With respect to scene canvassing or accessing witnesses and or important information in the area, would you have received any specialized training in that regard?
No, but that's something we all do in a normal situation. You'll do neighborhood inquiries, neighborhood look around.
Okay.
But once things calm down, that is done.
Yeah.
We're still at the early stages. We have an incredibly tragic situation, and it's still ongoing. But we never looked at, okay, we're all here now, let's start canvassing the neighborhood. That was usually left to the major crime guys and usually the frontline guys. We don't do that. You get into a murder scene, major crime comes in, they take over it, and they do all of that stuff.
I see. Thank you. All right. Madam Registrar, with respect to further questions in this regard, the Exhibit 1624 that was marked this morning called the Investigation Supplementary Report, could you bring up page 13 on that exhibit for us? I'll just ask the Staff Sergeant to comment on some of the findings there. So page 13 indicates, and I'll stop you there, Madam Registrar, GPS data for 05B09 reveals that Constable Dorrington entered Portapic Community 9:57:55, traveled back and forth between Containment Point, Portapic Beach Road, and Orchard Beach Drive. He then heads to Cobequid Court, where he traveled approximately 4 kilometers per hour, stopping in front of the Bond residence at 10:26. The vehicle remained stationary at this location for approximately 30 seconds. And turning over to page 14, Constable Dorrington continued traveling on Cobequid Court, drives past the Tuck family residence at 41 Cobequid Court. There is no indication that his vehicle entered the property prior to proceeding south on Bayview Court. Staff Sergeant Carroll, would you have any familiarity with the movements of Constable Dorrington's vehicle at around 10:28, 10:30 in terms of his engagement and involvement with 46 and 41 Cobequid Court?
I knew he was in the area, but where exactly he went, I couldn't tell you.
So I understand that you left shortly thereafter, or around noon hour, I think you had indicated. Is that right?
I believe it was around noon hour.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the purpose for you leaving the scene was what, Staff Sergeant?
When I left, it would have been, it was after Wortman had the incident at in Enfield at the Irving.
I see.
So that was done. The person we're looking for was deceased. Too many other people were deceased as well. We're dismantling the command post, and we're making our way back to Bible Hill boardroom for a debriefing.
And you actually attended at that debriefing in Bible Hill?
I eventually made it there, yes.
Okay. I understand you had some role in the breaking down of the command post as well. Is that fair?
A very short role. I think we
Okay.
took things out of the command, whatever it had to be carried out of the command post, we took out of it.
So in
Here.
turn, forgive me, I interrupted you. Sorry?
I was going to say all the ERT package, the critical incident package, they will be dismantling their gear and moving it out as well.
So in terms of what took place at the Portapic community area after you left, Sergeant O'Brien was left in charge of that scene. Is that fair?
Yes, he was.
Okay. All right. I'm almost to the end of my questioning, Staff Sergeant. I have a couple more areas that I want to speak to you about. In particular, I'd like to ask you questions about the Blue on Blue incident and your role with respect to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall Brigade. Are you,
Yes.
you comfortable to proceed on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Page 279, paragraph 614. I'm going to ask you to comment on, Staff Sergeant. According to the notes of Staff Sergeant Carroll, he received a phone call from Constable Brown after the Blue on Blue incident in Onslow. Constable Brown advised that he had discharged his weapon. Staff Sergeant Carroll confirmed that no one was injured. Given the dynamic situation with the perpetrator still not in custody, Staff Sergeant Carroll advised Constable Brown that the incident would be dealt with later. Does that accord with your understanding of what took place with that conversation on Constable Brown?
Yes, it does, with some background information to go along with that, would yes?
Yes. Would you be provide us with that background information, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we were down at Portapic Beach Road, or down in Portapic Beach area. Everybody else had gone. We're hearing the situation of Corporal Peterson encountering the marked police vehicle and the gentleman in the Visi vest. We're hearing that. Then we're also hearing of the situation in Glenholm. And we know there's a lot of scrambling around. Members are rushing to get to the area, and Debert and all that. And then all of a sudden, the time seems to stand still of how things were happening. And I guess seconds became minutes, minutes became a lot longer, and it just seemed like they were trying to end this situation. The ERT members and the other uniform members and non-uniform members who were there. So all of a sudden, you're sitting in here, bagoo on, bagoo, bagoo on, bagoo. And so, oh my God, what's happening? And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, this is somebody has come out and said somebody's had a shot at one of the ERT members.
I'm sorry, somebody has done what?
I thought that somebody had a discharge of one of the ERT members, didn't realize who it was, and there was a mistake made that way. That was going through the back of my mind. And then Constable Brown called, and he just said, because Constable Brown works, he's one of my subordinates, and he called and said, just let me know. I said, yeah, I discharged my firearm. And I looked at, okay, I didn't know where it was. I didn't ask where it was. The first thing I asked was, okay, is anybody hurt? Nobody's hurt. Are you guys okay? So on and so forth. Constable Brown didn't tell me it was at the fire hall. It didn't tell me it was a carbine discharge, and I didn't ask. I didn't ask any further questions. The biggest thing was, in my mind at that time, and I didn't know there was more than one shot fired off, that nobody was injured, everybody's healthy, everybody's safe. I didn't know anything different. They asked what to do, and I looked at it and thought about it, and I said, okay, we'll resolve this later. We'll deal with this later. Nobody's hurt. And I was just thinking it was just involved police officers. And that was my thought process. And then Terry asked if he could continue. I looked at, okay, we've got 2 wood trained members, we've got 2 carbine trained members. We have, I'm going to call, for lack of a better term, a madman out there shooting people. If I can get more guns on the street, let's go. And I'm not concerned. I wasn't concerned about a blue on blue accidental discharge or a discharge on a blue on blue in that situation. So I gave them the green light if they were okay, if they felt good about it, to continue on and engage.
Okay. And you've learned some additional information, obviously, over the passage of time with respect to what took
Oh, yeah.
place at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. And I think
Yes.
you made reference to the fact that you didn't know the number of shots, you didn't know that a civilian was involved, and you didn't know that it was at a fire hall. Have I characterized that properly?
Yes, you've characterized that properly.
Okay.
And I didn't find that out, or we didn't find that out. Actually, when the Bagoo happened, we were on the other channel out in Porta because we changed radio channels, and we heard that coming in. Nobody responded to the Bagoo situation. It passed. There was no response anywhere on it. We got back to our debriefing in the back at Bible Detachment, started doing our debriefing.
I'm going to interrupt you, though, before we
Yeah.
get to the debriefing, Staff Sergeant,
Sure.
and ask you about, given the fact that you now know of this additional information, the civilian, the number of shots, the fact that it was at a fire hall, would your decision have been the same with respect to having Constables Brown and Melanson continue on in search of the perpetrator?
I would have, yes, I would have, but I would have attended the fire hall right away. Had I known it was at the fire hall, I would have shown up.
Okay. Now, given the fact that there was an absence of information, Staff Sergeant, with respect to some pivotal points, can you give us any sense of how that might have been improved and why that information was not known to you as the commander of Colchester?
I didn't know that there was a warming center set up at the Onslow Fire Hall. If that was set up, I missed it in the briefings, and actually missed when it was set up. I missed that. Right. The other stuff I should have asked. It falls on me. I should have asked more questions. I was just so happy that I was just so content, not happy, but just so content that nobody was injured. And I didn't ask questions I should have asked. That falls on me.
Okay. Anything further on the blue on blue that you wish to comment on?
Well, we got back, and it wasn't just me who didn't know, but it seems like we got back to our Bible detachment, and I don't know if you were going there or not, but we were doing a debriefing, and when we started talking about it, so this topic of Bagoo on Bagoo came up, and when it did come up, I said, "Well, the guy was in camo," and they kind of looked at who was in camo. I said, "Well, didn't the guy they shoot at, that they discharged their weapon at, wasn't he dressed in camo?" And we said, nobody seemed to have the answer. So Terry and Dave had arrived at the office just short. I said, "Well, let's go." It was either Halliday or I said, "Let's go talk to them." So that's when we went and talked to Brown and Melanson, that we got the full scope of what actually transpired.
Okay. I'm going to suggest to you or ask your comment that this seems like another instance of a communication breakdown with respect to command response to this critical incident. Would you agree with me in that regard?
The breakdown was me not asking the appropriate questions when Constable Brown revealed that to me. There was, Terry could have, Constable Brown, if he had mentioned fire hall, would have tweaked a little bit more. I would have obviously tweaked a whole lot more of my questioning. I should have asked the questions, and I didn't ask. Our focus, and I think everybody's focus there was, at that time, was let's end this situation. We still had this, there was some indication that this vehicle was coming back. There was false information that was passed in that another vehicle may be heading towards was seen in the Truro Sobeys parking lot. And I think our members were still on the go trying to find out about that and refute that information. I knew it was wrong because I heard it. There's no way the timing would permit it, but it had to be found out. So yeah, with the members going, we needed the guns on the street.
Okay.
We needed the bodies that could do it. And I'll stand by that.
Do you have any comment for the commissioners with respect to potential ways of improving communications and the delivery of information among decision makers in a critical incident?
In a perfect world, it'll be seamless. I've been involved in a number of situations over the years, and communications are always going to be an issue. Whether it's radio communications breaking down, over talking on the radio, our radios, they're based on cell phone system, and I'm sure you've heard that the members were toning out. You just couldn't get on to say something. That causes problems in communication. There's always ways to improve communication, I guess. All you can do is try your best.
Okay, Staff Sergeant, I am almost at the end. I want to follow up and just wrap up a few areas with respect to public communication. You have indicated that you spoke to Jen McCollum to engage HDIV Stratcoms very early in your involvement to responding to the crisis. Did you have any follow-up with either Ms. McCollum or anybody from Strategic Communications in terms of the provision of information to the public about this fully marked vehicle and the perpetrator?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then finally, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with the Alert Ready situation or system in Nova Scotia and its availability to RCMP sources on April 18th, 19th of 2020?
I had no knowledge of it at that time.
Okay, Commissioners, those are the questions I have for Staff Sergeant Carroll. We'll take your direction in terms of next steps.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Burl, and thank you, Staff Sergeant Carroll. The process we'll be following is that we'll break for lunch now and return at 2 o'clock. During the break, our council, Mr. Burl, and others will be meeting with council for the participants, and discussions will be had as to whether further questions should be asked of you and who will be asking those questions. So thank you so far for your for being here and answering these questions, and we would ask you to kindly make yourself available at 2 p.m. Potentially for further questions. So thank you, and we'll break until 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2 p.m.
Oh, boy. Wow. So much there. You hear music coming from Cobequid when you were down there. I went and saw the chain that they didn't ask you if it was up or down, which of course was up. At least we got the admission finally. No rope. Who was it? That lady, she testified it was a rope. So, oops on that one. Who's lying? It doesn't seem to benefit the RCMP to say chain. So I would suspect the rope is a bunch of BS. Oops. But you're down there. You don't hear music? What about all the wellness checks that were coming in? Like Dorrington. Wellness check? What's that? Oh, yeah, I'll cruise down to Griffin's. I'll drive around really slow to everywhere but where I'm supposed to be, even though it's in my notes. Which lady claimed that it was a rope? I believe the Tebow. Is it Tebow? Is it Tebow? I forget. The lady who lived beside there, military, who wasn't there that night, who needed a lawyer, the family's lawyer, Pinio. Was questioned with a lawyer, Pinio. Very odd questioning. I did the video where I read that. It's quite disturbing kind of towards the end. I don't know what in the hell was going on there. 2 days for the rope. Yeah. For the rope. For the rope. Which is what? A chain. But they didn't ask the other important part to that. The chain is up, which violates all logic. Yes, I'm being chased around everywhere. I'm going to stop my car. I'm going to get out. I'm going to put the chain back up. If dude was seriously on the run and cops were chasing him and he was going out that field, do you think he's gonna fucking fly through the chain? No, he gets out. And he has the politeness to put it back up. Drive through. Hey, don't worry about it. It's okay here. I'll just get out of my car now. I'll go back and put that chain back up that I took down. Don't want anybody, don't want to let any of those cows out of the field. That's the way it works in the country. Find a fence open, leave it open. It's closed, you put it back up. Logic, flawed. What was the mention of in there? Even Burrow was kind of caught off guard. He's like, pardon? Pardon? He asked again. I didn't even quite catch it. There's so much there, but this is going to give stuff for years, lawyers to look at. How many members were tested for alcohol? I want to know. Because don't you think they should have been tested? Anybody that at least admitted that they had been drinking? Why do we have a police force that is allowed to operate with impunity that potentially you may be impaired? Well, not potentially. You would be impaired. Possibly even drunk. Yet these are the people that will charge other people with drinking. Excuse me? But when lives are in jeopardy, don't worry about it. Drinking, drink. Hey, and don't get me wrong. I'm fine with everybody can drink and have a great time. I just know for myself, drinking doesn't work. Alcohol is very important piece to, sadly, dealing with stress in the RCMP and other police forces. It's a problem. It's a really serious problem. And I would say, it's made so much worse. Like, actually, it's not just I think, I know it from other cases where members are getting destroyed by their own organization and drink themselves to death. Become severely alcoholic. So their own force pushes them into habits that are destructive and endanger people. How many police do we have even random alcohol testing for police? I don't think this is something that you can rebuild. I really, I was commenting to, talking with that person has a lot of RCMP in their family, and sad. I mean, this is an iconic organization worldwide. I was out for dinner and I had my dog with me, and the dog was playing in the yard at this person's place, and I look up and my little dog is playing with a Mountie dog toy. I'm like, whoa. It's not wasn't my place, right? So I'm like, that's kind of spooky. But I mean, it's everywhere, right? Dog toys, You go to the tourist shops, right? Everywhere, Mountie. The organization that always got its man. Look where it's come to. Not where it's come to. That infers that it's almost even gotten better. Oh, it's gone in the toilet. Totally. And it's so huge. When Burrell's talking about too many, he's soft soaping so bad. Do you think there's too many cooks in the kitchen? Do you know how gargantuan? I have no idea. And I study this and I talk to people, members, things like that. Crazy. This organization is so behemoth. They don't even know. Nobody knows what the hell anybody else is doing. There's ops running everywhere. People are read in, some aren't. They have no idea. I'm guaranteeing you that was going on there. I'm guaranteeing you that was going on there that night. There were people in the know, and there were people who were totally not in the know. Dion Sutton. That's it, right? He was sitting at the end of the road, night vision and all. Nope. Oh, I felt like I was not even supposed to be there. They were giving me the stink eye all the time. It's gone so downhill. Like it is seriously an absolute write-off. And that's what I was saying to this person. I'm like, I feel really badly. Like I did. Because I'm talking to them. And they have lots of ties currently. And I'm like, how do you say something to somebody like that? It's so embedded in their family, and they're like, it's a real disaster. It's a total disaster. I don't think you can fix it. There's no way. Because, I mean, how many people would you have to employ to even begin to fix something that's 25,000 members strong? With all of these people with rando titles that they just invent out of the thin air. Director general, acting assistant, blah, 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 blah. Just top-heavy garbage. And want to sound, this is the thing, like it's sad. It's like a struggle to sound more and more intelligent. We've got all these funky titles and we're using all these abbreviations, the pip and the pops and the poops and on the dip dops, and we've got it on our tabletop with our tech trash. Did you see the map? I want to see that map. Is that in there? The hand-drawn map? Let me check. Hand-drawn map. Okay. There we go. I don't know. If you want to believe, honestly, first of all, we'll go through it just logically. If you want to believe that this organization, which has access to fucking everything, they know everything about you. What was it I read? Anchovies on a pizza once in a report. Oh yeah, they know it. You think I'm talking out my ass? Study it. You'll see. Now, that they don't have access to all the plasma screens that would have been mounted, everything, everybody knows whatever thing's going down, laptops, blah, 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 blah. They have people that are hired to build all that. Quick. It's all part of handbooks, written prior. It's all, tested. In fact, I may have spoken to somebody who helped develop all those plans. Now, look at this map. You're drawing it in the dark, okay? Let's look at it logically, if you want to believe this. Look at the river. What is this being drawn from? Dark? In the dark? Who's drawing it? Who drew the map? You know where all the little inlets are? Really? I mean, if I was drawing a map, I'm not drawing this kind of little, bump and stuff like that, especially if I don't even know the area. Well, there's a river there. Okay. What is somebody asking? Where are the little dips and stuff like that? Tracing a paper map? Someone with a crayon. Yeah, the map doesn't make any sense. What do we got here? 137. Oh. Isn't that in Dave Lilly's statement? 137? He thought Lisa Macaulay lived at 137 Portapique Beach Road. I don't quote me on it, but I think that's what he said. But you know where all the little things are here, but you got 200 way down at the end? What does it say here? Ferris Lane, okay. What is that? Candy cane? Cast cane? Coast Lane. Wow, I don't even know about Coast Lane. Guess it shows how dumb I am. Where's Coast Lane? Oh, wow. Whew. That looks about the size of a house. It's tiny. You know it for your map. You drew the map. If you look at it sideways, it looks like a monster. Well, okay, I'm not going into. Has at least 3 different colors. What is that unnamed road across from Coast map? I'll be totally honest. I had no idea about this Coast Lane. Wow, you learn something new every day. But they thought 200 was down here, of course, right at the end by Ferris. Really? But you knew where the fjords were, or the inlets and stuff. 200's up here, not down there. What do we got? What does this say? Something, and it's all blacked out here. So you're gonna try and black it out? I think that's actually fairly legible if I download it. Might be able to read through it. Right. Let's try. What am I looking for here? Oh, okay. Give me a moment here. Wonder if I can. Yeah, okay, maybe I can actually do it in here. All right, let's see here. All right, so here's the map. Bay Shore, 5 houses. Okay. Now, flip image, view, rotate, counterclockwise. Okay. Let's see if we can read some of this stuff. Galbraith Matthews. Okay. Anything, anybody ringing bells? Buggy Landry. Almost looks like Gabriel underneath here, but I'll have to spend a little bit of time. You guys notice anything? McDonald Forest. Oh, are these officers? Landry, Forest, McDonald. $137. What is that? I don't see a B, otherwise it'd say Gabe Home, but all right. 4 things stationed here where the warehouse is. Oh, I think spend a little bit of time with that might be able to work out what it says. The scribble out wasn't that great. Even though the county map, of course, quite clearly indicates that there is a fire road. I wonder where I can find that on my... Anybody know where that is? His boy's name is in the mess. Oh, yeah? What do we have over here? Grund. Lily. Does that say Lily? Still waiting to see if Lily was in Portapique that night or not. What does that say? Here. Oh, saw hospital. Crossed out. Lily Grund Hospital. Okay. Was he there, though, that night? Halliday on the phone with somebody who said the alert. Right. Mm-hmm. That's coming from Ottawa. Penier. And Johors. I don't know what that is. Penier? Yeah, Penier. Penier. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Sergeant Penier. Okay, so this is who drew up the map. Is that for them? And do they date it and time it? April 19th. Is this McDonald? Does that say McDonald? Is it drawn by Andrew? And does it have a time there? Is that a time? Don't know about Chad Morrison. Definitely on the radio. On the 18th. That was a big development. Not supposed to be on the radio. Supposed to be in bed. have a little snoozy, getting ready for the next day. When he wakes up and he's oblivious. Guess not. It's likely Halliday. This what you think that says, Halliday? I don't know. I don't see that. It definitely looks like a D. I'm thinking it does look like McDonald, but what else do you have here? Down there, they've got, geez, they almost have Gabe over at the end of Orchard Beach. 200 here, it looks like. Then it moves over here to the totally the wrong area. But whoever wrote the map or drew the map clearly knew where all the little bumps and it says Lily and hospital. Yeah. Well, he went to the hospital, right? That what we're told is that Lily, it doesn't add up because in the ITOs it reads that Constable Lily and Grund were in Portapique that night. The subsections underneath that, it reads that Lily and Grund were in Portapique. Otherwise, they would be separate sections, but they're not subsections. So, but they are subsections, sorry. But according to Lily and the MCC statement, he never was there. So what's lying? The ITO? Double click on radio is alert. I don't know if that's, I don't think the button thing shows up, does it, in the transcripts? I mean, that's very tinfoily, but because it doesn't make sense given everything else that we've read. It doesn't make sense that he was shot that night, but I suppose everything is a possibility, right? Back from protesting with the families, lots of support, honking by. Yay! Next week, let's have people on both sides of the street. Sorry if that makes people go deaf. I wonder what clapping over a microphone sounds like. Second letter P. Why is Morrison on the radio? Why is Morrison on the radio? I get up, I go to sleep, and I sleep 4 hours to get up to do this stuff. Why is he up? He's got a full day, and I don't, after this, I don't do anything. So, well, that's not true. Why is he up? Why is he up in a different, totally different area of the province? Not on his own radio. On his own radio, looks to be his personal radio and his car radio, logged in, because by name, when he's got to be on shift in 5 hours, but he's on a radio channel that's way on the other end of the province. Has anybody even bothered to ask? Where is the MCC interview of Morrison? He's rather critical, isn't he? I would say he has all kinds of light to shed on everything. On Heidi, all the stuff in Shubenacadie. Wow, he knows a lot. He experienced a lot. Shouldn't he be asked questions? No. Do you think he was? Oh, I think he was. They're just not giving it to you yet. That's all off in the, well, perhaps it was filtered out. Maybe it didn't even get it onto the relativity program that the lawyers use. Families can't have it. You definitely can't have it. Lawyers? Oh, yeah. I suspect maybe even the media has access to it. And I know probably that sounds like gibber. What is relativity, say you? What does even that mean? I'm not a very big tech guru person. There are some people in here who certainly are. I did apprise myself somewhat of relativity. It is unbelievably powerful. You just punch in your question, you're going to get the answer from every single reference. Every picture, every radio recording, video interview, everything. Boom, just don't even have to sit there and filter and try and remember who said what. No, just easy, done. It would map out everything. AI. Technically, it can wrap up the whole thing, right? Clearly, it's got a lot of holes in it. You're not allowed to see that. You got to do the scanned copies of crap. Kind of like the RCMP with their try and tell us this is how they do things. When you know, of course, they've got all the bells and toys and whistles and everything. Mr. Carroll certainly knows that, being in intelligence. 100%. He knows all the stuff. Who was it there at the beginning? Colchester, Police Board, ex-RCMP. Even Al, state-of-the-art facility. Remember that? That's a good article. Al Carroll. State-of-the-art Bible Hill, Al Carroll, Saltwire. State-of-the-art Bible Hill, RCMP. Where was that? There's no change to response to critical and emergency matters. That's a great update. Where was that? I remember reading it. Let's see if I date it. Maybe. Custom range. Let's put 20. Why is this not typing? Right. Okay. Older article, but seems to have disappeared. Let's try. Maybe it doesn't have state of the art on it. New Mountie at the helm. Is it this one? Oh gosh. And that detachment looks pretty fancy schmancy. I don't know. I just live over here, so I have no idea. "21 years after he began with the drug unit." Current telecommunications building on Prince Street. I lived in the area for 21 years. I guess he needs Zoom. I don't know where he lives, though, now. Carroll has worked in Quebec. Quebec and Ontario. Nova Scotia, he began 8.5 years with drug unit in Truro, 95. Took command of Colchester RCMP August 16th. A role that's been vacant. I think isn't Dwayne in charge, though? I think so. Dwayne Cooper. Formally retired January, since John Barry formally retired. think he's just Bible Hill. Carroll worked Cumberland District 5 years, 40 years. Mount Allison. Yeah, Mount Allison. Had an interest in forensics. Friends in time showing an interest in the RCMP. Friends at the time were showing an interest in the RCMP. Well, ouch. Heard that somewhere. Relativity is wide awake for the legal system. It is. It's pretty in depth. Someone gave the protesters the finger. They got their license plate number. Well, listen, it is for some reason, it's like an us and them, which makes no sense. These people's shit stink too. They're humans. RCMP are exactly the same. They're people. Maybe something makes them feel like they're not, that it is an us and them. That's not very healthy. Not very healthy at all. Thought we were all on the same team. After work, Carroll spends time hiking Northumberland Strait. His 2 children, Jordan, an RCMP officer in Manitoba. Okay. Now, it's got a relative who lives in Dieppe. Now, okay. I think that I saw it here. It was right here we go. Here we go. This is the article. This is it. RCMP ready to show off renovated detachment in Bible Hill. Bible Hill, following considerable renovations, both inside and out, RCMP detachment in Bible Hill is very changed place, both cosmetically and operationally. Look who's there. Al Carroll. All smiles. In front of the newly renovated, expanded RCMP detachment. Not that long ago. It's only 3 years, less than 3 years, 2 and change, 2.5 years. Big, brand new facility. Members from various buildings are now working under one roof. Some areas have expanded and extra services are available. Yeah. What was that again? Was that it? Expanded? Brand new techie goo? Oh, okay. There are 30, 40 members of the structure. There are now about 70. It's a great building, said Staff Sergeant Al Carroll. It's nice, wide open, nice, bright. Carroll said, although they're still in the process of putting things away, most areas are operational. It's too bad this picture doesn't seem to work. The view, that would be interesting inside from the chair where you're about to have a polygraph. The truth verification section. Well, that seems to suffer, doesn't it? Seem to have a problem with the truth verification section, I think, over in Bible Hill. Maybe it's that oath they take. Part 3, secrecy, sworn to who? Oh, not the people, right? Queen, and to abide by the orders that they're given. Right. The law kind of sits somewhere else. Services, and it's the only section. It's the only section of its kind in Northeast Nova. Archie's section. I don't know where Archie came from. It's supposed to be over in Newfoundland. And the 3 other members. And I'll tell you, I spent a lot of time, as did some other people, trying to figure out who was running Northeast Nova. And it was tough. I couldn't do it. couldn't do it. It was like gone from everywhere. And I'm like, okay, that's a sign, because I can go and find things. I could find everybody else. I couldn't find Northeast Nova. No, buried deep. And I'm like, okay, that's a sign. That's a big red flag. Archie Thompson. Three members who work and travel as far as Nunavut and Ilkwah. When needed, forensic identification services have a much larger space, enabling roles to be expanded. Just don't take families' cars there and put them in the back. Or cars with remains in them. Goodness me, oh my. One of the new spaces is brightly lit. Well, I guess it wasn't enough to see. Where large items, including vehicles, such as recently recovered race car, are taken in for processing. Wow, looks pretty fancy. I'm having a hard time putting that together with this. Aren't you? I hate car alarms. Somebody's got a car alarm. Fingerprint machine has detected has a dedicated line in Ottawa, providing quick checks through a national database. Oh. Building has 5 cells, which hasn't been used for about 8 years. I guess nobody goes to jail. A memorandum of of understanding with Truro Police enabled them to use their cells when necessary. Work was recently done on the cells, and when few technical adjustments are completed, they will be ready for use again. Perhaps as soon as this week. Maybe they'll be off shift at 2. No 24-hour policing. Big spanky buildings. Big spanky buildings. Paper maps. Right. That makes sense. With all this detail drawn in. Isn't it nice? Guess somebody in the dark can see where all the little bendy boos are in the river. Back 40, at the back of the building, major crime section, a board meeting room and a lunchroom. At the back, there are 40 cubicles with items each general duty member needs when heading out on the road. What, crayons? They want you to believe that it's crayons? Or systems that they don't log into? Or all those GPS systems that are non-existent? Maybe the member phones? What are you talking about here? Since construction was done around the existing structure, a maze-like feel has been created, some hallways, but everyone working is able to navigate quickly. Firearms seized or handled or stored on site until the provincial firearms collector collects them to be destroyed. Maybe before processing. Who knows? Who knows? We've been seizing a lot of firearms, said Carroll. Sometimes officers go to a complaint for something else and discovered unsecured weapons. A lot of visits down to 200. I guess those just didn't get found. One member. I'm not sure if it was Wiley. I know that they want people to say that. I'm not so sure about that one. Others are handed over to the RCMP when the owner dies or simply aren't wanted. An external garage with a fenced compound is at the back, located behind the main building, can be used to hold seized vehicles, sometimes with remains inside. That's what, you do to families. And you can have a parade. It's a large complex. Along with everything else, there's a lot more parking space than we've ever had. That's good. Glad they've got parking. Did anyone show that LGC that from our? I wonder if he and Jordan met up there. Sorry, I'm missing what's going on here. Project Wide Awake internal program is called IAR. Whatever. See, this is the gobbledygook. IA Pro. Whatever. Sounds like some language of babies that can't talk. I wonder how Staff Sergeant Carroll had been on that list with Brown and Melanson. Yeah, the red in list. He's the one who ordered it out. Open house. The new extra parking is available. Come in handy. Tours will be offered. Now, that was one article. Now, I remember bells and whistles. What the hell was it? Colchester Police Board, ex-RCMP member, toys. It's something that was, they said something about toys. Oh, look, there's the Dodge Charger. Anything about a Dodge Charger anywhere? 2019. Let's try that. Oh, wait. All right, let's try that. Oh, nothing. Okay. There was an article. Do you guys remember seeing that article? With all the, and they were talking about how they had all the latest gizmos and toys up in Bible Hill. It was like an article bragging, and it showed, I think there was even a picture of a whole bunch of gobbledygook that they had, like ATVs and all this other shit. But they want people to believe, somehow in the dark, they can draw crayon maps, but they have all the latest toys. And the board member, for sure, who was ex-RCMP police board. Let's see. What's this one? Tatamagouche councillor, former RCMP, concerned over response in rural Nova Scotia. Is this him? I don't think so. Maybe? Michael Gregory, who served more than 25 years, head of former RCMP detachment Tatamagouche. Yep, it is him. Since 2012, Gregory has represented District 7 Colchester County, which includes the village of Tatamagouche. He says it takes too long for police officers to respond to the area. Who's saying that again? Oh, yes, more than 25 years experience. This is not new, Gregory says Friday during an interview, adding that for at least a decade, the response time has been too long. Big fancy buildings, but paper maps. Right, of course. All the toys, but can't get there. Part-time policing, we're closed at 2. 2 till 6, please commit crime. 45 minutes is too long. It's a long time. Gregory, retired RCMP 1996, said the force made the switch to district-based policing. Oh, who's in charge of contract policing? Oh, that's right. Brian Brannon. Former Nova Scotia, head of Nova Scotia, like Lee Bergerman. He got the bump. That's who's in charge now. Once the change was made, Gregory says RCMP office at Tatamagouche was closed and the police, quote, move everybody over to the Bible Hill. Over the mountain to Bible Hill, the big fancy place. Gregory says because of the way policing is done now, RCMP officers who work in the municipality of Colchester are based in Bible Hill. He says officers could be in Stewackie, Brookfield, even Five Islands when they get an emergency call elsewhere in the country or in the county. Sometimes members are, down in Enfield on the radio. You never know. Maybe 12:18 in the morning when they should be getting up about 5 hours to go to work. Strange. For example, Gregory says if an officer is in Brookfield or Stewackie, it's at least a 45-minute drive for them to get there to call in Tatamagouche area. 45 minutes is a long time when you're looking for a police officer to help you, he said. In response, RCMP's District Colchester RCMP is continually evaluating service delivery options and allocates coverage based on peak demands. No worries about 2 till 6. Funny how Truro can put in a bid, no problem. And that was prior to the NPF's balls negotiation, where I think now it's going to go up at least 25%. Their contract bid. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg for what? 0. Truro gives you way more for way less. We appreciate the concerns brought forward, including a police chief that seems to be real honest and wanted to protect citizens. No, don't worry about that. Chief McNeil seems like a real good guy. Reassure citizens Colchester County has plans in place to address various scenarios and events in the district, says Corporal Jennifer Clark in an emailed statement. I don't want to go after her too much because Lemaitre, it's the people who are passing these things out. I like to pick on her, but it's not. Watch, I was so sorry at the end result, Attamagush murder. Wife speaks out. Oh, that's not good. There's nobody here anymore. Gregory says he called the police, quote, numerous times. He, ex-RCMP, over the years, sometimes waited for hours for someone to respond. I don't know, maybe they were having a drinky drink? Maybe. Doesn't seem like that matters, though. Gregory recalls one situation when he witnessed 2-vehicle collision in front of the post office in Attamagush, called the police. He says it took an officer 1 hour and 5 minutes to arrive at the scene, the crash, because they were tied up with another matter. But you got a big fancy building. You got all kinds of fucking toys. I wonder what that would have been. An interesting conversation. It is interesting to hear older members and good members how they respond to a call like that. You know, they get the call. They're probably like, "Oh, it's just some regular Joe." You know, fuck, man. Get on there, and the guy's like, "I have 25 years, man. I have 25 fucking years. I've been waiting here. Do you know how long it took me when I was in the job to get here? Do you know how long? I didn't have all the fancy toys, which suddenly now you've gone back to using paper maps. Back in my day, we used to walk 5 miles to school every day, uphill both ways. Uh-huh. I believe that. Don't you? Oh, they lying. Big time to you. Big time. I wouldn't want to have been that responding officer. Clark says the RCMP worked closely with the municipality to plan policing coverage. Well, seems that way. In a district this size, the length matter respond can be based on a number of factors, including distance to travel, call location, number of officers available to respond based on what is occurring at the time. It costs so much money for the RCMP and all their fucking toys, which aren't crayons, but they can't actually police. Oh, it's going to cost more. 25% more. Thanks, NPF. It's your fucking union. But you know what they can do? The union. They can do all the fucking PR garbage. Dancing around on stages. Hey, we care about you. We want to save you. Dwayne Ivani. Oh, yeah. You know, I save the members. Then there are people that can look after civilians too. What? And it's like got fancy music, and where is that? It's vile. These sock accounts that they use. Dwayne Ivani, Facebook PMERT. I don't know. RCMP, Nova Scotia. Yeah, here we go. This thing. Note the date, of course, because it's totally imploding. Totally imploding, right? This is what they spend their money on. Not so that you can have police, not so that anything else. This is what they spend their money on.
I think medically, when you look at all the training and the practice and the time that you put in, when we get into a situation where you're actually able to use it and save someone's life, is the biggest reward. My name's Dwayne Ivany. I'm a corporal with the RCMP. I'm a supervisor in the Halifax district area, and I'm also the divisional coordinator for the RCMP's Emergency Medical Response Team in H Division. We're set up a little different than normal operators. We carry on our front of our hard body armor. We have a number of tourniquets, which is our primary thing for any kind of appendage wound, arm or leg. The medics will carry, it's a special type of scissors, Raptor. It's able to cut through metal. I can cut a ring off with this. I've got a seatbelt cutter. Our prime mandate is to provide emergency medical aid and advanced care to our members in critical incidents and in high-risk scenarios.
Nice slap in the face there. Real nice. January 25th, 2022. Thanks, MPF and RCMP. Your job is to take care of your members. How about civilians? Remember Fitbit Heather? You'd think you'd have a little bit more compassion on this one. Just a little bit. Maybe like, our job is to save civilians and members. That's not what the NPF with their sock accounts, PR propaganda. Please don't kick us out. We're afraid we're going to lose everything. Yeah, you are. You destroyed yourselves with your fuckery and your lying. And anybody who bought into the garbage, which Ottawa and the white shirts probably, I'm almost 97% sure, hiding ops that they were doing down in Portapique. And rather than doing the right thing and stepping forward and getting ahead of it and cleaning it up, this was how they dealt with it. With this shit. Let's go back and listen to that again.
Our prime mandate is to provide emergency medical aid and advanced care to our members in critical incidents and in high-risk scenarios. There are times where we will respond to an incident. It could be as simple as a car accident, and there's going to be a delay in the ambulances or the paramedics arriving, and it's something where they need their immediate care. So we will do that. The medics will provide care to civilians, any kind.
I like the tone. I really like the tone. All about RCMP, all about our members. And then, well, and he listened to it. We will provide that. We will provide that. No, that's your fucking job. You do provide that. Not we will. We could think about it. Maybe. Kind of. Possibly. After our members. Don't worry. After our members. Very important we take care of our members. The date. Nasty. January 25th, 2022. Oh, no. Bad. Sorry, NPF. Sorry. This is some sock account. NPF sock account. Whatever, balls. RRCMP. Oh, look at what your tax dollars are paying for. Here's more gobbledygook. You see, why is this account here? You know why, right? It's all propaganda because they're scared shitless. They're going to get kicked out. And they are. They're going to get kicked out. None of the police chiefs want them anymore. Fuck you, even with your blackmailing, strong arming. We have the provincial labs. You gotta use us. You gotta do exactly what we say. They're like, fuck you, man. McNeil. Well, I'm gonna have to read his interview verbatim. I think it's quite lengthy, but good guy. Did I read it? Did I read it? Maybe I did read it. I don't even remember anymore. RCMP. Look at that. Isn't that strange? Look, you see, I tell you it's a sock account. RCMP. Fuck off, man. There we go. What's that there? Oh, the union. Danko. Yeah, who's the Danko? Archie, the Danko? The Danko that was buried? Fucking wrong. One moment, please. Okay, sorry. So, this is exactly under the photos under their tab. Yeah. This is a fucking union. This is like Dustine and all of them doing their little dancey poos, which funnily enough may have been Angela Howerluck there in the background. I don't know if it was her or not. Let's have a look at some of the photos. All these promotional videos, these are disgusting. This is what you're paying for, but you didn't get the policing. Heather didn't get care. How many bodies were sitting in homes? The scary part of that is really scary when you think about it. Were they all dead immediately? I like my forehead a lot, but I'll tell you, I want to hit it on my desk real hard. Nobody checked, so we don't know. When did people die? How long did they suffer? How many people did? But they can do this shit. Copy. Paste. NPF balls. Please save us. Please support our members in Nova Scotia. We're here to keep our community safe. You feel safe? You feel safe? Does it sound like they really care? Drinky poos with hand crayon maps that have fjords built into them in the dark? Of course, because, that's what they do. That's how you draw a map in the dark, because you know exactly where every bend is in the river. Bullshit. Fucking lie. That's a lie, and you can tell. It's clearly just written by somebody in Ottawa who's really dumb. And they're like, well, you have to put every little detail of the river. Nobody sat there and thought about, well, it's dark. You wouldn't fucking know. You couldn't see that. You wouldn't know. You just know that there would be a blue line. River. Durr. Intelligence, very low. Sad. Cover photos, timeline photos, our members, RCMP benefits Nova Scotia. Really? Highly specialized and professional. What? In destruction of evidence? Here's, there's going to have all their goo and toys in here. And, oh, there's some fucking bear. Great. That's why my dog I think it was an RCMP bear. RCMP Appreciation Day. That's because they're actually not appreciated. That's the funny thing I was noticing on the Facebook, the posts right away. There were a lot of things that were getting deleted. And then there were a lot of members and people who are associated to RCMP, because I would trace them. I would go through. I'd be like, who is this person? Oh, they were members and had family that were members. And they would write, thank you very much for supporting all Nova Scotians. We really appreciate it. That's called bias. Do you have a horse in the race? Oh, yeah, it's your job. Oops, forgot. It's not the average citizen generally who was saying, yay, RCMP. It was, most people were kind of sitting back and they're like, what the fuck was going on exactly there? Why didn't we get the alert? Oh, those people? Delete those comments. Delete, 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 delete. And then you're just left with a big list of, hey, we love you. That's our jobs. Please don't fire us. Please. It's only us talking to ourselves. Durr! Intelligence low. Dog handling skills. Wow. This is all so awesome. Do you know that the federal government pays 30% of Nova Scotia's RCMP policing costs? Don't give a fuck. It's a waste of money. Sorry. Forensic labs. What's that doing? Destroying things? Memorandum? Oops. O drives. Where's that in here? Gosh, Gmail accounts. That came out yesterday. Of course, been talking about that for a long time. Why? Because then you can't ATIP. You can't ATIP a Gmail account. You'll never get it. It's all the secret op communications that were going on. Can't ATIP it. They know that. That video I did about O drives, Gmails, O drives, and memorandums of destruction. Right? And the memorandum came here. Just so we're perfectly clear. A lot of bullshit came out of here. Lots. And their receipts. Not that it matters, because it's important that it gets out. But clearly, people inside were very worried and are good people. And that's why things get sent this way. Because they're like, this shit ain't us, man. We like to protect people, but we're scared. We have left for the day. Everyone honked. Yeah. Thank you, Kendall. Huge support for people. Wonder if it's the same kind that the NPF is fucking trying to make everybody feel. Which is what? AstroTurfing bullshit! Let's have a look at some real support. Some real love. Not fake. Not paid for by you and me to try to brainwash us that everybody loves them. Fuck you, man. Okay, let's have a look. I'm interested in seeing. Yay! What's total love here going on with Charlene? Thank you. God bless her. God bless all the families of the 23. She says it. Truth hurts, but the evidence of key officers involved must be shared fully through hard questions. Thank you, media, for finally, maybe, your bosses are telling you got to do something because we're really in the shit here because now we're going down too. People are figuring out who's funding all of it. The PR wing media is just the same as that astroturfing balls. Media just tries to convince you everything too. It's bullshit. That's why they're dragging their feet everywhere and running cover the whole time. Mass casualty omission. Good stuff. God bless you all. I wish I was there. I'd be out there just fucking ripping it up, man. Ripping it up! Hell hath no fury. Not a woman scorned. A man that's terrified for his country. And heartbroken. Absolutely fucking devastated over these people's lives. Forever altered. God bless the 23. Brent Ruskin. I mean, you're going to actually say something, Brett. Jesus. Happening now. Family members of victims 2020 Nova Scotia protest outside of ongoing public inquiry. RCMP officers will be allowed to testify via Zoom when they're probably down the street and recorded. Non-live streamed. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh, noes. So what we're sitting here doing is watching a movie pre-recorded. Good. This is sick, man. Really sick. Get your popcorn. That's why it doesn't have that little box with live. Kind of like something else, other things I've seen places. Pre-recorded. What you doing? Please thank you for telling the truth. Appreciate it. I may have heard something about this somewheres, possibly. Sick, man. So it wouldn't matter anyways, because the family went. What were they going to be watching? Oh, a TV screen. And that's why I was saying Zoom. What's going on? Why do you need to use the Zoom? Oh, that's right. Because there's nobody there. Get your popcorn ready. Oh, I don't know. What are they doing exactly? So what is this business that we may have some questions after 2 o'clock? Bullshit. Because what? It's pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. What are we waiting for? We don't even need a lunch break. Just play it through. You've already recorded it. And if it's pre-recorded, What's McDonald doing there saying, we'll be back at, maybe we'll have some questions for you at 2? That wouldn't be truthful because he's not there. Or perhaps all of that stuff was pre-recorded, screened, scrubbed, done whatever it needed to be. And then maybe at 2, they'll have him come in. Wonder if he's wearing anything different. Maybe things look different in the background. Maybe you can put them side by side. Different ties. Yeah, no, maybe something different. Even recordings need breaks. Nice. So what are you really protesting even here, right?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn your devices to silent mode.
Today is not pre-recorded? Oh, okay. My apology. Not today's, tomorrow's. My apologies then. It's not pre-recorded. Why is Brett Ruskin saying it's pre-recorded? It's not pre-recorded. Okay, fair. My apologies. I think they mean other witnesses. Okay, I'm a human. I make mistake. I read that. Will be allowed to testify. Okay. I guess will. My apologies. My apologies. I have to eat humble pie. Easy enough. They can confirm walk in the building. That would be good. Brett Ruskin jumping that gun. Well, I don't know. Is anybody down there? Want to jump in? Go in, walk in the session, see what's going down. It's not to say the Zoom isn't pre-recorded. Who the fuck knows? He says this is why families were protesting. Regardless, why pre-recorded? Well, clearly something's pre-recorded, right? We know that for sure. They said one officer will be allowed to testify under in closed session. I'm pretty sure that's an undercover. Where were we here? Mass casualty. Omission. So my still a good rant. Well, my apologies, but maybe this can be verified, and then I'm human. I apologize. But why O'Brien and Rehill are not important witnesses? They don't need cross-examination. All witnesses need cross-examination. All people should be there.
Welcome back.
Discovery.
The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Mr. Burrow?
Yes, Commissioners, councils have met, and I understand that there will be some questions posed, first from Mr. Bryson, and then to be followed by Ms. Ward. That's the approach that's going to be taken.
Thank you. And so we can bring the witness.
Oh, yes,
back.
please.
And
That's
Mr.
not
Bryson,
fair.
whenever you're ready, and you can explain who you represent to the witness. Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you again, Staff Sergeant Carroll. Can you hear me okay? It's Commissioner McDonald here.
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Mr. Josh Bryson is at the podium. I don't know if you can see him yet or not, but.
Okay, I can see him now.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant Carroll. My name is Josh Bryson. I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobblewood Court. And so I have some questions for you. And I'm also asking questions on behalf of the Oliver Tuck family, who resided at 41 Cobblewood Court, and also the Goulet family in Middle Stewiacke. So thank you for being here and answering questions. So the first topic I want to go over is the topic of pictometry. I have a couple follow-up questions on that. Okay, so I heard in your direct evidence that that you indicated that images from the OCC would have been obtained through pictometry. Did I hear that correctly?
I believe that the OCC do use spectrometry.
Okay, do you know if they were using it on April 18th and 19th, 2020?
I cannot comment on that.
Okay, where did you get the sense that they were possibly using pictometry when you were asked?
Well, I thought I've been to the OCC as an alternative risk manager in the past. And I believe I was told at the time that they could bring it up and then bring the pictometry images up on the wall, up on the screens if need be. That's where that comes from.
Okay. So besides the discussions you had with Staff Sergeant McCallum about pictometry, did you hear anyone else talk about pictometry on April 18th or 19th?
I don't think I had any discussions with Staff McCallum about pictometry. He was using whatever platform he was using. I believe it was Google Earth. Those are the only discussions I had. I don't recall anybody else talking about pictometry.
Okay, I'm just going to put something to you for your response. We've had the benefit of obtaining a pictometry report that forms part of the documents we have and that we can use. And as part of that report, and just for the commissioners' understanding and for participants, it's COM number 56422, and I'm referring to page 11. And the pictometry analysis shows that you can see Cobequid Court merging with the Blueberry Field Road. And the opinion, at least in this report, is that the images from pictometry show that Blueberry Field Road is traversable by vehicle. So my question to you is, did you hear anyone talking about Blueberry Field Road in this manner via reference?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Okay, so you heard nothing about what I'm suggesting to you now on April 18th or 19th?
No, I did not.
Mr. Bryson, sorry, could you just let me know who is the author of that report? Could you just describe it a little? I don't think I know it offhand. And
okay,
sorry, Staff
Yeah.
Sergeant Carroll, it's Commissioner Stanton speaking. I'm just asking a question about that. And you said, sorry, COM 56422?
Yes, page 11. It's a
Okay.
commissioned MCC commission report.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I do not know the author offhand, but they compared Google Maps with pictometry.
Oh, it's the supplementary report of the investigators.
Yes,
It's one of those. Oh,
that's
I'm
it,
sorry.
yes, yeah.
Okay, I do know which one it is. I just needed to be clear.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's quite a few reports and I'm
Yes.
always trying to keep track of them. So thank you.
Staff Sergeant, I want to go back to the hand-drawn map that you were asked questions about earlier. So if we could bring up Exhibit 1463, please. Staff Sergeant, can you see the diagram?
I can. It's very small on my computer, but I can see some of it.
Okay, and we can certainly scroll around. Perhaps we can scroll to the very bottom first. And we can see some, it's the bottom left of our screen. Well, I guess depending on which monitor you look at. The bottom of the screen, there's some initials. Do you know whose initials they are?
I can't see them. I think there's one set of my initials. I've seen this before.
Okay.
I believe I can't make it on my computer.
Perhaps
I'm
we could
sorry,
just
I think-
magnify that portion.
Yeah, those are what I'm seeing on the left side are not my initials.
Okay. What about on the initials on that side?
That is my writing, I believe.
Okay. And I'm just looking at, and we can bring it back in focus, the whole document. I'm trying to get a better sense of what exactly this hand-drawn map was used for.
As I explained earlier, the hand-drawn map was, that map was drawn by Sergeant Rob Lewis, and it just gives a representation that we could use at the command post at our command table, just quickly depicting where the where the members were, where our containment people were, where our checkpoints were at Five Houses Road, at Bay Shore, and Portapic Beach Road, and Highway 2, and farther east.
So would this map be the best map in terms of what reflects those issues you're discussing, in terms of where members were located?
It was just a quick reference map saying, okay, who's at checkpoint at Bayshore, and we could go quickly and say, okay, that was in the early stages. The members who were there, I think it was Blaine Dow and maybe somebody else. Just a quick reference is what it was for.
Okay, and was this the one you used throughout the night?
As you can see, there's some black marks there that replay that are depicting members when they rotated, they changed off shift, and some other members came in and replaced them.
Okay. Now, just in terms of this map here, I'm just wondering if this caused you any concern at the time, or perhaps you didn't notice, but Brown Loop Road, for example, is not noted on this particular hand-drawn map.
Yeah, I knew Brown Loop. It's not noted on that, but it does go. And did not know that. Did not know it went down to the blueberry fields.
Okay, so you realized it when you were working from this map that it did not contain Brown Loop?
Yes.
And that didn't cause you any concern?
Well, from what I'd seen prior to back at Level Detachment with Staff McCallum, we were not making a connection between Brown Loop and any egress points coming out of the area.
Okay. And in terms of some streets have names, how did you decide which streets to name on this hand-drawn map? Do you recall?
I don't know if I named them. I think they were named by Sergeant. I think Sergeant Lewis is filling that out, if I'm not mistaken. And perhaps I picked the map up from before he completed it. I have no recollection of that.
Okay. And so, for example, Cobequid Court is not listed on this particular map. Were you aware of that at the time?
The map itself was not. It was meant for checkpoints, not the inner workings of Portapic Beach, Orchard Beach, and the other streets in there. It wasn't reflective of that.
Madam Registrar, if we can switch now to the next exhibit 1462. This is the other map you made reference to that was used.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So are you able to distinguish for us when you use this map versus the hand-drawn map?
I can't remember when that map came into play. I know it was obviously, I believe it was after the hand-drawn map at some point in time during the evening. I don't know who printed it off, and I ended up just taking the positions I had from the hand-drawn map and placed them with the names to similar areas on this computer-generated map, I'm going to call it.
Okay. And I see, for example, Constable Colford's name is in the vicinity of Brown Loop, but she was actually stationed on Portapic Beach Road. Is this just simply meant to indicate that she was near Portapic Beach Road, or what does the Colford entry mean?
It's just that she's in the vicinity of Portapic Beach Road. That I think they're almost visible one to the other. One end of Brown Loop is anyway.
And based on this map, you can see the presence of Brown Loop, and but again, you didn't see that as an ingress or egress point out of Portapic?
No, I did at that point in time, no.
And you didn't turn your mind to dispatching resources to contain Brown Loop, is that fair?
We didn't have the resources on Brown Loop. There were other resources farther down, farther east on Highway 2.
And on this map, there are initials as well, and it's dated April 19th. Perhaps I can just ask you, I don't think you were asked that on direct, but if we can scroll down to the initials. You recognize those initials?
Yeah, those are mine, sorry. The ones on the left are mine. Yep. I don't know who's the other ones are.
Okay, so while we're on this topic, perhaps we can just bring up the transcript from Staff Sergeant Halliday. Okay, Staff Sergeant, if you could just start reading where it says, "And I remember seeing this," and then we'll skip to the next page. You can just let me know when you're done, and then we'll scroll to the next page.
I'm sorry, my eyes are not quite that good to see a screen that small. Sorry, and I remember seeing this, what appeared to be a white line.
Yes, yep, keep going until you get to the end of that page. You can let me know when you're done.
And it's not scrolling down for me.
Okay. And again, you're reading Staff Sergeant Halliday's testimony at this inquiry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep going once you're done.
Okay. Slow it down, please. Okay.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay. Okay.
Just stop there for a moment. If I can just have a moment in place, I just have to orient.
Mr. Bryson's just conferring with the registrar, Staff Sergeant Carroll.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Staff Sergeant. So basically what we were looking at was that exchange with Commission Council about Brown Loop and about perhaps having that contained. And the suggestion was that based on local knowledge, that it would not be necessary to contain that particular loop. Do you recall any discussions about that in particular, about what you just read?
No, I don't recall hearing of with Staff Halliday talking about seeing a potential roadway there. I don't know what time frame you're referring to in that. We did move the checkpoint up closer to Brown Loop. It was moved up. I can't remember what time it was, but they were very near Brown Loop at the end of that. At some point in time in the evening. I don't know what time that would have been. But I did not. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, finish your thought there.
No, I don't recall everybody asking to go down Brown Loop or doing that.
And the suggestion that based on local knowledge, that it was not necessary. Were you considered the local knowledge as the district commander?
I don't know. With the local knowledge, my knowledge of that area was with respect to what we looked up on the Google Earth maps, and we're showing what was there. And that's what led Staff McCallum and myself in the early stages of Bible Hill Detachment to determine there was in our mind there was no egress point from that field or onto Brown Loop from the Blueberry Field.
So you're aware of Brown Loop, but you just weren't aware of the Blueberry Field Road. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's fair.
Now, just in terms of the containment, I just want to go to the next day for a moment. So you left around noon, Portapique?
Correct.
And so in terms of seeing containment, what is supposed to happen after you depart? How does that work?
Well, left. It's a major crime. It's a major scene, and it gets turned over to to MCU, a major crime unit, and they determine how the scene is going to be processed and what's going to happen. Uniformed members will be called in to maintain security of the scene, but all the goings on is whatever transpires is in the realm of major crime and how they conduct their investigations.
What makes it a major crime scene?
I think that's rather obvious. We have multiple homicides in that area. It doesn't get any more major than that in my mind.
Yeah.
Our major crime unit we have with the province, they basically, unless it's a serious, the only crimes they take care of are homicides for the most part. There might be some other ones where they do get tasked to do the investigation, but they're specifically tasked to do homicide investigations, this being multiple homicide investigations.
So my question is, so what if some of the residents didn't require major crime? They required emergency medical services, for example. Was that thought attended to?
I would say it wasn't. It wasn't at the time. Everything was the places where things had transpired. The houses were burned, the structures were burned to the ground, with the exception of the Blairs and the school teacher's house. Everything else was burned to the ground.
In addition to the other homes that were in Portapique not burned to the ground, though, right? Because there's roughly 30 homes or so in Portapique, and there was only about 4 or so structures, 4 or 5 structures that were burned.
Yes.
Yeah. So the other 25 structures were not burned down.
No, they were not.
Yeah. And in terms of containing the scene for major crime, so you've addressed that, but containing the area, is the understanding that the entire area of Portapique is going to be locked down until major crime can get in there?
Just that area, confined area where we're dealing with all the goings on, all the houses burned and the people that have been murdered.
Okay. And at that time, you didn't know the extent of for example, you didn't know about the 5 people that were deceased on Cobequid Court, right?
No, we had no knowledge of that.
Yeah. And so in terms of the containment, it would be at the head of Portapique Beach Road?
Yes. We had vehicles contained at Portapique Beach Road to prevent anybody from coming into the area. And then there were, as I said before, in previous Constable Lafferty was down at across from the Blair residence where their two bodies were found on the ground on the roadside. He was maintaining integrity of that location. And some other vehicles were inside the perimeter, just making sure there was nobody had walked in through another access point or nobody was around.
Okay. So for example, if we have, and we do have some evidence, it hasn't been tested yet, but there's some evidence to suggest that someone did in fact drive down Brown Loop and drove part way down Blueberry Field Road. It's in the COM documents, and took a photograph. And again, it hasn't been tested. It's been produced with a timestamp, but there hasn't been opportunity to investigate it yet. But the suggestion is that someone drove down at roughly 2 o'clock on the 19th. So this would be after your departure. Would you expect that Brown Loop would have been contained at roughly this time to prevent people from being able to drive into Portapique on the 19th on the afternoon?
That I can't comment on.
What would your understanding be when you left as to scene security for Portapique?
We're maintaining the head of Portapique Beach Road, and the inner areas where the houses were burned and that location.
Okay, so before your departure, you would have saw the Blueberry Field Road with the gate that you saw, that you testified to?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you go up Blueberry Field Road at that time?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you get out of your vehicle at any point while within Portapique?
At the top of the road yes, I would have been at the top of Portapique Beach Road with I was speaking with the other people on scene, Sergeant O'Brien and the other constables who were there.
Did you get out of your vehicle at any other point? You recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In terms of, did you spend time on Cobequid Court on the morning of April 19th?
No, I just.
Besides the gate that you had testified about, did you spend?
No, it's just the gate. I drove down there. I think I drove down to the beach and then I drove back.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any homes on Cobequid Court?
I have to remember there was obviously, I believe you can see them from the intersection of Orchard Beach Road, but I think you can see them from there. I'm not sure.
Okay. So here's a concern of the Bond family, and I'm just going to put it to you, and then you can tell me if you have any evidence to offer about it. So we do have the GPS report now of Constable Dorrington driving down to 46 Cobequid Court at 10:26 a.m. and staying for roughly 30 seconds. You recall Mr. Burrell asking you questions about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we have Constable Dorrington at 46 Cobequid Court for roughly 30 seconds. So what the Bond family is aware of and what others are aware of is the fact that the door was slightly ajar because Mr. Bond was deceased within the door, that the driveway is only about 30 feet long, and that the front door is visible from the driveway. So that if you're sitting in a car looking at 46 Cobequid Court for 30 seconds, you must be seeing, and again, I'm not asking you to testify as to what Dorrington saw, but if you're in the driveway, you're going to be able to see the front door. So do you have any evidence or any comments you can make about Dorrington's brief stay at 46 Cobequid Court? Or
no, I just know he was circulating in the air, driving on the roads. He would have done Cobequid Court. He would have done Portapique Beach Road. He would have driven by Orchard Beach Road. I'm sure if you all the GPSs, he covered all those areas.
And after you left at lunchtime, what was your expectation as to when the entire area of Portapique would have been canvassed?
I don't know if I had any expectation. It was being turned over to major crime, and I believe we were waiting for direction from major crime at that time of, okay, what's next? Where do we go? What do you want done?
Okay, so again, major crime would be attending to the known crime scenes, correct? They're not looking for new crime scenes?
That is correct, yes.
So there were no resources on April 19th deployed to canvass the area then?
No, I know afterwards that, you're probably leading up to that is when Corporal McDonald and I believe Constable Foster, when they ended up going down and checking those residences.
Okay. But again, you had no expectation as to time or when or if that would occur on the 19th in terms of canvassing?
No.
Okay.
I said, well, at that time, we're still dealing with everything else that's going on and all the multiple scenes, and I guess we're still trying to get our head around things, and maybe that would have come out in a debriefing and tasking during the afternoon, but I ended up getting spun off on the search investigation, and I just branched off into that side of things.
Did you have any subsequent involvement or knowledge at the time of the eventual canvassing that occurred on Cobequid Court that discovered the bonds at 4:46 p.m. and then the tucks at roughly 4:50 p.m.? Did you have any involvement?
I had no involvement, but I was made aware of it. Corporal McDonald, who would come on shift to assist, he ended up being tasked with going down, and he made those discoveries.
Okay. And a final question on this, and just to be clear, so to your knowledge, there was no canvassing of Cobequid Court or other parts of Portapique prior to your departure at noon on the 19th? Okay.
No, there wasn't.
Now, I just want to ask you a few questions about the perpetrator's cop car. Do you recall it being discussed, the fact that the cop car had a push bar?
No, found that out after the fact.
Okay. Did you see the 7:27 a.m. photograph from HRP that showed the image of the cop car? Do you recall?
I would have seen it at some time, but I don't know when I saw that photograph.
Okay. Do you recall anyone bringing a push bar to your attention, either by what they heard on the comms channels or in other ways that morning?
No.
Did you see or were you aware of any other cars on the road that day that had a push bar? RCMP
I know.
cars.
No, I realize. No, I don't think so. No. I know none of my cars in Bible Hill had them. I don't think any of the Cumberland County cars had them either. So no, I don't think so.
The other observation that's been noted about the vehicle is the fact that it had a whip antenna. Is that a common accessory with an RCMP car, to your knowledge?
It used to be in the past, but now everything's been, the antennas are much smaller than they used to be.
When was
Sorry, go ahead.
When was the last time you saw a whip antenna on an RCMP car?
It's got to be a long time.
Just a couple questions on the Belmont Fire Hall.
Okay.
So you talked about what direction you gave. I'm just wondering if there's policy for this type of false misfiring where you're shooting. What is supposed to happen?
Well, we investigate it. The weapon gets seized, and we usually probably there's an investigation done. Obviously, there's an investigation done on it. I'm certainly sure there is policy of how step 1, step 2, step 3. This wasn't a normal situation. We're not dealing with most misfires, or some of this stuff will happen in a different scenario. We've had misfires at our range. We've had misfires in the detachment. And this one, like I said in the direct this morning, I thought it was a member involving with URGE, who were actively searching for Mr. Wharton. I had no knowledge it was at the fire hall till later on in that afternoon.
Is that where you got the idea about the camo? Is that just something you had imagined?
No, No, it's just thinking because everything's happening all at once. You've got the situation in Wentworth. You have in Glenholm. You have in DeBert. You have her scrambling out, trying to get involved in these people. Everything, you have the radio communication going on. And then all of a sudden, in the midst of all of this, the time frame, you hear bagoo on bagoo. So in my mind, registered, okay, there's somebody mobile and somebody's out of the car. Constable Brown, Constable Lawson were in plain clothes, and somebody accidentally discharged a round. That was my interpretation. That's the way my assumption at the time. My assumption was wrong.
But where did you get the idea that the victim was in camouflage or camo?
ERT members are wearing camo.
Okay, so no one had suggested to.
No, nobody suggested to me. Sorry, it was just an assumption based on everything happening all at once. It got jumbled up, and that's the assumption I took.
So at what point, just so I understand, at what point is someone relieved of active duty? What type of incident is involved when a member should be relieved of active duty?
It's possibly should have done it in this one. However, we're looking at we got a mass murderer out there, and if I can have capable bodies, they were functional. So I didn't know the full parameters of what happened at the fire hall. I didn't know it was a fire hall. But I made the same decision. We had to stop this guy. And if these two members were not injured, fit, capable, and if they could help stop this madman, then yeah, I'm going to let them go. I didn't stop them down. Can be criticized for it. So be it if I am, but that was my decision at the time and I'll stick with it.
Yeah. Thank you. And at the time you made that decision, were you aware of what had occurred? You mentioned Wentworth, but just at roughly 9:52 at Glenholm, where Brown and Melanson also thought they saw the perpetrator. And on the columns you can read, break, break, break. We got eyes on him, marked PC on the side of the highway ahead of us. And then they were disabused of that notion, stating that, no, they said it's McDonald, I think. I might have the name wrong, but they clarified that it's not the perpetrator.
Good. Yes, I think I remember hearing that.
Okay. And then afterwards, were you aware of the incident at 11:17 when Brown and Melanson had another encounter with an HRP member? They didn't know it was HRP at the time, but on the transcript we can see that person has a firearm in their hand. We're going to take them down here. And then someone came on comms and said, that person is an HRP officer. Were you aware of that incident at 11:17 a.m.?
Where did that take place? That was in Carroll, was it not? Or
I forget I forget the exact location now. It was around Truro.
Well, taking it down, I think there was some miscommunication of somebody. There was something with a vehicle at one of the grocery stores, one of the Sobeys or something. This member's walking around with a firearm, and Brown and Melanson are going to effect a takedown, stop the person, police. That's what I'm assuming a takedown they're doing.
Takedown means what? Take them down?
No, arrest.
Okay. And actually this one, I believe it occurred about 100 meters before a checkpoint, and the HRP officer was in an unmarked vehicle on the side of the road near the checkpoint, and he may have had a carbine out.
I can't comment on that.
Okay. So with that incident, yeah, at that point, so you weren't aware of that incident in real time, were you?
I don't think so, all that was going on there.
Okay. So hearing these three incidents put together, is this a situation where perhaps Brown and Melanson could have been relieved no later than the third incident from active duty?
They're performing their duties. You could say yes, you could say no. We're still looking at stopping this individual. If somebody's walking around with a weapon, yeah, we've got to take care of that.
Okay, so that's the priority.
Well, you've got to, I'm losing something in the translation here. We're trying to stop a mass murder. And right now we don't know where he is. And somebody walking down the streets with a weapon, you're going to affect the police takedown. Justin Bork in Moncton was walking around neighborhoods with a carbine. Yes, police were trying to take him down, and I'd hope they would have done the same thing, which is basically what Brown and Melanson were doing with this unidentified police officer, somebody that they didn't know who he was. He wasn't identified as a police officer, and he was sitting there with a carbine. So they were affecting. They're doing their job. Sorry.
Okay. So had you been apprised of that incident in real time, same decision? Take a breath, carry on. Is that fair?
They had this person identified. Once he was identified as a police officer, business as usual.
Thank you. Do you know if Colchester or any detachment actually in Nova Scotia has a threat assessment coordinator?
Colchester doesn't.
What about
I don't.
Cumberland?
I'm not. No, we didn't in Cumberland. I'm not. No, I don't know if that's not a position that exists, to my knowledge. Sorry.
Yeah. And in terms of, do you recall any briefing after the Mayor Thorpe inquiry? And one of the recommendations that perhaps detachments look at having a threat assessment coordinator?
No, I was in those years. I was not involved in detachment policing.
When you were involved, do you recall anyone briefing you on that, the Mayor Thorpe inquiry and its recommendations?
No, I don't.
Just a point of clarification, perhaps you can help me with. I'm trying to understand the difference between the CAD activity log and the CAD activity log when it's sent over to pros. Does that give you enough information to be able to distinguish between the two and help me understand the differences?
Yeah, I'm not the person to direct that to, because I don't use CAD, and mostly that was the ops NCO was taking care of CAD and kids and that type of stuff. I didn't have those programs on my computer.
That's all my questions. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Staff Sergeant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Ward?
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant Carroll. As you know, my name is Laurie Ward, and I represent the Attorney General of Canada, and I think I only have one question for you. In your evidence this morning, I believe you said that you had asked Jen McCollum at the OCC to engage with strategic communications. Is that correct?
I didn't use the word strategic communication. I used the word HDEV comms.
Okay.
That's a common knowledge of it. That's our email address. You mail something in HDEV comms, and they're the ones that take care of it.
Thank you. And then Mr. Burrell asked if you had followed up with comms, and you said no, you had not. And I'm just wondering, when you spoke to Jen McCollum about this and asked her to engage with comms, what was your expectation of what she would do?
Jen is an excellent OCC operator. She's a very confident individual, and I fully expected she would reach out to HDEV comms as per my request and engage them in getting some messaging out via their social media platforms or whatever they use.
And I guess in that situation or in general, when you task someone with something, do you expect that you're going to need to follow up in some way?
Jen is, especially now with Jennifer, she's, like I said, she's an excellent operator, and I have the utmost confidence in her doing what was asked, and knowing the importance of it, I had no doubt that she would reach out.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Mr. Burrell?
That would be the extent of council's questioning this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Carroll. It's Commissioner Fitch speaking now. I just have a few questions for you, and some of them are forward-looking as we seek to find some solutions and recommendations. And then there's a few questions I have just for clarification from your testimony today. But first, before I launch into my questions, for just to clarify for the record, when you were making reference to blue on blue, just recently in your follow-up with Mr. Bryson, you had also referred to it as an accidental discharge, and would like to give you the opportunity to clarify the difference between blue on blue and an accidental discharge.
Sorry, that was yes. Bagoo on Bagoo is a shot was fired towards a police officer, and is a just uniform color of Bagoo. Accidental discharge was not the right terminology to use in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Typically, the response to a blue on blue situation would be different than an accidental discharge.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One of the questions that I had from early on in your testimony today was with reference to the police car. And if you could help us better understand when you may have first heard about a decommissioned or an old police car being used, and how you came to know that information.
That would have come from Staff Ray Hill when I was speaking with him at some point in time in the evening, 10:30, 11 o'clock in the Bible detachment, when he's referring to I believe the kids that called Gabe's old police car. And there's a lot of the old decommissioned police cars out there. They're used for multiple purposes. And I know in Amherst, there's one guy, it's almost like security work he does with the old police cars, the old decommissioned cars.
Okay. Thank you. In reference to a question that was asked about the advantage or disadvantage of having yourself and your fellow staff sergeants at the command post, you gave a number of advantages to that. But as we listen to the testimony, we know that there was considerable breakdown in communication. So I'm just wondering, in the command post, in the role that you were taking on there, if you could explain to us what process was in place for facilitating the sharing of critical information between yourself and the critical incident commander.
After my initial meeting with Jeff West, early after arriving at the command post, I don't know if I had any other further contact or much further contact with Jeff. Any information that was received, I'll be filtering that up through Staff Halliday, who was meeting with, who would pass it along to Jeff West rather than having everybody running to Jeff West. So the information would follow a path up to where it needed to get to. There were different times when in the command post we would, and I believe Staff West would be part of that as well, where we just sit and do a quick brainstorming session. Okay, where are we at now? What's the latest? What's new? What's our next step? I know there's probably a number of times during the course of the evening, or the early morning hours that I was involved in a brainstorming session like that with Staff Halliday, Staff McCallum, and Staff West if you were there at the time.
So in addition to these brainstorming sessions, presuming that there was a sharing of information there.
Oh yeah.
Was there any place in the command post setup that you were all able to look at the latest incoming information?
I think there were boards set up on the wall. I think in a negotiating world, we use basically a flip charts and tape into the wall, and it's kind of a timeline of what events that are happening. I'm trying to remember if I saw those up in the command post. I can't recall.
Okay. There was a question posed to you about technologies when you were talking about the benefits of being in the command post because of dead zones with radio communications or cell phones. And as district commander, you would have a sense of the resources and assets that that your members would have access to in the field.
In what respect are you referring to, ma'am?
So as district commander, would you have knowledge of the tools and technologies that are available to your members when the critical incident package is rolled out?
I believe so. I'm just wondering, I'm not quite following what
Okay,
what we're
so
looking at.
I'll jump right to my question directly. Do you know if the RCMP in Nova Scotia or even nationally ever make use of an encrypted military grade satellite phone? Would they ever be part of a rollout package?
It was a while back where we all were asked to procure satellite phones just in case there was some areas, and I don't know whatever became of those satellite phones. We've never used one in Cumberland and Colchester County. I think I purchased two for some of the remote areas of in Parsboro and down in that Bay of Fundy coastline, because there's major dead zones down there. Were they used very much? No.
In your view, would that be something that might be of benefit as part of the critical incident package toolkit that gets rolled out?
I guess you'd have to look at that as how many sat phones we're talking about, or you're not going to have enough for every member has a cell phone. There's every member going to have a satellite phone now as well.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that either yourself or Staff Sergeant McCollum, I believe, was tasked with doing a follow-up on media release at one point.
It was not me. If it was Staff McCallum, I have no knowledge of that.
And it may have been Halliday. What I'm wondering, and I'm thinking about major crime investigations, so I'm flipping a little bit over to the major crime side. Typically, the lead on a major crime would be the one to have kind of final say on what gets released into the public realm, so as to not compromise an investigation.
Yes.
In the critical incident command structure, would it not make sense that the critical incident commander would have that same responsibility? And the reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking that, I'm sorry to cut you off, was I'm just wondering why Staff Sergeant Halliday would have been the person up the chain that you ran the request by to have a media release done, and why that wouldn't have gone directly to the critical incident commander.
I guess it would have been better place to go to the critical incident commander. I was dealing directly with Staff Halliday as my supervisor, as my direct report. I'm reporting to him, and I'm assuming Staff Halliday would speak to Staff West or in that triangle set.
Okay. And during your brainstorming sessions that you referred to during the course of the early morning hours, was the topic of a media release discussed in that forum?
I don't think so, because the last brainstorming session I can think of is we didn't have that information about the fully marked police car going around. That came later after the last get together I can think of.
Okay, thank you. Back to the Portapeak area and the canvassing. I would suggest that there's a couple of different reasons that we would canvass a neighborhood after a major incident such as this and mass casualties. And one is to look for witnesses, and one could be to check on the well-being of other people in the neighborhood. Was there consideration or discussion at any point that there's the possibility that neighbors could have been hit with stray shots, not even as intended victims?
No, a lot of people have left the area over the night. People have made their own exit. And so I don't really know how many people are left down there. There really wasn't any, it wasn't consideration given. Just never became a topic to explore.
Okay, thank you. And this is the last question that I have for you. Oftentimes, police will get phone calls for well-being checks when people are concerned about family members or friends that they can't locate and so forth. And we understand from the information that we've covered to date that there were a number of phone calls that were coming into OCC with family members wondering about the well-being of their loved ones that live in and around the area. And I'm wondering if anybody was specifically assigned to those well-being checks and following those up, or if anybody was assigned, I'm sorry, sir, or if anybody was assigned to at least coordinating that.
I don't recall ever getting any advice that these were coming in.
Sorry,
So I don't know where, oh, sorry about that. I don't recall getting any advisory or any indication or any messaging from OCC that these calls were coming in. I don't know what time of day that was or so. I don't know where they ended up.
Okay. In recognizing this was anything but a typical situation, what would the typical procedure be if somebody were to call in to ask the police for a well-being check, concerned about their safety? And
we'd make a patrol.
Would you have a case or a CAD number made up for that call for service?
Yes, that would be, yeah, there'd definitely be a number made up, a file number.
Okay.
CAD entry and relating to a profile.
Okay, and then somebody would be assigned to that task.
Yeah, somebody would take care of the tasking.
And there'd either be a report or not a report as a result of that.
Yes, there would be.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your candid answers, and I'll turn the floor over to Commissioner McDonald.
Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks very much. Most of my questions have been covered. I have one, though, that I'd like to go over with you. You mentioned earlier the debrief with the IRD members at about 3:30, I think it was, in the morning of April 19th.
Yes, yes.
At the command post, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you recall who was present for that debrief?
Staff Halliday, Constable Basselt, Constable Merchant, Constable Patton, and I think Constable Neal was there as well as myself.
Okay, Staff Sergeant West was not there.
No, Staff Sergeant West was not there.
Okay. And during that debrief, did you understand what information did you understand about Andrew McDonald being shot by the perpetrator? Were you told about the car that the perpetrator was said to be driving?
No,
There was no information in that.
no information about what was being driven. There was no mention of it being a fully marked vehicle at that time.
Okay. And again, you became aware that it was a fully marked vehicle at what point in this?
We became aware when Lisa Banfield was came out of the woods with Leon Jodry, and she was brought back to the command post via ambulance with Constable Brown and Constable Melanson. Brown fed the information to Melanson, who gave me a quick information on it, and I sent him up to see Halliday and to pass that up the chain.
Okay. And would you have expected that, it sounds as though you would have expected that any information that was provided to you and Halliday would then have passed that to Staff Sergeant West?
I have no doubt.
I see. Okay. So when you say up the chain, you mean from you to Halliday to West?
Yes. It would definitely float up to where it had to go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Carroll. I have no questions for you, but I do want to thank you. This is very difficult work we're engaged in, and we very much appreciate your being here and assisting us with our important work. It's not an easy day for you, but we thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Here, I guess technologically we can turn it off. Thank you again, sir. Mr. Burl, I understand there will be some submissions from council, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Technologically, crayons. Still, I look at this and I know in my heart of hearts that, but the lengths that they're going to bury whatever the fuck they were doing is outrageous. They're willing to throw people drunk. The whole organization is drinking. They're using crayons like 2-year-olds. They probably have diapers. Rather than just come forward and say, we were running an op down there. What about those cars? Yeah, okay, maybe we had something going. No, gonna make everybody drunks. Probably was going on, I have no doubt, but like seriously? This is how low they're gonna go to protect their lives. You're fucking outrageous, man. Outrageous. Like how deprecating. Oh, I use crayons. I draw. Sometimes I have Google Map. Sometimes I've got big fancy stuff, GPS poops and piss and whatever else they're using over there. I'm part of the command triangle and the poopy pants and the IOP. Whatever. Come on, man. Get out of there. You're covert op Balin. Let's go. Get it on. Who do you think was giving them all that money? And Lisa. She's the one with all the bank accounts. Going to Brink's facilities. That's not a confidential informant. That's somebody really high up the food chain. Or somebody really special. Because regular members, they can't go to the Brink's facility. That requires a white shirt. That requires a white shirt. And a civilian, well, they most certainly can't go. That's what they want, though. They want everybody, like, this is how crazy this has gotten to me. This is my opinion. Yes, there is elements going on here that are totally ridiculous. The drinking stuff is obviously outrageous, but this, I think it's being trumped up and used as a skirt, a lot of it too, rather than just admitting what the fuck is really going on. CIs do not have access to brinks. I know this one from somebody inside. Members can't go. They cannot go to the Brinks facility. If money needs to be withdrawn, it has to go through the proper channels. It's got to go through, and a white shirt's got to go and do it. So whoever Lisa Banfield / Wortman, whatever goo is going on over in the Banfield corner, whatever all that's about. But do you see how low they will go? Oh no. Their organization is like, seriously, that question I put up there. They're willing to label everybody in their organization as alcoholics. Wow. I'm sure members are feeling great, because there's probably lots of members who don't even drink or don't have any kind of drinking problem. No, they would rather, let's air that out. Let's get that, it sounds good. People buy that. They'll look at us as completely incompetent. Where's my crayon box? I need crayons. I'm going to have to get a crayon set now. I need diapers. I need crayons. Look at the shopping list I'm having to get. Where's my fucking Jenga set now? I don't know, it went off. Oh, here it is. Jenga. The good old Jenga. I'm having to buy a lot of props for an organization that, he's admitted several things. The tweeters was not supposed to be used. Hey, Halliday got an order from somewhere really high up the food chain. So we're not talking about drunky drews and crayons. We're talking about something very serious. People going out and visiting Wortman, Banfield, real cop cars. But they'd rather not talk about that. They'd rather label everybody as alcoholic. Good job. Doesn't even know Macaulay's name? Seriously? Wow. Leon, Lisa, no problem. What out of the woods with Leon? Who knows? Nowhere in there. Do you think that we should have a recommendation about, of course, that would be the first thing. Do you think we should maybe have a recommendation about drinking and the job? No, nobody's even touching that. No, not at all. Undercover operators do not access brinks. Yep, that's right. You got to be this has got to be something super way under the radar, deep. Big money. Each undercover op is specifically selected for their operation. It has to be a white shirt that goes and gets the money. That gives you the idea of how serious it is. How important you have to be to get into a Brinks facility. Not a person. No. Disciplinary hearings, covert operations, displacing millions of funds, operations to their girlfriends. 3-letter agency stuff. Something stinky. America definitely knew all kinds of things right away. I can actually speak to UC operations at personal knowledge, how they work. Yep. I can't speak for Kendall's knowledge, but I've definitely heard things from inside. People who do know. Like, not that I'm saying Kendall doesn't, but from a different perspective. No going to the Brinks. Hey, I'd like to take out some money. Have a little drinky drew. Maybe play with my crayons. No, not happening. But please believe us. This is how we do things. We draw maps. That's not a map. That I didn't notice that. That was a wicked point. Wow. You know how detailed this map is. You've got brown loop. Brrr, where's that? Yet you can have this jackass. What is it? What the hell was it called again? View. I didn't even know of that road. Not that I'm saying I know everything. I don't. Coast Lane. The thing is tiny. I think there can only be one house on it. Coast Lane. And yet there's like a big gigantic part here, like here missing. You know, like what's going on? East Montrose Road, or was it East Montrose Road? I can't remember the name. That's over here too. You know, that's actually not there. I can't remember the name of the road. That's was it right here? Pretty major road. No, you've got Coast Lane marked on here. This clearly is not. There's something to this map too. Why is Coast Lane marked? Is there something very specific about Coast Lane that we haven't been told? I've just never even heard of this place. Anybody else? No houses on Coast Lane. It's like a driveway that a full-size truck wouldn't fit onto. Careful how you draw. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I need my crayons. Well, let me see. Can I use a different color? Yeah, crayons, maps. This is my technology I'm using here. I'm very advanced. I need some more billions of dollars, please, while I have a drink. Derp. Excuse me. What a joke. They want it. They are this intent on throwing themselves under the bus. Sad. And everybody. What about the tens of thousands? This is why it's melting down inside. And it is. It is coast to coast. There are so many members that are like, oh, no, not me. This is not me. And they're watching. They're watching right now. This is not me. This is not what I set out to do. I set out to protect people. I like my job. I'm not an alcoholic. I know what I'm doing. I'm very competent. Don't need to have 17 million cooks in the kitchen. You know, we don't have to have rapid bumps for who you are. You know, whether it's special interest things or being family. No, just, you know, good people. Don't want to get a bad name. Tens of thousands, well, thousands of them, and tens of thousands. If you count all the old members, wow, what a disgrace. East Montrose Road, thank you. I forget which road it's off of. If it's here or if it's here, I don't remember. Anyway, but you've got Coast Lane, really? And you've got this kind of shit marked. Who would draw this? They knew this in the dark. In the dark. Right? I guess it's like Lisa going around in the dark and not getting hurt or anything. Of course, it's just, this is logical. Logical. Or maybe not. Maybe somebody down in Ottawa thought, well, I'm going to make this map detailed. Yeah, I'll make it look good. Oops. Oh, no. I guess we didn't have night vision, right? Oops. Durr. It's starting to look, what? Oh no. Let me see. Phallic? I'm not sure why that's coming into it. Okay, because you know what? That's going to be next on the radar for the RCMP. That they're going to have all kinds of random drinking tests and drug tests and breathalyzers in the car and stuff like that, because they don't want people to know about their op. Well, they probably should have random drinking things. I've seen some horrendous drinking stuff to do with the RCMP. I'm like, the fuck, man, these clubs that they've got. One club I can think of in particular, but it's not a club. It's like a huge bar, and they're playing like in the guy's house. I'm like, the fuck? It's got signs all over the wall, neon signs, bar signs, not unlike Wardman's. So it says like RCMP parking here only. It's open all the time. It says something even about they have some sign that's custom made, open. Like, I'm like, really? Can't you think about other things than getting gooned? Like, how about doing your job? I certainly wouldn't want to be associated with the RCMP. Disgraceful. That. Because you know that there's a lot of people in there who have a lot of pride. So they're just getting all destroyed for a few. So then you have to ask yourself, why? What is it that they're hiding? I would say, look no further than a fully marked, perfect cruiser. Look no further than what's going up in Vardy's bro-in-law. Cars flying out the back door and advanced knowledge of proceeds of crime sales. Lots of money, lots and lots of money. To be honest, RCMP has come forward. That's not true. He did say a couple of things in there that were quite truthful. And I'm not saying that he's a liar. And again, this is for, a lot of it's for God to judge. But clearly, it's just all bad. Preloaded map is hit list. Or prepared map is hit list. Yeah. Hell yeah. And if what their families go through. Wow. Wives of RCMP members. I'm talking maybe kind of more older days, but partners, period. Oh my goodness. The sacrifice that they make. Families. To join an organization that is absolutely now totally and utterly a laughing stock. Totally. And it isn't because people were here and were just like cynical, nasty people. No, because they did it themselves. They want people to think that we're really dumb. We don't know how to do anything. We use crayons. We're barely literate. I don't remember. Then they should speak out. That I have always called for, and they do somewhat silently in the background, but I'd like to see piles of them just stand up and just be like, you know what? This is over. This is over. The NPF doesn't even represent them.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Doesn't even represent them. It pushes the government narrative. Doesn't push narrative for, it doesn't help members here. What's it doing to save its members? It would rather that people are like this, which actually the second question is a legitimate question. Well, they're both legitimate. Does anybody even bother to ask if Brown and Melanson were gooned? I mean, they're running around. They can't even figure out green from blue, orange from yellow. Should they have even been on the road? Or are they part of the Red In op and we're just all getting bamboozled? My family sure suffered from parents in the force. Yeah. I don't know anybody that I've spoken to that has any affiliations with RCMP who has, I mean, they have good things to say for sure, but who doesn't say how negatively the growing up, family life and everything, horrible. Kids pay, dad's not there, mom's not around, household is stressful, moving all the time, living in places maybe they don't want to live, all the time moving. MPF Attorney General asked recent officers question at Commission Council, so MPF is covering. Oh, MPF is absolutely covering. MPF is just like Unifor, and it's a government sanctioned pyramid scheme draining officers' wallets, institution protection. And what is it doing? Great union. Run around and say, you know what? We need all these pay raises. And then communities are like, you know what? We don't get good stuff here for what you're charging. We want you gone. Sorry. It costs too much money. We
Welcome
have
back.
people
The
who will
proceedings
do
are
it
again in
for
session.
much cheaper.
Thank you. Mr. Van Wart.
Good afternoon. The next scheduled feature of this afternoon's proceedings is submissions by participants. However, before we commence that part of the proceedings, just wanted to take this moment to address some outstanding exhibits that need to be tendered. And I'll just start and I'll go through them, commissioners.
Thank you.
The first three are in relation to the proceedings that occurred on the 3rd and 4th of May. This was with regards to the firearms foundational document and the subsequent evidence that followed. There was an exhibit entered, and it's exhibit 001124, which was a report authored by Gary Mauser that was tendered by the Coalition of Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights and Canada's National Firearms Association. This was done during their submissions. There was a series of follow-up questions that were drafted and sent to the author of that report by Emma Cunliffe, who's the Director of Policy and Research with the Mass Casualty Commission. And these questions were sent via an email on April 29, 2022. And the author of the report, Dr. Mauser, provided a response to these questions via email on the 30th of April, 2022. The email from Dr. Cunliffe is captured in COM 00573, and I ask that that be exhibited.
It's exhibit 1625.
And I'm actually going to correct myself. It's backwards to logic, but the email with the questions is 0057374. That could be the exhibit that you just indicated, Madam Register.
1625.
And then the response from Dr. Mauser was COM 0057373.
That's 1626.
Thank you. And the next document Council is seeking to enter relates to exhibit number 002109, which was a report entitled Mass Shootings and Masculinity. It was authored by Dr. Bridges and Dr. Tober. On May 6, 2022, Dr. Cunliffe emailed the authors some follow-up questions, and a response was provided by the authors on the same day. Both emails are captured in COM number 0058279, if that could be tendered as an exhibit.
That's 1627.
Thank you. The next exhibits all relate to a series of roundtables that are scheduled for the 1st and 2nd of June 2022. There are 4 roundtables on the topic of critical incident decision-making and preparedness. Commission Council has provided a list of 291 documents to Madam Register to be exhibited. The documents are all in relation to these 4 roundtables. They consist mostly of academic articles and training manuals for the RCMP. I don't propose to read out each of the 291 documents. I will, I think, highlight 3, as there's in those 291 documents, there were 3 reports that were commissioned by the Mass Casualty Commission. I'll just mention those 3. COM number 0058374 was an article entitled Police and First Responder Decision-Making During Mass Casualty Events by Bjorn Ivar Kruk. COM number 0058373 is an article entitled Exercising Judgment, Understanding Police Discretion in Canada by Benjamin Gould. And COM number 0057772 is entitled Critical Incident Decision-Making Challenges of Managing Unique and High Consequence Events by Lawrence Allison and Neil Shortland. I would ask Madam Register if the 291 documents could be exhibited.
So exhibited.
And I would just also emphasize that these documents, once exhibited, will make them their way to the Mass Casualty Commission website for the public to be able to access. That completes the housekeeping. If I could move on to introducing the submissions from participants. As indicated in the opening remarks, the Commission will hear submissions with regards to critical incident planning, preparedness, response, and decision-making, and in relation to the foundational documents that were tendered during the week of May 16th, which were the RCMP Emergency Response Team and the RCMP Command Post Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions, FDs. I anticipate we'll be hearing from at least 3 council, perhaps 4. We'll start with Mr. Tom McDonald. I'll allow council to, suggest council maybe introduce who they represent as they commence their submissions.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Thomas McDonald, and as I've said before, I am the lawyer for Carroll Long. My comments will be brief. They will all relate to the RCMP Command Post foundational document, and they will be discrete comments in terms of only certain issues by way of overview. really, they will be somewhat incomplete because, of course, we haven't heard from every witness with respect to that foundational document yet. There are more coming, as we know, Monday and Tuesday. So they're tempered by not having those witnesses' evidence before us yet, although we do have statements, of course. The real issue to start with, I think, is readiness and response. Was it adequate? Was it acceptable in terms of the RCMP's readiness and response to this mass casualty incident in the first hours in Portapique, and with respect to, on the 18th of April, containment and those types of issues? We've heard the phrase last week, this week, too many cooks in the kitchen. I would submit that it's more now than just a phrase. Really, it is a benchmark in terms of RCMP decision-making. We would submit there were too many cooks in the kitchen in those initial hours. Well-intended, trying to do the best, but outside the command structure. And I wanted to start, Registrar, if I could please, and so it's exhibit P001461, which is the RCP Command Post Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions. My version is 3.0 of the exhibit, and it's page 15, paragraph 31. I'm not going to read all of it, but I want to highlight some of it, and I will read that. So it begins, when faced with a critical incident, the risk manager will immediately take command and control over the situation, deploy resources, and direct the response. And then 2 lines down, it begins, the risk manager, and I will jump ahead, maintains control of the critical incident until it ends, or the CIC, who we know is the critical incident commander, takes over from them. And what's important at the bottom of that paragraph by the bullet highlight is H Division Risk Manager Program. And of course, it gives the COM number, but what is also important, it references page 1. Page 1 of the Risk Manager Manual policy says very clearly who is in charge of the situation until the critical incident commander arrives on scene. Now, from the evidence that we've heard, whether it's Staff Sergeant Halliday or Staff Sergeant Carroll that we just heard from, we heard from Staff Sergeant West, who we know was the critical incident commander, and we know that Staff Sergeant Rehill was the risk manager. The point being, Staff Sergeant West was very clear in saying he didn't have command until he arrived in Portapique on the 19th at 1:19 a.m. And in that interim role, we had for the risk manager, Staff Sergeant Rehill. But we also know, it would appear, that Staff Sergeant Carroll was giving some direction, and perhaps also Staff Sergeant Halliday. Well-intended, I am sure, but outside the chain of command. If you look at the policy should have been Staff Sergeant Rehill. He was in charge. He should have been giving the orders. I'm not saying he wasn't giving the orders, but in some ways he may have been in a bit of an impossible situation. Certainly you had the district commander issuing some orders who would be higher than Staff Sergeant Rehill, I guess, in the ultimate chain of command, but not for those first hours, because the policy says it's Staff Sergeant Rehill. And so we don't know yet, but was Staff Sergeant Rehill reluctant to override those directions and make it explicitly clear, I'm in charge of the situation? Why? Because the risk manager policy says I am, until the critical incident commander arrives. So I think for the commission, an important issue is to ascertain, when you commissioners make your findings of fact, what was the chain of command supposed to be, and what was it actually in those first few hours? And if the chain of command was broken in the sense that others got in, then I think it needs to be said, yes, it was, and it shouldn't happen, and everybody should be very clear in these critical incidents, the initial response before the critical incident commander takes over, that the risk manager is in charge, and that should be widely known through the RCMP, and should be, in my view, a recommendation. So in other words, say how it should be fixed if it indeed was broken that night. We would submit it was broken. The other issue I think to look at, of course, is the RCMP debriefing response, whether it was, and there's different names for it. We've heard Staff Sergeant Carroll, I think, use the term debriefing. Last week, I used the word lessons learned. Whatever reviews the RCMP did with respect to those early hours in Portapique on the 18th of April, we should know what those debriefings were, what the results were in detail, so that if they identified, for example, a break in the chain of command by their officers, then the commission should know that and the public should know that. Everybody, I accept, trying to do the best they could under difficult circumstances. That brings me really to the next issue, and we've heard Staff Sergeant West say last week, and others have said as well, from the RCMP perspective, and he's speaking for himself, I assume, because he's retired now. This mass casualty was a one-of incident. How do you plan for the one-of incident? I accept what he's saying, but I respectfully disagree. I disagree because we only need to look south of the border at our neighbor, who unfortunately has a long and tragic history of mass casualty events. And so the point is, there must have been resources available to the RCMP over all of the years to plan for tabletop, is I think the term they use, a mass casualty event, particularly in a rural area. This is the national police force. This is the police force that is not only national, but it's the local police force for many of the rural areas across this country, across this province. So it's not on necessarily the local response RCMP members, but as a national force, in our submission, there should have been more planning for a mass casualty event, especially in a rural area, The next issue that I would like to address really are two recommendations. One is, it goes back, clarify the chain of command so that in future, every RCMP officer should know if there's a situation, what the chain of command is. They should understand it and they should follow it religiously until someone tells them not to, who is in authority over them. And the last point is, in my view, there is a gap. We heard Staff Sergeant West address some of it. And that gap is from the time it was declared on April 18th, a critical incident, so that Staff Halliday makes the call and Staff Sergeant West gears up. There's this 2.5 hours where the risk manager, Staff Rayhill, is running the show, for lack of a better word, running the response. He's the response manager in Portapique for those 2.5 hours until Rayhill arrives, West arrives and takes command at 1:19. Is it worth having someone from the RCMP, a new position, label it whatever it needs to be labeled, especially where it's happening in a rural area, so that the risk manager, if he was overwhelmed, he may not have been, we'll find out, I guess, has someone who he could turn to, or she, above the chain of command. In other words, an alternate or a temporary or an ad hoc critical incident commander trained in critical incidents who can give some advice, if necessary, in that gap period until the critical incident commander actually arrives and takes command. So I see it as a gap where if Staff Rayhill is reaching out, who is he reaching out to? My understanding would be if it was reaching out to Staff Sergeant West would say, I don't have command until I get there, in effect. So to have someone, if necessary, on call who could be, call it a temporary critical incident commander, but someone the risk manager can turn to if necessary. Those are my comments, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Linehan.
Thank you. I represent the family of Gina Goulet. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about the two foundational documents in critical incident planning. With respect, these are highly technical policing areas, and they're not easy for the public and the participants to digest and understand. As one reporter commented a couple of weeks ago, the 309-page command decision foundational document is virtually impenetrable. Now, I'm not suggesting that the commission investigators and the commission counsel haven't done a good job in gathering and putting this information together for us and presenting it. In fact, I think they've done an excellent job, and they've done it in a very short time frame. Further, the RCMP witnesses that we've heard from last week and this, as well as the two that we'll hear from next week, have been critical in helping us understand what policing decisions were made on April 18 and 19 and why they were made. However, given the amount of material the participants have been provided with during the course of this commission to review, last evening there were 58,441 documents uploaded onto Relativity. And the very short time frame the commission has to do its work, we have about 4 months left by my count until our final submissions are due, and your final report is due a couple of weeks later. So at this point, I respectfully submit that all participants need to work collaboratively and focus on giving you, the commissioners, our best work on what meaningful recommendations to avoid a repeat of the April 18 and 19, 2020 tragedy could look like and should look like. I don't have that for you today. But what I do have is a request that the Goulet family believes would help the participants do their job at this inquiry, and ideally would start to rebuild some of the trust and the confidence that's been lost between Nova Scotians and the RCMP since April of 2020. The Goulet family requests that the commissioners direct, pursuant to their authority under Section 4 of the Federal Inquiries Act, that the Federal Department of Justice prepare an institutional report which answers the following questions. 1, we're now 2 years past the April 2020 mass casualty. What are the lessons learned for the RCMP? 2, in response to the events of April 18 and 19, 2020, what changes have the RCMP already implemented? 3, when were those changes implemented? 4, in response to the events of April 18 and 19, 2020, what changes does the RCMP believe should be implemented but have not been implemented due to financial or other barriers? And 5, specifically, what are those barriers? We've received some answers about changes made since April 2020 throughout the process of this inquiry. We know, for instance, that the RCMP and the province have signed a memorandum of understanding so that the RCMP can now send out alerts without the assistance of the province. And we learned from Staff Sergeant Bryars yesterday that a second risk manager can now be called in if the situation warrants. But the participants shouldn't have to be slowly putting together this list of lessons learned by the RCMP from the mass casualty. With respect, that information should have already been volunteered by the RCMP at this stage. I wrote to my colleagues, counsel for the federal DOJ, on May 3rd, asking for answers to those questions. My letter was acknowledged, and I fully expect that if counsel for the DOJ had instructions to provide me with that information, I would have it. So I submit that a clear direction from the commissioners is necessary to get this information, and that the time for that direction is now. I further would submit that this information is needed well in advance of the week of July 25, when we're due to hear from senior RCMP witnesses, including Commissioner Lucky. If we had answers to those questions, the participants' questions for these senior institutional witnesses would be more focused and more effective, and with respect, much more helpful to the commissioners. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Linehan. Ms. Hutman.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I am Linda Hupman, and with my co-counsel Steve Topshe and James Russell of Bertram McDougall, we represent the family members of Lillian Campbell and the Oliver Tuck family. These submissions will be brief today. First of all, in respect of the two foundational documents from last week, the in regards to the ERT team and the RCMP command post, et cetera, we will be making in our submissions that are due, I think, around the end of June on the foundational documents to date. We will, at that time, address those documents and the others more thoroughly and with some, probably some, also some thoughts towards recommendations. So today, I'm just basically have a few comments with respect to the command post document. First, I do want to express support for the comments just made by my two colleagues, Mr. McDonald, in respect of the areas he spoke to, and certainly second Ms. Lenahan's request for that interim institutional report from the RCMP, which I echo her thoughts that that would be an extremely beneficial approach to take at this point in time. So that being said, with respect to even the RCMP command post document, as like Mr. McDonald stated, we still have witnesses to hear from with respect to that on various levels. So we're not making any detailed comments on that today. We do want to raise a point for potential follow-up by Commission counsel or investigators, and that is in relation to the information actually in the supplemental investigative report on movements in Portapic, which was talked about today, which dealt with the placement of Constable Dorrington and Cobequid Court for a short period of time that morning, which until that report came out had not really been known. And we suggest that it would be, he may have nothing more to add, but as Mr. Bryson has indicated, there were signs at the Bond residence of something having happened. There was an open door, possibly damage to a door, possibly ability to see Mr. Bond in the doorway. So we think it might be useful to follow up with Constable Dorrington, whether it's supplemental questions to him by investigators to see if they can touch base with him on that, on any observations he had during his brief time there on Cobequid Court. So, so we do think that that should be, that we would make that request as an additional bit of information. I'm moving slightly off topic, but at the request of the representative of our Oliver Tuck family for some comments to be made today. We want to refer to the fact that we continue to be here this week and will be participating in the virtual sessions next Monday and Tuesday on instructions from our client to participate to the greatest extent possible. But our client did expressly ask that we assure that the commissioners are aware that they are disappointed and disheartened with the results of the accommodation decision, which leads us to that virtual session next week. And in particular, our client representative spoke of, in addition to their disappointment with this, but nonetheless instructing us to continue to appear on their behalf and to participate. She wants to share through us her own experience to the extent to the fact that she and her family are and have been traumatized, that they suffered and struggle daily, but nonetheless they have to carry on. They have jobs to go to, they have family to care for, but yet they're missing their loved ones, and they no longer have those people to reach out to. But she, then in her words, she says, we have no accommodation for that. So those, I share those with you at her request. And those are my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hutman. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioner. With respect to command decisions issues, it's difficult to make submissions in advance of hearing significant evidence on the topic. And as you know, we'll be hearing from other crucial command decision makers next week. And there'll be further documents and reports to come. But I want to speak specifically to Ms. Lenahan's request for an institutional report and her letter of May 3rd. The whole raison d'etre of this inquiry is to figure out what happened, whether we can improve things, and if so, how. And I can assure the commissioners, participants, and the public that those issues have been top of mind for the RCMP since day one. Obviously, they're always striving to make improvements. It's a tragedy for everyone. And if they can do things better and avoid such situations in the future, they surely want to do so. Council have acknowledged the tight timeframes we're dealing with. And I think we can all acknowledge that everybody is trying their best to canvass every possible area, disclose every possible document, invite every possible witness, and make every possible report to further these efforts. The request for an institutional report, I would submit, would be redundant at this point. As I said, that's the whole point of this exercise. And the RCMP is not withholding any information on its efforts to improve things in the future. And you'll be hearing more about that from further witnesses to come. With respect to Ms. Lenahan's letter of May 3rd, it was acknowledged. What's today? Today's the 26th of May, 23 days. With respect, I would have to put it on the record that 23 days from the request, for someone in the federal government realm, you would understand why such a report or letter or whatever had not yet been forthcoming. I can assure Ms.
I don't
Lenahan.
think, sorry, I apologize, Ms. Ward. I don't think Ms. Lenahan was asking for the report by now. I think she was asking more than an acknowledgement of the letter.
That's correct. And I didn't mean a report, but a response. So I want to put on the record that her letter has been taken seriously. The RCMP is working on a response, but just in this timeline, with everything else that the RCMP and the federal government are trying to do in furtherance of the inquiry, I apologize for no response after the acknowledgement, but it's just not realistic for us to have responded by now. But we will be doing so. So Those are my remarks on that, and I have nothing further on the documents.
Thank you. Just one question, if I may. You referred to many of the questions being the raison d'etre of this inquiry. Granted that, but we are finding out about things the RCMP did on an ad hoc basis by chance, coming from witnesses like, yeah, there's now a second risk manager can be brought in. There's a memorandum vis-a-vis the alert. And wouldn't it be, and I take your point on the time crunch, but on the merits of it, as opposed to waiting for us to do it, I mean, isn't our job made so much more efficient if we know what's, like, why would we be musing about potential recommendations that are already implemented?
And I can assure you, we will be making a response. So I take your point about ad hoc information coming out. I think when you're hearing from some of the senior management, and in advance of that, there will be interviews of those people. So there will be more information on the record to come. It's just those witnesses have not yet been interviewed, and we will be making a response, which will be shared with the commission and all participants.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that does conclude the submissions from participant council.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart.
Thanks so much to participants for your submissions today. We will consider them carefully as we do, and they are appreciated. It's helpful to hear as we're going along the kinds of things that are occurring to you, and helps us to think ahead as well. So we do appreciate it. We have thanked Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, but we did appreciate hearing from him today and hearing him answer some of the questions that people have. And we thank all of you who've taken part in the process. We know the public is watching, both in person and remotely, and engaging with the information and the 57,000 plus documents that we know are in play, although of course not all exhibited, and that is a big process to review those in order to find the ones that do need to be on the public record for people to help people understand what happened and how and why it happened. The whole point of this, of course, being that we want to be able to make meaningful recommendations to help protect Canadians and make safer communities in the future, if we can. Once our work is complete and our final report is shared, it will be up to all Canadians, including policymakers and public institutions, community groups, and members of the public, to take the recommendations and turn them into action across the country. We've heard from a number of individuals and organizations across Canada who've shared their input and recommendations for the Commission to consider when making our final report. If you have research or recommendations related to our mandate that you want to share as members of the public, please do so. We want to hear your ideas, and we're accepting submissions on our website. Thanks to those who've taken part so far. And remember, as we go along, if you hear something else that makes you realize you have more to contribute, you can make more than one submission. With the help of the public and witnesses and participants, we do continue to make progress on understanding what happened on April 18th and 19th, as well as why and how it happened. We've now heard from another senior RCMP officer as a witness, adding to over 215 witnesses we've spoken to in the investigation to date. In the weeks ahead, we'll continue to share more foundational documents and to hear from RCMP, civilian, and institutional witnesses to explore how and why things happened as they did. As you heard today from Mr. Van Wert, we have more commissioned reports ahead, roundtables as well, and the first small group sessions to come. Public proceedings will resume next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until Monday, May the 30th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
I can't even find the door. Which way? Cringe. Shameful. Shameful, shameful, shameful. Wow. Honestly, I'm just glad, but most of my family's gone. Just absolutely, these lawyers are utter shames. Utter shames. My grandmother and grandfather would just turn in their grave. My great-granddad. Wow. It did horrible. Horrible. It would be take them to task so fast. Anyway. Oh, so it's going to resume next week, but it'll be pre-recorded for your viewing pleasure. Sanitized. Get your popcorn. Why do you even participate then? What that? It's not participation. That's a movie. That's a movie. It's a horror movie. The whole thing. But great idea, though, that was called into me. Aside from being told that what Lori Ward was saying was total bullshit. So I didn't even get to hear a lot of it because I didn't catch it. But apparently it's total and utter shit what she was saying. So I'll have to go back and listen to that. I trust that person, though. They know what they're talking about. The other thing that was suggested, though, however, is very interesting. I think next week, when these protests happen, because I do hope that they are going to continue and grow and grow. Placards. I'd like to see some more terror placards out there. That'd be great. Thank you so much for all of you who went. Wow. Families that were down at Charlene. Wow. Saw a lot of 23 sweatshirts. Right? I know where those came from. Originally, at least the thought. So, really good. Really good stuff. But, even if they're, go there, protest. What are you protesting? A TV screen? But it points out the lunacy of it all. Bring some crayons. Bring some of the, you remember those big sheets of brown paper when we used to wear pull-up pants that we would draw on? Bring that. Leave it for them. Maybe draw on it. Write families' names. Is that you? You're going to run away? Oh, she's going to hide me. Come here. I think it would be really good. I don't know. What are they going to charge people with? Littering? Maybe, have like a little build a vigil. Could do that too. 23 roses. Leave it outside too. Leave some liquor bottles. Who knows? Let them know you're not happy. Will the real Dave Lilly stand up? I don't know what's going on. Already being discussed? Good. Good. Well, sorry, just throwing in a few things that were passed from somebody who's helping out a lot in the background. And I thought, wow, that was a really, really good idea. Or some good ideas. Now, I added a couple in there, so hopefully they're not too upset. Now, we will resume next week, I suppose, and interesting to see what the media will do. I wonder if there's any articles that have come out in the last little bit. Anybody aware of any? Network error. A network hiccup has interrupted playback. Please reload. Please stand by. Let me just check the email. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Thank you. Looks like if you would please share. Okay. Looks like Gary may have posted some photos that he wants shared. Okay, so let's see. Gary will have, but very appreciative. Okay, so Gary. Bear. Okay. Oh, what's this? Thank you very much. NS, appreciate that greatly. How do you get this to go big? Yeah, maybe we can close it out with this. I'm so proud to be part of such a great group. Mostly humble, though.
Actually, I didn't see it, but I think I heard that. They it's funny how those I didn't hear that. And then you say something that I will Thank you. Thank you. He's a smaller version. He says.
Where are you? Oh, they're free done.
On my YouTube.
Yeah. What?
You were too busy seeing your dad.
What's that?
Talking about all the news.
Oh, yeah, he owns it on the news, doesn't he?
Yeah, I said, well, just be like
That's
his
what Steve
father.
told me. He said, if I leave you for 5 minutes, try not to be on the evening news, will you? It's okay.
No, I posted the first live video I
You're
did.
live
Now I'm
now,
live
really?
and again, yeah.
Watch yourself.
Come on over, Bruce. What are you doing?
What's up, fella? Probably come down and show some support.
Yeah.
Yes, right?
You know what?
What state in where's that?
Try not to run into anybody. Oh, I know.
It's the big day! Yeah.
Don't worry about me. Yeah, I'll set up a report. No worries. Okay, do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Just you take over for that. And if there's a mistake, you can put it on your step. Just
She was mainly in there.
So I like that one.
this straw, it's too heavy.
I can pound it in the ground as well.
No, this, whoops.
Oh my good boy. No. What do you mean?
I've been using it to hold me out.
Oh, well, here you go.
I was holding it in front of my face so the camera's thinking.
Don't run over me. Good one. Look at you guys, the signs.
$9.
Yeah.
$9.
What'd you say? Yeah, I like that. Keeps the wheel in the car. No!
I have to. Yeah. People always joke, like, what do you drink? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It would be how it would be with us.
Mary,
so if
oh, I don't know. You can come down there, sit with us if you want. I can leave your chair down for you.
Okay.
If you want to, bud.
Oh, she's got me scared.
Huh? Oh.
So back when I was on YouTube, so I really take faith in that.
I wish we didn't have to be here, but
And thought that I had at least with that she's the daughter of Bill Muhammad. He should have left it for Kansas was so anyway, when she had the house fire, she came and lived with me. So the guy was on station with the guy, what's his name?
who?
The guy that was
Oh yeah. Just let me, whenever you, just let me know. I don't want to bug you. You want to talk? Just let me know. They were asking if you wanted to come down.
well, I know. Actually, if you want to open it, you can get it. And so when I
Oh, Playfield. Tell them to come to Playfield.
you know what I mean? And I didn't realize it was the second half. Like my like in the Burford, I guess it's more like
Yeah, you're not the only worse here.
So I was like, when I realized it was next to
Roosevelt.
What's the other connection? This made a bunch of stuff. The guy that was passing and he couldn't and the trunk was no clue. But what I'm saying is me. Yeah, and the plane is right around the corner. I said, on Roosevelt. For the dental thing, and That's
He was part owner. He was part owner.
It's right around the corner there.
Yeah.
What's the number? Like 15 Roosevelt?
60, I think it was.
16? It's a
Yeah.
little white house on the corner.
Closed.
Okay,
I think it's closed now.
It is closed since the massacre happened. But then we dug up all the people. Like, there was more than there's LCCs, kind of like different businesses under his name or anything. Remember that name that they did?
Shell Company.
The Shell Company.
Yeah, he had Brookshire Broman and Northumberland.
Yeah. And he had that as a dental place, and it was, especially through COVID, he called up and it was an answer machine, and they called it back. They had.
There's where we're gonna eat lunch at, right there. Is that other 5-0 coming? SRC's that one. Hey, hold your signs up. Hold your signs up.
I want to try and talk to the news.
Oh, sorry. Well,
I don't want to talk.
Well, don't. But there's a RC coming. There's. Oh, I thought that was the RC right there. No, I didn't see it. I was gonna say. Somebody said that. Somebody said that.
Just went by.
Oh. I asked her if she wanted to come down, but she's talking to one of the guys. So she said she'd come down, but then got talking some more.
Okay. Just as long as she knows.
Oh yeah, I told her. It's a mess.
Sharon. Don't mean Joy's back seat. And not Joy, it's so fucking dry humor. Like, she has this dry face. It must be getting because it gets close to dinner time. What time is it?
My phone's in Carroll.
11.
11.
Oh, break time.
Yeah.
He's going in for break.
Yeah, they're just on break.
Isn't that something else? He's gone in for break. Sean McCarthy.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's his answer.
Looking at me and it hovered by my face literally for 5, 6 seconds. And it literally touched my face. Like, I know that I've never. And I mean, I've never seen that in my phone. Right. And literally okay, I was wondering why you factored it out. I didn't get a drink.
All right, well, here's Cindy. Hey. Yeah. Just don't step back. I can swear.
He wants me to do it for Seamus. Oh, yeah? So, and I'm so, if people are like, MCC. I'm like, I'm getting private message of them. I'm like, okay, people.
A lot of supporters.
There is.
I was reading the Q104 had a basic thing on there today.
That's the Q rating?
Today, yeah. And I don't think I've ever seen so many positive. There was I don't think I've had one negative comment.
Wow.
I was reading through them. There was like 100.
I know one of those friends.
I was wondering if you were here. Oh, no. Seat area?
Rob brought her a chair and everything. Just held her report yesterday.
What? Oh, I like it. Damn, I should be home having my wedding dress.
You want me to continue the live stream?
I take a break. This one for like 6 years.
Oh, I don't smile a lot usually. Didn't used to even get very emotional, but frankly. Okay, I wonder what else we have. Network here. There was somebody who said some things. Real people. That's what it needs, you know. It's just grassroots people. All these people, all these employees of ours, all of them, they've got huge, vast amounts of our money. They're using weaponized against us, and it's just a few people on a street corner. Phone call. Started with phone call. Boom. Get pretty big. Getting big. Galliford? Are you referring to Galliford? Galbraith, I don't know. Galbraith. Have to head out. Take care, Tara. All right, God bless. I'm just going to see if there's other stuff. And anybody who sees this stuff, you know, like search it out. Hashtag it or something. I don't know. Hashtag protest balls or something. Well, not that. Something. Attach a hashtag to it, and maybe we can get behind that hashtag, and then that way it makes it easier to find stuff all over the social media, and we can just keep replastering it everywhere, right? This is good. Because a lot of people, you know, myself, other people who don't live there, sadly, even though I would love to visit. Very sad I'm not there. Anyway, can do their part, you know, by spreading the message. Hashtag balls. That was a misspeak. Hashtag Nova Scotia protest. Sure, that works. Or hashtag MCC traumatizing the 23. Something. I don't know. I'm sure somebody's far more creative than I am. Maybe, you know, people who draw with crayons and stuff, they're pretty creative. Unless I make mistakes, the next time in your community, this could happen to you. Absolutely. This is why it's imperative. Imperative. Tide will turn, and when it does, heaven will help the traitors. It's already turned. It's just going to keep turning into a tsunami. They can't stop this one now. Now, I'm trying to find this person because they did say that they had some things and they wanted to share it. So I try. I'm very poor with all of this stuff, but we'll see here. Okay, so I think I got to close that. No, I don't even remember. Gary. Okay. Let's see if we can find Gary. Okay. And I don't think he's a friend on my Facebook. So I will have to search out who this person is. I'm having a difficult time. Wish you had included a link or whatever. I don't know how to do this stuff. Searching through people. I'm not finding. I'm sorry, Gary. I can't find I can't find your stuff. If you send me an email, again, with the link, okay, well, I could try that. Let me see. Let me try it. Sorry, give me one moment. I'll try this once more. Maybe it's just the Facebook search is not very good. Let's see here. Okay, so if I do this, and I do that, and then I think I can search people. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is Gary from Sarnia. Hopefully he's not upset. He did say share it, so want to do that. I think we all have faces and names. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Hello, green bastard. Hashtag RCMP needs more crayons. Wow, I had some major computer problems. Missed a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Reach. That's Catherine Galliford. Galliford is the name, not Galbraith. I can't read that. I'm sorry. I think I need glasses, but her name is Catherine Galliford. Yeah, no, we did many videos on that, and during the past there, I think, who is I think started off with maybe who is Campbell. That might be. It's quite an early video. There's been a few subsequent to that where I've gone through Galliford. I went through Galliford some stuff yesterday, actually, funnily enough. Glad to see video from Truro. Okay. Anybody else have stuff? Okay, if you ever want to get a hold of me too, like I'm not an organizer. I see people putting stuff in there, but I can try whatever I can do. I'll just keep piping out support. That's my best thing, and doing whatever YouTube stuff this is my email address, or our email address. It's collectively a thing. This is just a collective thing. So there's no me in there's no I in team. Yeah. I think you think you know who's responsible for issues. All right, let's see here. Wonder if there's things in the media here. So yes, we had the commanding officer update. Interesting. Was asking about where Bergerman was. All of a sudden, oh yes, now we have a replacement. You know how long ago did she say she'd retired? Impaired golf cart. Okay, something about beehive. That's clearly not it. Mapping program. Mountie struggle to open contained mass. Okay, that's not really. Testimony in civil trial reveals details high-profile Okanagan murder investigation. Huh. Okay, let's have a read through this. Interesting. Testimony in civil trial reveals details of high-profile Okanagan murder investigation. April 12th, 2022. Interesting. All right. Hopefully that ad isn't blazing through there. Ads blow. I don't know why they have them. Nobody buys their stinking garbage.
RCMP officer who was involved a veteran RCMP officer who was involved in the Taylor Van Diest murder investigation took the stand Tuesday at a civil trial launched by one of his former colleagues. The lawsuit was started by former RCMP member Milan Ilic, who says the RCMP mishandled an internal investigation that started with questions about whether he discarded a liquor bottle at the high-profile crime scene. Ilic says his treatment by the RCMP resulted in serious damage to his mental health. The former Mountie maintains what he discarded that night in 2011 was a box of pens. Ultimately, Illich's denials about the liquor bottle led to allegations that he had lied on the stand and to senior officers. Tuesday, the defense began laying out its case, calling Corporal Tyler Bell to the stand. Bell, who was the crime scene investigator, testified the day after the Armstrong teen was found beaten and strangled. He saw a vodka bottle nearly 8 meters away from where Van Diest was located. But Bell says the bottle wasn't a priority for the forensic lab, which needs to triage which items it processes. Bell said that was because DNA had already been found on the victim's fingernail clippings, likely giving police a primary suspect. This is significant because Ilic has questioned whether he was getting the blame for the police not having done more testing on the bottle during the murder investigation. There were aspects of Bell's testimony that supported the RCMP's handling of the issue. The veteran officer testified in the 2 days after the murder he didn't recall any pens or boxes of pens being found at the crime scene. But court also heard from Bell about possible explanations for some pens being located with Illich's jacket in an evidence bag and not on the ground. Accusations about the liquor bottle came to light during a trial for Van Diest's killer, Matthew Forster. Illich's lawyer brought up evidence that at the time, Bell had acknowledged it could help Forster's defense for the bottle to be Forster's rather than Illich's, because Forster could use it as part of a drunkenness defense. Tuesday was day 7 of an expected 19-day civil trial. Further RCMP officers are expected to testify this week. Megan Turcato, Global News.
Okay. Veteran RCMP officer involved in the Taylor Van Diest murder investigation took stand. Milan, I think the article is basically the same. So I'll leave that there for you guys to peruse at your discretion. I saw something in here. Is there something that video-wise or something that somebody was looking for? I may have stuff. I keep stuff around. I'm not anywhere near oh dear stuff, but there is some things I have laying around too. Now, okay, so that's that. All right, let's just do a general search too for Nova Scotia protests. Oh, good. Wow. Okay, look at this. This is pretty awesome, man. Bing. Got CTV Atlantic. Let's watch that, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. The inquiry into the 2020 mass shooting in Nova Scotia is hearing from a retired senior Mountie who was among the first to learn an active shooter was on the loose in Portapic.
I was at home on Saturday night watching a hockey game. My son, who was a member in Cumberland County, he called me quickly and advised and just said, Dad, there's something going on in Cumberland. In Colchester, we're all responding to a shooting incident.
Retired Staff Sergeant Al Carroll is not testifying in person today after his union argued he would be re-traumatized by having to relive the 13-hour rampage that claimed 22 lives. And he's instead answering questions through Zoom. Some of the victims' families' lawyers are boycotting the proceedings as a result of the special accommodations being granted to these senior Mounties. Carroll worked alongside two fellow staff sergeants in the Bible Hill detachment late on April 18th before they moved to the temporary command post in Great Village in the early hours of April 19th.
Rachel, what kind of...
Interesting, eh? They have a picture of Charlene and stuff, but only referred to yesterday. Okay. Let's see what Global does. Almost like I've seen that before. There's a video after some garbage. I don't want to play whatever shite you're hawking here. Slap in the face. Nova Scotia shooting shooting victims. Protest inquiry. Okay, Alex Cook, I think. Yeah, that story's at 0. Okay, let's see.
We're going to get back into local news headlines here on a serious topic. Start with the Mass Casualty Commission. Big news this week. Several family members of the victims are boycotting the proceedings for the next little while.
It's all because of a decision from the commissioners to have 2 senior RCMP members not face cross-examination. Global's Graham Benjamin has more on this morning. He's been following along through all of this, and he is in Truro this morning for us. Hey, Graham, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Paul and Elise. Yes, I'm here at the Best Western in Truro, which is actually the 4th location for these public proceedings since they all began back on February 22nd. This is where family members have wanted it to happen all along. This is what they were calling for. But when you look inside yesterday, you really couldn't tell. As you can see here, just a sea of empty chairs that we saw in the proceeding rooms, even emptier than it was in Halifax and Dartmouth. And that's all because of this recently released decision from the 3 commissioners. So what they're doing is they're providing special accommodations to 3 high-ranking RCMP members, 2 of which will no longer be required to face cross-examination. So what that means is that commission counsel can ask questions, but not the lawyers representing the family members of the victims. Now, as you can imagine, this caused an uproar from family members of the victims, so much so that they're refusing to attend any more proceedings here in Truro. So I spoke with Nick Beaton yesterday, who lost his wife, Kristen, and their unborn child in the shooting. He just sounded off on the decision. Some strong words from Nick there yesterday. Have a listen.
They're making money hand over fist. And yes, that sicko killed our loved ones. Yes, the RCMP had hiccups, made mistakes. This is the chance to point it out, to prove it, so no one else has to go through this. This is on them. If this happens again, Nova Scotia, the RCMP, the citizens, the public, everyone involved, first responders, everyone aren't prepared. This is on the 3 of them.
Strong emotion there from Nick, but when you look inside, those seats will be empty, but proceedings still will go forward today. We're going to see the first accommodation really come into play. Staff Sergeant Al Carroll will be testifying. He won't be testifying in person, though. This is going to happen via Zoom. Also hearing word of a protest that is being planned outside of the proceedings, so we'll have full details on the testimony, full details on that protest tonight on Global News at 6.
I'll be interested to see the protest. Oh gosh, how do you get rid of this? Okay, so let's see if they've written something, because they're just kind of mishing stuff. They've done this before. They did this with the Nova Scotia Legacy course, right? The Bible Hill March. Completely misappropriated that and took it into something else. you know, and everybody has their thing, but I don't agree. I don't agree with stepping away. The lawyers have the ability to ask the questions to some extent, to some limited extent, and they need to actually, funnily enough, step up like today and say, well, why can't we ask questions, right? Going away doesn't help anybody but the RCMP, funnily enough. So because then that'll be their next tactic. They're just going to say, oh, you know, sorry, nobody's here. Nobody's really interested in it. So we'll need to, or the families aren't very happy with it. So we'll have to go away and reorganize, and you'll never see it again. Whereas this way, at least you get some testimony, which is pretty good. And you're getting some of these documents, which is more important. And as time goes on, you're going to get more and more documents, right? So protesting outside whilst it's going on, I think is the way to go. It's an interesting tactic. I wonder if that's an advised thing from lawyers, or if that's actually driven from family members. I have no idea. Personally, like, you know, is it them that's asking for the lawyers to boycott, or the boycott are the lawyers advising their clients? I think we should boycott. I'd find that an interesting question. Inside Truro Hotel, public proceedings inquiry 2020 mass shooting underway. Many of the chairs reserved for families sat empty on Thursday. So instead, family victims were outside, joined by supporters protesting what they see as weak public inquiry to the rampage. Again, I love this word that they've invented, that stole the lives 23 the weekend of April 18 and 19. Thursday's protest came after the inquiries commissions agreed to grant accommodations to 2 senior Mounties who will not have to face cross-examinations by lawyers who represent relatives of the victims. That is atrocious, but then they need to stand up and say that on the record, not go away and into a hole. That doesn't help anybody. More and more gathering. Great. Look at this. Let's see here. You've got awesome. Houston, we have a problem. Good stuff. Great. Kristen, baby beaten. There we go. Wow. I think I know. Okay, so, you know, the media likes to kind of more are gathering. I wonder if we have any more here from Graham. The summary. We got some video here. Outside the hotel right now where the protest is starting to form. You know, blast this stuff around on your social media. Search it out. Search out the different news outlets. Share the stories. You know, that's how this is going to get. This is how the movement will grow. I whom totally anti-tech. Okay. What else do we have here? Civil liberties and news. 7 hours, 2 hours ago. Protest staged outside mass shooting. Yahoo Canada. I don't know who this is.
Please think the trauma-informed approach, they're using it as a shield to hide behind.
Oh, I recognize that voice. Uh-oh. Who dat?
think the trauma-informed approach, they're using it as a shield to hide behind, right? It's a shield. You play on the emotions, you play on people's heartstrings, right? You don't have to answer questions. It's not right. It's the first time they've ever tried this trauma. It's off the cuff. It's on the fly. It's never been done before. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's shameful. It's wrong. It should be open to ask questions. Like, we're never going to find answers. We're not allowed to ask questions. Nobody's allowed to ask anything. Nobody's allowed to say anything. Like, the lawyers aren't allowed to cross-examine. Like, so, it should be opened up. I'm sure there's a better way we could do it and not traumatize people, and still reach the answers we're looking for.
I think the families have been patient long enough. We've been wanting answers, we've been wanting truth, and we just haven't been getting it. And with the announcement of this week's accommodations, it just shows that we're probably not going to ever get that. So it's time that we needed to start acting again. Trauma for who? Because they're not really thinking of the other people involved's trauma, just the officers. That's all it seems to be. So their trauma seems to trump everyone else's. Not okay with that. If the officers that were in charge those 2 days can't get on the stand and defend their decisions that they made, then there's something wrong with this whole process. If they are not going to allow them to get up and speak the only truth that there is, then why are we taking part in this? Why is $26.5 million been put towards this for causing more trauma to the public and to the families? The public wants answers too. It's not just the families.
Great job. Okay, so I'll share the video with you guys. You guys can, okay, if this thing shuts up. So that's over on Yahoo. Great. I was making it. Oh no, that's a huge link. That's not going to work. How do I do that then? That's not going to go through. Oh, well, actually, if you just click on it, it should go through. You should just click on the first one. It'll work. I was just making a joke at Rob. I hear his voice on the phone. And so I'm like, oh, I know that voice. Well, they want to say that there's about a dozen. Nobody's really there. Who would say that? With family members that were there? That's traumatizing. Good job, whoever wrote that. Very thoughtful, very considerate. Among the protesters or the relatives, I mean, they're not being dishonest, but why point it out? Why don't you just say a group of protesters? You want to say how many, how few. Don't worry, it's just like a dozen. Don't worry, a dozen is going to be a lot more. And a lot more. And a lot more. Good job. Yeah, Charlene, excellent. 2020 Nova Scotia holding hearings. Among the protesters were relatives of the 23 victims who say the inquiry has been made possible for the lawyers to pose questions. Well, I hope the lawyers keep asking. Okay, now let's see what else we can come up with. I'm not coming up with anything else right now off the top. Let's see what Tweeters has got. I'm sure it's got all kinds of things. Thanks to those of you who shared. Big, huge thanks, obviously, to Rob for doing this video. And great interview. And Charlene and everybody. And TikTok, everybody who was down there. Amazing stuff. Yes, Shelby. Global Halifax, where's there? Okay, so let's see what this is. Thank you, Nikki. Families. Where is the inquiry? This is only a review. Reads one sign of the many. Thank you. See, they're not trying to minimize it. Why would you do that from Thursday's protest? Good on all of you. And I think that was what we actually saw. They just didn't really put real video in there, but they said that there's going to be something coming up. Wonder if CBC did anything. Probably not. These clowns. What is that? I don't know. Anyways, it's unrelated, but really, honestly, like, what's going on here? That just really, this seems important, like very important to everybody, including those that I have to be careful here. Jason, drag queen. Okay. I never want to say the wrong thing, right? Wrong gendering or whatever. But this seems very important. Hopefully they'll have more stories. Anything else on the Tweeties? What else do they have on the Tweeties? Anything? No? Okay. Anyway, I won't keep you guys anymore. 7 hours, 45 minutes. Thank you ever so much to everybody who went. Really hoping to see this grow more and more, right? Trust me, I can only say I want to see this happen. I can't do anything because I'm stuck down here. So I'm just really glad to see that people are coming out now and doing, because this is the way it's going to get done. So God bless you all for doing your stuff tiptoe. Yeah. All right. So thank you ever so much to everybody who came out. Thank you for all your signs. Please continue to come out. Please push this all around your social media. That's how we're going to get more people. God bless you, and God bless the 23. See you Monday.